सो हे गाइस व्हाट्स अप वेलकम बैक टू अनदर लाइव स्ट्रीम और आज हम करेंगे पबजी मल वॉच पार्टी। हे गाइस क्या हाल चाल ब्रो। भाई डे वन ऑफ ग्रुप रेड गाइस। ग्रुप येलो तो मैंने देखा हुआ है ओके, लेकिन मैं अब ग्रुप रेड देखते हैं। लेट्स गो। ग्रुप येलो जो मैंने मतलब मैंने ऑफलाइन देखा था पूरा। अभी ग्रुप रेड ऑनलाइन देख रहा है। 1 मिनट बाकी है और स्टार्ट होने वाला है भाई ग्रुप रेड। लेट्स गो बॉयज। जरा जरा जरा चैट के लिए मैं यहीं रख लेता हूँ। Oof, grow from the low, raw back. You are not alone. भाई चैंपियनशिप बॉयज, भाई क्या ट्रॉफी है ब्रो। नाइस। मैंने पिछली बार देखा था पूरा येलो वाला, तो मैंने ट्रॉफी नहीं देखी थी, लेकिन अभी आज मैं ट्रॉफी जाके देख रहा हूँ पीएमजीसी की। लेट्स गो लैंड बॉयज।
Welcome back from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia for another thrilling week of the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage. Last week, Group Yellow set an incredible high bar early in the competition, sending 3 teams directly to the grand finals in London. Now, the stage is set for Group Red. Let's welcome the teams.
Let's welcome to
Face
team
Clan
boys.
of Thailand.
Oh, as Thailand. Okay.
Alter Ego Aries representing Indonesia.
अल्टर ईगो सी ओके। अल्टर ईगो मेरे को एक भी टीम के बारे में नहीं मालूम। ओके गाइज, यहाँ पर एक भी टीम के बारे में नहीं मालूम है। ग्रुप रेड में अभी जस्ट स्टार्ट किया मैंने फॉलो अप करना। जस्ट सेक गाइज, जस्ट सेक। लेट्स गो बेटर। उफ।
Virtus Pro representing Serbia.
वर्चस प्रो ओके लेट्स गो।
Insilio of Kazakhstan.
आईएनएस
From China, Tianba Esports.
टियानबा स्पोर्ट, हाँ ये नाम मैंने सुना हुआ है। टियानबा स्पोर्ट मैंने सुना है
From China.
बहुत पहले। मैंने देखा हुआ था जब बहुत पहले, जब पबजी सच में हम लोग खेला करते तब मैंने वो स्पोर्ट्स का लाइन देखा है।
Neo
Tianba.
Galaxy representing Algeria.
एनजीएक्स।
IWNRX from Turkey.
उफ, नाम भाई लोग अच्छा। टी शर्ट भाई ब्रो, टी शर्ट क्या लग रही है ब्रो। IMRX वालों की भाई टी शर्ट तो खतरनाक है।
Navi representing Tunisia.
ओह नाइस।
Vengeance of Japan.
ओह वेंजेंस, हाँ ये भी ना मैंने सुना हुआ था। बेस्ट भाई।
From Chile, Team Queso.
TQ
Furia from Brazil.
ब्लैक पैंथर।
Falcons Force representing Mongolia.
ये फैल्कन है ना, ये फैल्कन टीम है। उसमें बोल रहे थे रेड ग्रुप में भाई फैल्कन बहुत पावरफुल टीम है, काफी तगड़ी टीम है भाई। ये देखना है। काश मैं 2 ईयरफोन यूज कर पाता तो बेटर था मेरे लिए।
Now, with everyone ready to go, I want to know from you at home, who will go directly to the grand finals in London and join Team Spirit, DRX, and Alpha 7?
हाँ ये
And
तीन
who
टॉप
was
3 टीम्स है
eliminated? Let
ग्रुप
us know
येलो
in the
की।
comments. And same question to our desk. Over to you, Jason.
ओके लेट्स गो। ग्रुप येलो की टॉप 3 टीम्स है.
Oh man, thank you so much, Seven. So nice to see you there. And what teams do we expect to make it out of this group as top 3? Well, we have to get into that in a little bit of time. We have to do some housekeeping before we get into there. But there's definitely some spicy picks between all of us. Though I think all 3 of us do agree that we don't expect IHC to be in top 3. Is that right, Hot Jukes?
Oh, dude, that hurts. I hope so. I mean, these guys were doing so good before. They have been the champions here of Pmgc, and then just lately as of late. So hopefully we see them kind of come back here sooner than later.
Yeah, Max, man, we had a front row seat to that one, covering CSA with the watch parties. But you know what? They have a chance, and as we're hearing, they just play better at Pmgc.
That's the most copium I've ever heard from
Maxman,
analyst team. Like, okay,
Hot
you know what?
Jukes,
PMGC
okay,
are
and
gonna play well.
Jason
Rest of the year,
Kaplan.
I know it doesn't really matter that much. But
भाई
don't worry,
मैंने
Jason,
PUBG
we're
Mobile
gonna have
recent मैंने
an Everest
डाउनलोड करके
circle
खेला था.
finish, and they're gonna make it. It's
भाई
gonna
लिटरली
happen.
मेरा 3 GB रैम 4 GB रैम है
please
उसमें
don't
भाई
tell
क्या
me
चल
that's
रहा
gonna
था.
happen
नाइस
again where they
काफी
got
अच्छा
into
चल रहा BGMI
PMWC
तो.
and then off of just basically one game. But
बहुत
gentlemen,
गंदा.
I mean,
Let's
we
move
did
on.
obviously Group Yellow finish off. We did have, I think, a major surprise. I actually want to go straight back to you, Max, really quickly here, because you were one of the people talking about Mir and Sejong as being a really strong contender, even though there wasn't a lot of information about them and we haven't seen them play internationally. I'm kind of curious in your eyes, do you see another Mir and Sejong here in Group Red?
Ooh. I mean, I did pick FaZe, but it's because I didn't want to pick TJB and Chamba. I wanted to pick another region. But really, in this group, another Mir and Sejong. Really, as a surprise team, I'd have to say IWNRX from EMEA.
IWNRX,
Really
उसका
big
t-shirt
surprise. I
bro,
mean,
मुझे
looking at
पसंद
some of
आया.
the players here, they could be absolutely incredible. I mean, you got Frozen, Jason. Look, I know you loved him back in PMGC back then, but Z-Wolf in particular, this man is an absolute menace when it comes down to Turkey players. So, you know what? For that case, I would say IWNRX could be a team to push in the top 3.
Okay, what about you, Hot Jukes? Is there any team that you're expecting to potentially have a really dominant performance that maybe we don't expect?
RRQ, Rio,
Honestly, I
Victor
kind of want to see
Knights,
something out of Team
Bond
Kessel
on
here soon.
idea,
You know, I was just talking to
Alter
Seven a little
Ego
about it
Aries.
earlier, and you know, it is an America squad. I gotta go ahead and show love to at least one
अच्छा
of those
भाई
teams here.
for
And
टॉप 3
we saw
टीम
some
जाएंगी
really good
क्वालिफाई
things out
करेंगी
of them.
बॉटम
They
टॉप
did end
5
up
डिस्क्वालीफाई हो
qualifying
जाएंगी
here
और बाकी टीम
through
का
those PMGC
होगा तुम्हारा
points,
वो.
but we saw some signs of life, especially in Miramar for this squad. So I hope we continue to see that here today.
I can't believe you would say that because Papi Potro renamed to Potro, and that's my biggest
That's what I
disappointment.
was gonna mention.
Why? Why? Papi Potro was such a good name. Why do you have to take it away from us? That's my analysis.
Dude.
There you go.
Yeah, maybe he's just gonna go ahead and just
PMGL,
go straight Potro and all the rest of these
Premier
guys. I mean,
oh.
it can happen. I mean, especially here on day one, I think they really need to start off strong.
And honestly, there's quite a few teams that are looking to see a strong start out of. I know you didn't really want to put, you know, 2 PEL teams in your list here, but TJB and Champa having fairly good results when it came to PMWC.
Yeah.
Probably I don't want to say the best results we've seen out of China in a while. I mean, obviously comparing them to Reagan's Gaming over in Group Yellow didn't work out too well for them, but they have the international experience. They have the luxury of being able to play in a lobby like this.
भाई 2024 में यहाँ से भाई PMSL
those are 2 teams that
EMEA से आई भाई इतनी सारी टीम्स फिर PMGL से आई उसके बाद PMPS से आई 2 टीम्स फिर PL से 4 टीम आई यार यहाँ पर सब लोग ना मतलब अलग-अलग रीजन से उन्होंने क्वालीफाई किया भाई यहाँ पर स्पेशल इनवाइट दिया एक
It was really close between me putting or Chamba or TJB in
Group
my top 3
Yellow,
teams here. But realistically,
Red,
the pure fragging power of the entire squad, Hot Jukes,
DX,
is an absolute threat.
कहाँ
in
के
this
हमारी
lobby.
टीम
So
स्पिरिट है
I
इसमें.
feel like at least one of these 2 PL teams
अच्छा
have to
ओके ये
qualify.
बाकी
And
वही
in
टीम्स
terms
है
of
जो
lanes alone, it would have to be TJB.
Yeah,
ना ना ग्रुप
absolutely.
येलो में जो
TJB,
थी
these guys have
टीम्स
already
सारी
won
टीम्स
$1 million in PUBG Mobile prize pool here in 2024.
Like a
That's
day rate for Max.
crazy.
16
Yeah, that's-
teams
that
let's
is
go
insane,
baby
you know?
boy
And I was watching some of their PEL play on the last day.
little
and that
bit
was
boring
so
right now
really
मेरे लिए भाई
interesting
थोड़ा
because,
मैच स्टार्ट
you
हो
know,
भाई
they were
जल्दी
in
तो टाइम
they
मत
were
आएगा
in 9th place going into the final day with 75 points.
ठंडी
Right?
भी लग रही है
Game 1, they win the chicken in Sandhawk. Game number 2, they get another back-to-back chicken dinner, and with 13 eliminations, these guys absolutely crushed it. So, starting off so strong right at the end of a major tournament like that is going to be a good sign coming into PFGC.
It all comes down to that preps. You did see a couple of surprise teams like your major prize in Group Yellow, but here's the schedule, what's going to be coming up throughout the rest of this month. And of course, the grand finals kicking off on the 6th of December. So we're in the middle of this. We're in Group Red with Group Green to follow. And then of course, all of our eyes looking towards that survival stage with the last chance to follow up to find who our last 16 or 6 teams will be remaining. But looking at some of the other teams here in this group as well that we're going to have to point out, I'm looking towards kind of like Nigma Galaxy. Obviously, the split off we have between them and Twisted Minds. I'm also looking towards mean, I cannot go through this entire segment without saying it, Max. Alter Ego.
Rosemary. Oh, I don't know. I had to do a.
I can
Survival stage
I'm
go
imagining
red teams
MJ in
ना
chat right now,
group
just
green
reporting
group
in chat
red
to you every time they have a match like we did in our
6
watch
मैचेस
party.
पर
But
डे
I mean,
होंगे
Alter
ओके
Ego,
ग्रुप ग्रीन प्लस ग्रुप
I
येलो
think
दोनों को मिला
it's
के
gonna be
होंगे ओके
interesting for them
20
because
20
we had such
22
high
को होगा
expectations
ओके
for them as a team this year, Max. Looking
एंड
at
अभी
the
क्या ग्रुप
season
येलो
play
का भी
in
7 to 10
PMSL,
होगा ओके
back in spring.
7 to
since SA
10
has
3 दिन
three
होगा
different
सिर्फ
PMSLs. But then they didn't qualify for PMWC. They were on the brink, on the cusp of doing that. And then they looked
chicken
towards
dinner
the
second
fall
6
season,
points third
and they
5
finished
points
15th
4
place.
4
Like, the
points
team qualified off PMGC
pre
points to get
elimination
into
के लिए
this.
1
So
point
I just
and
don't know how
9
I
and
feel
6
about
9 to
them.
16
But one
0
thing I know is
points
they're a
bro
very strong team, but the results haven't shown that this year.
They're a very strong team when they're not in 15th. So that's
chicken dinner पे 10 points है भाई second पे 6 है ओके भाई फिर
exactly. If I could put
just count down
Rosemary
कम
and
के
Hank
एक
in
points
my
से
top 3, I would, okay? But unfortunately, the squad as a whole,
काफी गैप दे चिकन डिनर एंड सेकंड पोजीशन में काफी गैप है भाई 4 पॉइंट का
so far, I would say
डिफरेंस
one
है
of the worst performances I have seen from Alter Ego, but I think after
Malaysia,
taking a massive
Vietnam,
L like that,
Indonesia.
Jason in particular, going into PMGC, you're going to
Group
try and
stage,
change
okay,
everything.
up
Like
to
the base of
17,
your gameplay
okay.
has to be changed, and especially they did like to play Edge going into SEA. We have seen Edge not be super relevant in the Group Yellow plays, so I would say they have to completely
अच्छा
change their
timings
playstyle.
दिखा रहे हो
So
ओके ओके
I would say going into day 1 for Alter Ego, we'll know if they have the chops to maybe go the entire way or if it's going to be an early plane home.
I mean, Hodgix, I'm having a flashback to PMG. I think it was last year, PMGC, where we saw them swimming
ओके तो
on
सर्वाइवल
aerial
स्टेट
from
होंगे
mainland to
2022 को
military
2 दिन
in the blue and died in the water.
So,
and
3
hopefully
दिन
we're not
होंगे,
gonna see
sorry,
that
sir, my
happen yet
bad.
again here in this week. But a couple of other teams out there, like Hodgix, who are you kind of focusing on? I don't remember hearing your top 3 earlier on, but why don't you hit us with your top 3 and maybe tell us why you went for that route?
For
हाँ
sure.
भाई
I mean, we got a couple
भाई
names. I mean,
उनका
right off the
लोगो
rip, I'm
bro
gonna go with
खतरनाक
T-Falcons.
bro
I mean, this
TQ
squad,
Interesting
I mean,
topic.
we saw them, yeah, I mean, second in PMGC during 2023, but
एक टीम है
17th
पाकिस्तान से
place
ओके नाइस
during the World Cup. And
Japan,
that was by
okay,
far, I think, the biggest
vengeance.
disappointment like that. I literally
जापान
saw
वाली
Max
vengeance है ना
Man cry
vengeance
tears all day long when he saw
He's
that
still
happen.
crying,
लेट्स को
man.
पहले साइन
Yeah,
ऑफ
he's
फिर
still crying to
रैंकल
this
3
day, which
रैंकल
is
2
wild,
मेरा
but it
बार
makes sense.
हाँ
It makes
वीकेंड
sense.
ही नहीं
So
खेलते हो
hopefully we see them bounce back in this tournament. Of course, TJB, after watching their PEL performance, their prize pool that they won, I gotta go with them. And last but not least, I'm gonna go with Navi as well. You know, Navi, when it comes to their EMEA performance, right, they did really, really strong in week 1. And I think that's going to help pay off here when it comes to PMGC, because in such a short form tournament, you got to really just start off strong. So with a 236 performance at EMEA on week 1, I think they can hopefully replicate that here today.
All right, well, as you saw there, the schedule as well. We're starting things off on Sandhawk. Like every single week, we'll be here with 3 Erangels and 2 Miramars. But I want to jump into the Navi topic really quickly with you, Max, because you kind of called this back in the spring, the summer season of CSA Fall, right?
Yeah.
Or CSA Fall. The summer season of CSA Fall, it makes no sense. The summer season of CSA, you talked about Lemon in particular and how good of a player he was, and you were just waiting for the time to see a bigger team pick him up, and it was Navi.
He was like the CSA version of a Shifu from Dagestan 77 back then, right? You would just
I think
knew
the
this player
430
had
से
so
start
much
होंगे
potential.
मैचेस भाई अभी
All he needed is or to get picked up by a big team or to join a team where he can build some really strong synergy. And I gotta say, the synergy of Navi this EMEA season was absolutely incredible. Lemon, I think I've never seen Lemon be set up so successfully for specific engages on all the battlegrounds, really. So Lemon, MVP
भाई
might be
ये
a bit
ऐसे
rough.
बात करेंगे तो
Jason,
मेरे को
I'd
भाई
say
नींद
he
आने
is
लग
definitely a
जाएगी
contender because his playstyle is so aggressive and I absolutely love it.
I mean, he's definitely going to be MVP of trash talking if he does any of that when he gets to PMGC. But for you guys at home who are wondering, what's this device that all the players are using? Well, it's the Infinix GT20 Pro with 120 FPS and 144 Hertz AMOLED screen. You guys can pick one up yourselves and play like the Pro. And Max, I mean, we're trying to get him to stop playing during the games, but you know what? The device is too good, it's hard to. And obviously, he wants to be a pro with his Ultima Royale play, which I don't know if it's working out too well for you. I mean, I don't even have enough rank to get into it, so.
Yeah, those going great.
Dude, Max and I played all this week. We didn't lose one game.
Well, you have to play a game to not lose a game.
Yeah.
Also, while you guys are using your brand new phone, make sure to check out Pmgc 2024 over on TikTok to see some behind-the-scenes content, not to mention some dances. If you guys haven't
TikTok
noticed,
on
the
ban जो
TikTok
हमारे
admin
Indian ban
for Pubg Mobile Esports does some dances with the teams. They are hilarious, and I hope she doesn't come to us at PMGC because I am not a good dancer. But also check out Pubg Mobile Esports over on all the socials, your YouTubes, your Instagrams, your Facebooks, and of course your TikToks. And not to mention the last but not least, we still have tickets available for you guys to pick up and attend Pmgc live in the UK. Not only are you going to get some amazing PUBG Mobile action, you get to meet the talent, meet some of the players, you have some great activities to participate in, and of course, experience London, man. I've been there once, but I haven't really been able to enjoy the scenes, and I hope I get to go there this year to see.
Good job, Jason. So many
Okay,
segments,
host
right? Good
suggestion
job.
captain.
And now our
Okay.
teams to focus here as we're going to wrap it up. No, I'm just kidding.
Team to
We kind of
focus.
talked about our teams to focus. You know, Max, you said FaZe Clan was, you wanted to pick a different team from another region, but I want to hop on one pick all three of us do have.
Host
Falcons.
chatting
We talked
boys.
about a little bit early on Hot Jukes, and I want to throw this over to Max now to discuss. Falcons have been so up and down. I don't know what Falcons we're going to have here. But we do have East coming in over Nerzet, I believe, as the starting roster, which has been the biggest change for Falcons in
For
this year.
sure.
And I feel like they've definitely assimilated
Abhi ke
East a lot
liye
more
utar
going
deta
into the CSA fall season, right, Jason? We were looking at it. There's a lot more synergy on that front. I still feel bad for Nazed, I'm not going to lie, and I wonder how involved he's really going to be in this tournament. Is he going to be subbed in and out every once in a while? I think the main roster is going to be top, Action, IC, East. That's what they were training in the full season of CSA. The main thing is, as you said, what Falcons are we going to get? Are we going to get the super aggressive Falcons that are going for impactful breaches in game-winning positions, or the Falcons that is a little bit hesitant and still lacks a little bit of synergy? I think that synergy is going to be there, and I believe Falcons here are going to make a big comeback after PMWC.
Welcome
but it's
back
going
to
be
another
rough, man.
quick report with the 7WG. I just want to let you guys know that Navi did end up telling me that Axer, the player, is actually going to be taking a bit of a coaching role, at least for day one. But there's a chance that he could still play at some point this week. Back to you guys.
And
Well, we know
Phoenix.
Axter being such a staple when it comes to PUBG Mobile esports for sure. One of the veterans on so many different teams, having so much success over the course of his career. I mean, I don't hate him in a coaching role, to be honest. I feel like he can provide a lot to the team, a lot of knowledge.
I'm not gonna lie, when I came to picking Navi,
53 seconds, 52 seconds. Okay, let's go. Countdown start ho gaya, bro.
Dude. I mean, his energy is always at the top, no matter how they perform. So when it comes to a coaching role, I think he's gonna definitely be that guy, Max, for the squad. If they have a bad game, to just cheer him up.
भाई साइन ऑफ में तो भाई खत्म कर देंगे भाई लोग तो ऐसे
fights.
fights.
So when it comes to a coaching role, I think he's gonna just be perfect for it. But I do want to see him on the battlegrounds, at least at some point here.
I think it's very important the fact you've got the background as a player too. You know how success and also bad matches are going to be affecting your players mentally, so you can just be the right type of person for your players to back them up in the good or the bad times. So no, I think that's a good
वो lobby
addition
में
to
थे.
the team
Okay,
here for
मुझे
Navi.
लग रहा क्यों खेल रहे हैं मैं सोचा
We're
lobby
looking
में.
at him. We think he's going to do well, so I'm sure they're going to have a good start here this PMGC.
Oh, for sure.
Let's
Good coach
go,
cannot be
boys.
overstated. Just like having good commentators to bring you all
Sign
the
off.
action. It's going to be the same duo we've had back in Group Yellow. Join us once again for Group Red as we dive on into Sandhawk with John Allen and Blake.
One step further on the road to London. Now we turn our attention to Group Red, as Jason so rightfully said, as we head into the jungle for the first time around today. We're heading over from the west side, going over towards Kampong, but Sandhawk's nice and compact, so everybody, of course, getting where they want to go.
Yeah, I mean, for Sandhawk at least, it is a next map.
भाई background sound दे
And
रखा है.
honestly,
Nice.
for Red Group, I am happy to be here. We finished off a yellow. It was an absolute banger of a lobby that we had over there. We've an incredible ending with Team Spirit actually being able to take themselves the win on those side of things. Let's see what this group can come out with. IHC,
भाई कहाँ जा रहे
obviously a
हो?
name that a lot of people have in their
Family
minds.
okay कहाँ तक
but
जा रही
we're
है
not
Paradise
sure, and
Resort?
neither is
कोई
the
जाएगा
analyst
Paradise
as to
Resort?
how
दो
they're
team
gonna
तो
place here.
I
But
think
there is
जाने
a
वाली
lot
है.
of hopes for our PL
कोई
teams,
कौन वो होगा क्या?
including Tiamba as well as
Gunfight होगा
TJP,
क्या?
who have done fantastically over in their own respective regions, and we'll see how their playstyle translates here on the international stage.
That is the question. As teams find their footing here, we were potentially looking at hot drops
map
over
पे ज़्यादा
towards
focus कर रहा
Bravo, at the start of this one. Team Queso seem to have given up on that. I say given up, more taken a better approach to it. Furia may be embroiled with them. They'll be
एक को knock भी कर दिया.
positions, though, having played alongside each other.
एक को knock भी कर दिया भाई
A little bit
कार
of
से.
an adjustment on the southeast side and a move over towards
और एक
that
finish
west.
भी हो चुका है.
Just on the south
Okay.
flank. That's really where the majority of this has taken
बहुत
place.
high
And challenging Virtus Pro and Painan, we saw it back in the EMEA.
ठीक
It's
है
dangerous
भाई.
business.
TGV था.
TJB, they've already been taken
एक
down by one player, but maybe they're going to take their turn.
13
up
okay. एक
to
और
the
knock हो
plate
सकता है. Let's go.
and
TBJs
find
का
one
एक
in
player
response.
क्या पता knock होगा क्या?
Yeah, Triple S
Heal किया.
looking out over
Okay.
towards PBZ,
Teammates
Medkit
hai,
actually already
okay, let's
invested
see.
this early in the game, and the fact that he's even got one on board is somewhat surprising.
Oh
Then
wow,
comes the
nice.
rest of the squad, and it should be a
एक
quick,
और
easy
बाकी है.
pickup there. So even losing Flower,
Vengeance का एक
they're
बंदा गया.
able to
Let's
turn
go.
things around a little bit early on in the game. And this is some of the questions I have about
Okay, free
TJB,
kill ले लिया एक.
and it's something I was
अभी
talking to
निकल
you about
लेंगे.
before, John, is that the reason they're not in my top 3 is that I don't know how well their
भाई गन
playstyle
यहाँ
on
पर fight हो
PL
रहा है.
translates to
Okay.
an international
Oh ये तो
stage,
dead है.
where these teams are usually much
Idol and
more
RX का okay एक down
focused
किया
towards that
भाई.
mid to late game,
Tianba का एक
whereas
player
TJB much more focused
नहीं
towards
नहीं
getting
Tianba
a
का
lot
क्या.
of eliminations in the early game, pushing it further
Vengeance
through
का
there.
एक बंदा गया है.
But I'm excited to find out, because I do think that both Tiamba as well as TJB are strong teams. But Tiamba has always developed and adapted much
Vengeance
quicker to the
phase
international lobbies in
और
the past.
TGB के एक बंदा
Something
गया.
I'm liking, Black, a new graphical addition to the
3
show
main
is those
के
white
players है
lines on the
TBJ
table tower
and
graphic on
FaZe
the right-hand
and
side. That will show
Tianba.
you, of course,
Tianba,
our
sorry,
top 3
Vengeance.
who would qualify
Team.
directly to the grand finals will be, as well as down towards the bottom, where you need to get in order to qualify for the survival stages. I feel like that's a nice little addition, so you guys at home can pay attention to that as well.
Yeah, it's been quite mean. Right now, we're cutting out Furia, Team Queso, Tiamba, Ven, and IHC as well.
It's a dead draw. It's probably like alphabetical at this point.
They've not even had a choice. They've just been thrown down here. Very cruel. But that can change. And it will change in the future. Alter Ego on our screens.
Alter Ego.
Actually playing
अबे तो ब्राजील ने फुरिया क्या फुरिया
far
ना
off towards the
Furia.
western side, which is typical for Alter Ego. I think they usually go for this kind of drop spot anyway in Calp Alpha, and they'll continue to play from this spot. A lot of times they make these southern rotates down towards Ruins, and then back past over towards that eastern side. A bit more clumped up with though.
भाई
with
Vengeance आ
Falcons,
चुकी है. Okay.
FaZe, Vets Pro,
Let's
and
see
now
fight
V
करती
all
है क्या?
playing down towards that side. I'd say all of those teams are pretty
Back foot
fearsome
पे गया.
in their own right.
Vengeance right
Okay,
now.
grenade,
Close by
let's
to get
go.
Roy.
Okay. Nah.
Nade goes in. Both teams are aware of each other's presence here on the southeast side of Cave. Oh, sorry, on the northeast side of Cave, but Vengeance looking pretty reluctant to go in for this one, off having lost a player already. Playing as 3 on an assault here, not going to be super powerful for them, and I think they may have lent into that. No helmet as well for Nios, so wanting to figure that one out. As we hop on over to Sami, Nigma Galaxy, expect to see them here for a little bit longer. They like to stick around and play quite late into the circles in this sort of scenario. Although they're grabbing the vehicles, they're getting them in position. They may take an earlier rotate, but I'm not expecting it from them. He's rotating further out of the circle. There we go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for Nigma Galaxy, actually, they have made some early rotates towards that northern side in the past. They're not a quiet team on Sandhawk, which is nice.
Yeah,
I think previously Nigma Galaxy has always been known as the team that just sits down towards the south side of the map. There's a shot going through once again. A little bit of extra damage. And hit over towards from Virtus Pro. Yeah, for Nigma Galaxy, I think they had a real step up in performance at the end of PMSL EMEA, which was exciting to watch. And they're certainly a team that we should keep watching because they can provide a whole lot of performance for us here in the standings. But equally, it's a question of whether that confidence has remained since PMSL EMEA, where they were so close to taking the title. I think it was down to that last game. If they'd actually got the chicken dinner and all the elims from that last lobby, it would have been the finals for Nigma Galaxy going into PMGC. But not to be the case. Now they have to prove themselves once again, getting towards the top 3, or from 4th to 11th to head through to the survival stage.
I think that, I mean, they were talking about on the desk in terms of teams that may be the Mirin Sejong of this lobby. I feel like Nigma Galaxy may be also in that conversation. They were talking about IWNRX, and I think rightly so. They have had an excellent performance. The issue is consistency for me with IWNRX, and I think it will continue to be until
Bro, ऐसे भी देख सकते हैं. मेरे को लग नहीं रहा था.
And obviously, these are 2 of the teams that we've covered back over in EMEA. But definitely, I think both of them are rightly in that conversation. Furia as well, they've got some real firepower behind them, but I think that they may have a little bit more to go to prove it once more. But I think this is the group to do it, right? We talked about Group Yellow as the group of death. This group is a massive test for these teams and a gauntlet to prove yourself against some of the other best teams in the world, right? And I think there's quite a lot of teams in this group that are all looking to do that very thing.
Yeah, it's quite funny because when you look at Group Red, there's a lot of names that you should recognize here, but it's all teams who have had this relative lull in performance over the year. But they're all backed up by quite a few
Zone 3 बन चुका है
in their past as well.
अभी कितना जल्दी रोटेशन के टियानवा का एक प्लेयर पीछे है
to watch all these players from Group Red in the sense of we know you've been on the top of the mountain in the past, but you're back down to base camp 1 and it's time to make that climb once again. I mean, I'm specifically looking at IWNRX, IHC, Tiamba, Falcons as well. Falcons is a big one.
Zone में NGX and Tiamba
here in Group Red because there's
NGX पहुंच चुकी है, बस
for
Tiamba
a few of these
बाहर है.
teams
Zone
to
में
just
चल
go
रही है.
absolutely loco in these matches and take everyone by storm.
Okay, एक बंदा गया रॉय का. Let's go.
IWNRX
ओ दो डाउन कर दिया भाई. वेंजेंस ने हील कर रहा है, आराम से बैठ कर रही. ओके 2 किल
A
गया.
little bit of a third party going on there. Gets so
Last player man standing and एक revive भी करना है. Nice.
There's only one player left for them, close by to get so Roy, but neither team having a great time of it.
Grenade try किया.
2 players of Vengeance. Actually, the res onto Noise might be really quite important for them. Getting back up to 3
Hi,
would be great news.
Vengeance
They've got
को तो
3
भाई.
eliminations already, Blank.
Yeah, they're doing well. I mean, they have just kind of rotated around, and it's been fortuitous for them where they've been able to pick up a lot of these eliminations, purely because of where they've been forced to rotate to. So we're lucky they did go into Ghetto Roy to pick up some of the elims on that side.
Last man standing है भाई. रॉय का देखते हैं क्या होता है.
For Vengeance, why am I going down early on to TJB?
Okay, Venti please. Okay,
Holding
Venti.
their nerve on the door frames here, but it's going to be an onslaught coming very soon. Around the corner they go.
भाई क्या jump and
It's an
shot लिया
easy
bro
put
उसने.
down with the DBS there for Lily.
उसे पीक करके लिया तो उसने
Vengeance
तब भी
wiping
क्या
out
मारा है.
Getso
बहुत
Roy in
खतरनाक
our
था.
first match of
Okay,
Group
Navi
Red.
आ
In
गई.
comes
Let's go
Navi
क्या fight
across the
होगा.
road, this southeast side.
उन्हें
the east
third party
edge of
करना है. I
Corey,
think so. क्योंकि
all
उनको पता है कि
looking to
fight हो
try and
चुकी
play
है.
around it, navigate their way up that east edge, but there are a lot of teams looking to do the same.
लेकिन काफी टाइम ले रहे तो.
It's the right now between Navi
ग्रेनेड वेस्ट
as
हुआ.
well as
ओके एक
Vengeance.
बैठ
You got
गया.
TJB in the
बेटर
back
लेकिन वो
lines
बैक
here,
में है वो लोग तो.
just chilling on this area. But for Navi, they currently have the high ground. I think they'd be remiss to give up this position. You can find a couple of shots down towards Vengeance, but you don't really want to push too far out here. Lemon's playing hyper-aggressive position on the front line. I mean, that is an unexpected angle on the rock, but there is those sight lines that sit either side of the road there, which can get tricky. So I do think that Navi maybe has to think about that in the future, but right now they're fairly comfortable on their hold.
Galaxy making the rotate and continuing to sweep out his southeast side, trying to play with their backs to the blue. They like to do that on Sandhawk. TJB closer to it as the next circle going to start to cut teams out, going to make
भाई वेंजर्स का 4
a little
एलिमिनेशन
bit
कर भी लिया
easier.
भाई इन लोगों ने. देख रहे हो.
That northwest side
Vengeance
looking
4
jam-packed right
IWNRX
now. You've
1
got
को
Rodrigo there, you've got
TVP के पास
ASA,
1 है.
Furia moving in from
TJB के
Paradise
पास भी 1
Resort.
है.
And in their way, there's plenty of teams looking to stop their progress towards the middle of the map as
Stage
well.
2 चल रहा है.
I think
ओके.
that at the moment, Incilio is really positioned to have an impact on that northwest side. And we'll see if they're able to get that done. Next circle going to pop in, and let's see
Stage
where
3.
it takes us. It does go up north, so that gives them a little bit more strength and a lack of necessity to push them all the way through that blockade.
Chance for Tiamba, chance for Furia. Quick western rotate or southern rotate for Furia here, and either of those squads could be in a very crucial position towards the end of the game. Always a difficult one playing that compound because it is on the crossroads, so it's not always the easiest thing in the world to hold all three
Vengeance
positions
का
there.
भाई.
You can
Vengeance
certainly
के
take
player
up
free
one
of
side
course
at
गया.
least. For the time being, Tiamba's going to sit pretty on
2
that
man
high
हो गए वो
ground
लोग
off
ना भी.
towards that eastern side. Rather let other teams get in and
Groy.
play from this edge side. I respect it.
Oh wow, एक eliminate भी होगी
Vengeance
पूरी
gets
full. Wow.
torn to pieces.
अच्छा रॉय भाई जी
Down
रॉय
to just the one
एलिमिनेट
player
shit
now,
bro.
but they do get
वेंजर्स
away
का
from
एक
this
और
game
गया
with
क्या?
the
नहीं
4
नहीं
eliminations.
कवर
It's
दिया.
Team
ओके
K
किसी ने
still
मारा
to
है.
look to finish off the
Oh.
last player. Great zigzags to get him out of
Bye.
dodge.
Fancy freak from Lily. And a whiff on the spray there from Team K, so that gives away the position, puts him on notice, and backs them off
Oh,
somewhat.
oh
I mean, this is a crazy
bro,
dash
क्या
from
grenade
Vengeance.
था
I mean,
वो?
that was a short time coming, that nade. But either way, nice
Nice.
to see a little bit of life in the team from Japan. 4 eliminations on their first match. It's not a complete loss for them, but still not as far as they'd like to go. A
Falcon.
big send into the middle to close things off.
NGX.
Yeah, it's not a flop. I mean, with 4 elims on Sandhawk, sometimes that's all you can really ask
Hey.
for when the circle does go elsewhere. I mean, Vengeance did make a pretty wild push towards the center.
NGX plus 2 points अभी भाई.
We are
एक
not
knock
going
हुआ
to
है,
survive on the
smoke
edge
किया,
down here on
grenade
the
कर रहा
south,
है.
so let's just try and get as
TVJ
far as
grenade कर रही है.
possible.
देखते, let's see
It's
क्या.
TJP,
मुझे
they
लगा
lost
knock
3
ना हो जाए भाई
players.
बंदा.
Pmgc, they took
Prone
a
किया, grenade किया,
knock there.
नहीं.
That
Oh
should
भाई,
be a
NGX मार रहा है उधर
re-knock.
power up.
It's a little bit too far forward, but a nade heads on in. Just needs a little tag over towards him, but he does get the
Heal
first
किया,
aid kit
smoke
off.
के अंदर है.
Still will
Okay,
seem
damage
a little
पड़ा.
bit more
Oh,
healthy.
knock, zone से knock हो जाएगा.
No shot
the
should do the
TJP.
trick, yeah.
Oh,
It's interesting. Again, for
NGX, let's
TJP,
see.
high progressive
Ah,
team in
knock,
the early
yeah.
game. They get taken out in 9th place and will be one of the first to leave the lobby. Falcons up against Virtus Pro. Action is down as Virtus Pro just sends
TVG भी
away.
गए ना 0. हाँ.
Virtus Pro have already lost
Okay,
2 of
let's
their
go. Falcon
players,
का
and
पहला
so
play
with
knock हुआ.
Faction
Let's
down,
see.
sure, that takes a couple of sightlines out of the mix, but that's still a pretty crazy roll-up that Virtus Pro have been able to do on the southwest side. You got phase a little bit to that
Right
south
now
edge
तो
as
भाई
well,
NGX बहुत
so
अच्छा
they
खेल
just
रही है.
made that
Falcon के पास भी
rotation
अभी 2
through the
points आ
middle
चुके हैं, तो
of a
बढ़िया है.
valley, and that was really quite strange that they were able to get through looking, well, I would like to say unscathed, but I don't think that's quite true. IHC,
भाई
top
मैं
Nigma
वॉच कर रहा हूँ,
Galaxy,
लग रहा है बहुत कुछ
okay,
चल रहा है भाई स्क्रीन पे.
managing
बहुत कुछ
to
चल रहा है.
get
पॉइंट
some
टेबल
shots out
देखना
on
है,
the
वो देखना है भाई.
southeast
बहुत
side,
कुछ चल रहा है,
as
देख ही
we
नहीं पा
are
रहा मैं.
seeing them suppress out towards the blue. IHC actually lagging behind to take these shots out
जोन
towards
भाई,
Nigma
जोन
Galaxy.
बाहर है भाई. HIC है नावी थोड़ा
Maybe Galaxy
क्लोज
on
आ
this
चुकी है,
wide
लेकिन
ramp,
नेक्स्ट जोन आ गया.
actually.
ओ
I
ब्रो,
think because they realized they were quite late,
ISC
they had
वालों
to
के
go
तो भाई
for this.
लग गए भाई. इतना
Look,
लंबा
man,
जा दो.
this is where you got to pull the trigger. You got to pull the trigger on the rotate for Nigma Galaxy.
टियानवा भी आ गई, फिर NGX भी साथ में रहेगी भाई. इनके लिए गेट कीप बने
But
करेगी.
you're likely to get crushed by the teams playing in Paris Resort. I think you just try and crash on the Crossroads compound, honestly. That might be a smart move.
गंदा
Maneuver,
काटेगा
head
भाई.
towards that north side, play the hilltop, scout out that compound down towards the south, potentially make that move a little bit later on.
Falcon
FaZe
देख रहे
currently
हो?
held outside the blue by Falcon's force.
गया क्या ही
They could
बहुत मुश्किल है
potentially
भाई.
give them the slip
डैमेज
around
दे
the
रहा है. स्टेज
east
4
side of
जोन
this
चल रहा
hold,
है.
but Falcons now
ISC
have
वाले
them
भाई
on
बहुत
lockdown.
जल्दी डाउन हो जाएंगे. खत्म हो जाएंगे
Nigma
वो लोग तो और
Galaxy,
जल्दी.
they're moving towards the middle here. They're not taking
Oof.
that Crossroads compound. They're taking the
हो गया.
buildings in the
फेज
middle
गई
of the stretch
लॉर्ड्स को.
between the
एंड
two
ये कौन है
compounds in the middle as FaZe do
भाई?
get cut out there on the outside. They will fall. A potential rotate coming on through for Tianba on the
2
east
kills,
side, but
NGS
nobody's
3
moved to
kills.
that Crossroads
Nice.
compound yet, Blank. Everybody seems to be entrenched in their current positions.
हाँ
Is it
मुझे
time for Team
भाई
K so to make
ISC
that
वाले
shift up?
पहुंच गए ब्रो जोन में. वाह,
It's an amusing one. I
मतलब
think it's purely because I think a lot of teams are
जोन
worried
के
to take
बाहर
this
नहीं है.
compound a
जोन
little bit too
मतलब बाहर
early.
नहीं, लेकिन तब भी ओके.
Where it
वो
is
लेकिन
quite
यहाँ
crashable.
गेट
And
कीप
I'll
तो हो
play the
चुके
edge
हैं.
side of
और ये
things,
डैमेज लेट्स सी
very
दिखा
interesting
नहीं.
there.
ओके
IHC
डैमेज
definitely
दिया.
didn't come through this eastern side, but again, Tianba has held this high ground for
IC
quite a
कितना
while,
बंदा
waiting for
बाकी?
teams to make their way
IC
through Barn.
दो
Already
बंदे
picked
बाकी
themselves
हैं.
up
एक और
2,
नॉक,
possibly
नहीं,
3
हो गया.
eliminations for this fact,
नॉक एंड फिनिश.
which is fair enough.
एक और बाकी होगा.
IHC slowly being whittled
एक
away
और
by
बाकी
Tianba. They've
है.
managed
हील
to
हो रहा है.
extract 3 points
अच्छा
from this
नावी
lobby
का
so
बंदा ये.
far. I think one of them was over towards Nigma Galaxy, the other 2 over to IHC now. Team Queso trying to hold Na'Vi, but the push from Na'Vi seems to be going okay. They have taken a knock, however, and looks like they will get that healed up and get back into action fairly quickly. He's still called Papi Potro in game, Blank. He might have changed his name out of game, but I can still see it. It's still in there.
DQ.
And he's going for it. The spray over towards Na'Vi. Not going to connect. Not crossing the ridge quite in
VPS,
time.
okay.
Icy with a mad dash for Virtus Pro as he leaves Malloy in the dust. Team Queso looking to hold this south edge, but Icy's managed to make his way through. I don't think that's going to last
भाई
too much
ऊपर
longer.
रिच पे है, नीचे कवर पे भाई.
Most
गड़बड़
likely
हुआ.
not. I mean, it was
VPC.
a good dash, well played. But on this southern side, this is why
VPP पूरी बाहर हो गई. ग्रेनेड बाहर. ओके डैमेज हल्का सा पड़ा.
Very dangerous on this south side of the map. A lot of people try to take control of that ridge side that sits on the southern edge here, but it's Na'Vi, as well as IW, NRX, and Team Queso all packed
भाई
together
ऐसी
tight in a tin
खत्म है.
can.
IWNRX क्लोज है. फाइट लेना पड़ेगा उन लोग
Real
को.
tough
फिर
spot
से
on the
जोन
south
भाई.
side. and a hard
भाई
shift to go with it. Furia now
पूरे के
happy
पास
that
पूरा
they didn't
जोन है,
make the
उसके
rotate
पास
to
उनके
Crossroads
पास वो
compound. The position
ये
that
के
they
पास
hold
भी है
now so much stronger.
भाई, दोनों
The
के पास
littered
जोन है
small
क्लोज।
shack buildings
बाकी
around
सबको
this
जाना
area
पड़ेगा।
flank makes snaking a little bit easier, or
भाई
rather
इसको
solo
पता ही नहीं कि
survival a
नावी
little
का
bit
बंदा
easier.
है भाई,
But let's
बैठा
hop into
बगल में
Navi,
आके मार
'cause
दिया।
they're right up and against it in the fight for Team Queso, taking one down, moving around the
भाई
edge.
क्या
Both teams
ग्रेनेड
taking
था
casualties,
भाई,
and a nade over towards them leaves Lemon the last to stand, and he crashes
खत्म
straight into the center against Enigma Galaxy. Enigma
भाई।
Galaxy lose another,
वो
but they
जोन से
hold an
आए, फाइट
important
ले रहे हैं
building for
मिडिल
the
में वो
crossing
लोग
for the
को,
team
भाई
on the
हो
south.
गया थर्ड पार्टी।
I mean, for Nuclear Galaxy, yeah, the move has been pretty good. I mean, they've only got 2 players, but the fact they're able to get over towards here
भाई 5
does
पॉइंट ले
keep
भी
them
लिया भाई
second
IWRX
place
वालों
for
ने।
quite a while into the rest of the game.
ओ नाइस
Falcons
नाइस,
spent a
बहुत
little
बढ़िया
bit
भाई।
too long on that south side, then got caught up, and it's not really their
Oh,
fault because
wow.
it has been a huge glut of teams down towards the south side. Great nade from Zedwolf over towards Papi
ग्रेनेड
Bodro.
ग्रेनेड
Now Falcons are
भाई
trying to create
खत्म
some
खत्म
space.
भाई।
Great
फैल्कन
nade again over the top side, blasts
आई ने
Zillion out of
डैमेज
position.
नॉक नहीं, वेट इजी
And the push up comes through from
फिनिश।
East, trying to be
भाई
the forward front
क्या
runner,
क्या चल
allowing
रहा है
the
एक
team
साथ।
to insert from the outside of the circle as well, as they can send it on through, but it's not going to happen. Falcons having a real rough time of things, but still fighting strong. It's such a
भाई
difficult
IWRX
maneuver to
से
make, though, and with
8
IWNRX
फिनिशेस हैं
pushing
ब्रो।
this fight together, I don't think the Falcons get out of this. I don't even think that Incilio make their way through, especially with a big nade from
Fine
East.
with
Okay, hang on a minute.
Titans.
Falcons have managed to find an opening, maybe playing the hillside, but the spray down from Zedwolf, this guy is an absolute terror.
ओके कर
Such
लिया,
a
कल क्या
powerful
स्किल
player
स्किल
on
कर
the
लिया।
side of IWNRX.
ओ
East goes
नॉक
down
एंड
first,
फिनिश।
top next up, but
फैल्कन
he's
का
gonna
प्लेयर
take the shots
ओ
over towards
फैल्कन भी
Frozen, get
बाहर।
the flush as well. Out in the blue zone, he will fall, but
10
IWNRX crunch that fight together
eliminations
and force
bro।
2 teams out of the mix.
IRX 10 eliminations, guys, already at this stage of the game. I mean, Zedwolf is down, but still technically a couple of players up and kicking. What a way to start this one off for
टियानवा
IWNRX in
है
this game.
और
It's
एनजीएक्स
likely they're
एंड
not going to get
प्लस
too much further
ASI
with the
है
shift on the
एक
circle
और
heading
एक
over
है फ्यूरिया।
towards that western side.
भाई
But
लोडिंग क्यों
wow,
आया
wow,
ब्रो?
wow. Really, really well played from them. Zedwolf looks like he's coming
It is
into his
live
own
now?
again. They
Is it?
had a
Okay.
lull.
मेरा नेट इशू हो रहा है क्या गाइस, क्या हो रहा? भाई लोडिंग क्यों आ रहा है अचानक से?
Right, they look, let's be honest, they look sleepy in PMSL
Okay.
EMEA, but they are wide awake now.
720 नहीं
Sandhawk,
ब्रो,
which
720
typically
नहीं,
is-
please.
Isn't their most
मैं
Worst
मिस आउट नहीं करना
out
चाहता
of the
ब्रो।
qualified teams coming into this tournament. So the fact that they're able to stand up, have a performance like this in their first game
भाई
is a
IWRX
great
तो
indicator
11
of
एलिमिनेशन
potential
कर
great
चुकी
things
है
to come
ब्रो।
for them. But they need to convert. 11 eliminations now. They are just going to leave Kain alone and out
NGX
towards
okay,
the
I
blue
don't know.
zone
Let's
with
see peak
ASI8
क्या
on this
होगा,
western
देखते हैं।
side. This looks like the map might be a little bit locked up, depending on the conclusion of the fight from the northeast
कवर में
side.
जाने ट्राई
Furia
कर रहा
and
है।
Tiamba.
ओके ओके ओ
It's going to change things. Fine, give it a good
Try
go
बहुत
even
अच्छा
in
किया
that
लेकिन।
crossing, but look at the lack of cover there. It's just going to go down.
Lack of
Picking up
cover
the point,
bro।
though, it's Enigma Galaxy, who again, they've managed to get 6 points
NGX
here,
भाई 6 पॉइंट्स
and
लिया
a
बढ़िया।
4th place.
That's not what I thought. I mean, that rotate they made
Asia
was really
18.
good, honestly, over on that eastern side. It was a dangerous call, but one that had to be made in the moment to get them this far in. Tiamba
ऐसे पाकिस्तान
on
के
that
स्ट्रीम है ना।
northeast side,
हाँ।
though, 4 eliminations. They have a strong position to play. Main opposition right now is Furia towards their
NGX heal कर रही
northwest.
है।
I'm curious to
Molly
see
भी
how they
किया।
will deal with this.
Redox.
भाई मॉली अंदर कैसे लग गई?
ASO8 slowly
मॉली अंदर
navigating
कैसे
the
गई?
low ground here. On the north side, Furia are going to have to try and sweep through.
फिर के 3 है। ओके लेट्स गो टियानवा से फाइट होने वाला है।
Tiamba
लेट्स
sit
सी।
in their way. There is no way they can't take this
लो
fight.
एचपी है,
Tiamba
क्या
know
एक
that.
डैमेज होगा? ओके
They're a very controlling
हल्का
squad.
डैमेज
You
दिया।
said that they were a little bit more
कवर
passive, but
चाहिए।
they're going to have to try and find some fight in them now.
ओ वाओ
It's up to the
वाओ
right.
फ्यूरिया का एक
Furia
बंदा ऊपर चढ़
rolling
गया
and
पत्थर पे।
immediately a big nade over the top. A
Tianva का
shutdown with the
HP
DBS. A breakout
वो-
wide. Everybody running for the hills.
वाओ
Furia torn in half
भाई
here.
उसका
as
एचपी
they
कम तो
try
उसे
and turn
पता
the
था कि
corner,
भाई
but
मैं डाउन हो
Tiamba
जाऊंगा,
shut the
उसने इसलिए
door,
जोन के भागा।
slapped in
बहुत
their
बढ़िया।
face. Yeah.
I did say
नाइस
they're a
नाइस
passive
ब्रो
squad.
नाइस।
I said they play way better going
काफी
into
अच्छा है
those
भाई,
internationals
वो
because
मस्त
they
था।
have much more control of that mid to late game, which is where a lot of our global teams play their best.
रिवाइव कोई कर क्यों नहीं रहा?
This is the best thing about Tiamba.
अब
is you get the
NGX
best of
बाहर
both
होगी।
worlds,
अब वो
is you
बंदा
get
बाहर
that,
होगा।
PL powerhouse.
भाई ओके टीम है, इनके पास 3 पॉइंट्स है ना, 2-1 डब्ल्यू चिकन डिनर कौन करना है, ओके एनजीएक्स पर 2.2% है, डब्ल्यू 49% है, टियानवा का एक प्लेयर डाउन हो चुका है, ओके लेट्स सी क्या होता है, क्या ओके एक और डाउन होगा, ओ वाओ भाई क्या एचपी डाउन है टियानवा वालों, ब्रो भाई पूरे के पूरे टियानवा वाले ओपन में थे ब्रो, खतरनाक।
An excellent way to close that down. They held that western
अपने आप
side
को
and
मतलब
it
थोड़ा
was
किल्स कम किए,
and
लेकिन
it was all done and dusted.
वेट
Like I
कराए
said
भाई
before,
चिकन के
right,
लिए,
the
हमें भी
northeast
चिकन
right,
जाना।
if anyone can come out clean of
Nice.
it, maybe there's a chance. But as the circle shifted away, ASI8 were there to pick up the pieces, and the team from Pakistan kick us off from
ये लोग
our
काफी ओपन में थे
first
टियानवा वाले
chicken dinner
भाई।
of the tournament. But there's some big stories coming out of this game already, with the big game from IWNRX, with Nigma Galaxy fighting on through. There's a lot to talk about, so let's send it to the desk.
I mean, gentlemen, you can't forget about the Pakistan supremacy. They're here to play. Our boy Falik and I8 in total with the roster swap they
भाई
had.
फर्स्ट
taking
मैच
Crypto
पाकिस्तान
out,
वालों ने
bringing
जीता
Naki
भाई।
in. We got to see how well of a team they could be when it came to PMSL CSA Max, and I am so happy to see them have such great success in the first match of the day.
I was scared for any team to go on a 50-meter radius of Phallic, because if he has nades, you're done. You're sending
Yeah,
right back
that
to the
was
lobby.
that was clean.
It was such a good play, because especially the thing that really set them up for success this game, Hot
ओके ओके वहाँ पर
quick
विंडो
rotates.
था,
They
ओके
leave Hatim
Yes.
the moment they're done looting all of that area, get in the cars,
यहाँ
go
पर
scouting
ओपन,
north of bootcamp for about like 30 seconds to a
फर्स्ट
minute.
ओपन था
Next
इधर,
circle
ओके
pops in,
सेकंड
see a compound on the road trifecta available.
फुल उधर था भाई,
Just send it
फुल
in there and
उधर से
wait
वो
the
नॉक हुआ
entire
ना,
match.
थर्ड
There
पार्टी
are a
हुआ,
few northern circles that
थर्ड
was
ओ
lucky
मैं
for
गड़बड़,
them.
मैं कुछ गड़बड़
They
बोल
just
रहा हूँ,
knew we
बहुत
don't
गलत
have to
बोला मैं,
fight.
थर्ड
Other
पार्टी
teams
नहीं
are
हुआ
going to
था,
do dirty
वन
work for us. We
ओपन में
just
था
wait and we start fragging out towards the end to get those elements in the end of
ऐसा
the match.
89
Get the
क्यों,
win.
नाइस
It's a textbook game, and I8 showed up big in the first match
कितने
already.
किल किसके,
Man, what a beautiful game from them. You know, it was so
7
crazy.
kills.
I'm going to call this Sandhawk the map of the forgotten compound, dude. It was so wild to just watch that compound, right? And it just so open and ready, and nobody wanted to touch it. That's like the worst feeling, especially as like a coach or an IGL, because you're just like, no, there's got to be a team there. Let's just avoid
हमारे
it
अगर बैन नहीं होता तो
completely,
भाई
you know?
हमारी भी एक इंडियन
And
टीम
all of a
होती,
sudden, you
वाह।
look back at the map feed and you're like,
Yeah.
it was wide open the whole time.
Look at these stats though. Phallic and IQ, the other players asking, please sir, can I have some limbs? No. They're all for me. But yeah, Phallic and IQ
भाई
were just
ये
completely
खतरनाक
shredding
स्प्रे था।
it. Every time they would see a team nearby, they would start taking some early shots, creating so much space for them over to the west. I mean, towards the end of the match,
ये सब
realistically,
अच्छा वो
they
ये
were the
सबसे
only
बेस्ट था,
team in that area, and they especially had the two rocks southwest
ओ
of
भाई
Paradise Resort,
ये
which
तो
in
खतरनाक
terms
मारा,
of a defensive position is fantastic. So
ओ
the
वो
Rotor
आईसी
was
से
on
कुछ
point,
लूट
but
कर रहा था तभी वो
I
डेड
think you
हुआ,
highlighted at some point, Jason, in
ये
this match,
ग्रेनेड तो भाई मुंह पे
the
आके मार
southern
दिया।
side at one point, because we kept
my
having
God.
northern circle after northern circle after northern circle, the southern teams were struggling, but one team that actually did decent because of it was
Bro, Falcon,
IWNRX.
भाई
They
क्या
started
spray था वो?
sweeping most of those southern teams and get to double-digit silims this game.
Yeah,
भाई
I
क्या
mean,
वो
that was
स्प्रे था
such
भाई,
a-
क्या स्पॉट
I
कर
really
लिया
wanted to say a certain
ब्रो,
phrase there, but I caught myself. It was really a bloodbath there. But to
इसके
see
बाद
IWNRX,
एक बैटल था
which
जहाँ पर
we talked
उसका
about
बंदा
at
चढ़
the
गया
start
था
of
भाई
the day,
पत्थर
Max,
के
we have
ऊपर,
high hopes for, especially with the
वो
likes like
वो
Zeewolf
बहुत
on the
गलत
team.
हुआ बंदे के
And of
साथ वो,
course, can't forget about Blue Kane. This
यहाँ
team
पर
was able to
ग्रेनेड
put
हुआ
up so
एक
many
जगह है,
eliminations. I think they finished
ये
off at
तो
about
भाई
10.
ट्राई
I
बहुत
think that-
ट्राई हार्ड
that's
किया
a
बंदे
really good
ने,
sign
क्या
for this
करें,
team, especially when we know the firepower they have. Pubg, thinking back to PMWC where Frozen, he was
ओ
in our
वो
top
वाला
10
सीन
players
नहीं
there,
दिखाया जहाँ पर
even
वो
though
बंदा
his team
पत्थर के
finished
ऊपर चढ़
14th
जाता है और
place.
वो बंदा
To
नॉक
see
हो
them
जाता
start
है,
off strong in terms of just the frag department really gives
वो
me hope
टियानवा
in
के साथ
this
उसकी
team
फाइट
future
हुई
game.
थी, हाँ वहीं
It was
उसी के
not
साथ
easy
फाइट
at
हुई
all.
थी,
I mean, these
मैं
guys
टीम
just
का नाम
held it
भूल
down
गया
on the
यार,
south side and destroyed everybody. I mean, and to be able to do that while holding all four players up for so long is just going to be a really, really great
भाई
start for
पहले
them. So, I mean,
IWRX
Sandhawk
फाइट
is
टॉप
always
पे
that
थे,
map,
उसके
right, Max, that you
बाद
just kind of don't know what's going to
भाई
happen. If you're able to
उसके
pull
बाद फिर
off
ये
just so
AS89
many
फिर
eliminations off the
वेंजर्स
rip, I mean,
पहले
these guys
टॉप पे
got
थे,
to be pumped
एनजीएक्स
going
थी,
in for the rest of the day, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 11 eliminations here. I like the change of mentality from
पहले किल्स
IWNRX. They were
वेंजेंस के
trying
थे,
to
उसके
play
बाद फिर
edge, not really
एनजीएक्स
get
आई,
involved in
एनजीएक्स
too
के
many
बाद
fights,
फिर
but the moment they had
IWNRX
three
आई,
northern
फिर
circles
उसके
in a row,
बाद
they had a
AS18
click
टीम आई
in their
भाई
minds. Okay, we're killing
किल्स
you.
में,
We're
you're gone.
sending it.
Yeah.
We see points on the board.
और
we're just gonna
फैल्कन के भी
confirm
आ
as
गया
many
था,
possible
फैल्कन
as
भी
possible,
साथ
because I think
ऑलमोस्ट
some
किल आ
extent,
गया था,
Hodjuk, they
तीन
knew
थर्ड या
we're
फोर्थ
not gonna
पोजीशन पे
win
थी
this game.
फैल्कन
These
भी
circle transitions are
kills में,
just too rough. We got to go for the next best thing, and that's going to be getting double-digit limbs. And they did that so quickly, especially third-partying teams like Insidious versus Falcons. It just made it so easy for them to get that surprise factor on those engagements and get the limbs. So man, if they keep up these kind of eliminations, even in quote-unquote bad matches, IWNRX are going to be looking super clean.
रॉय वालों को तो भाई
into
बहुत
this
गंदा मारा था, बहुत
I mean,
गंदा
for
मारा
sure,
था.
especially, yeah,
Zero.
go ahead, go ahead.
I was just say, what about Nick Galaxy, man?
Royal
Like, we
बहुत
haven't really
गंदा मारा
touched
था.
on them. This team, I'm so happy to see. Like, they were able to take down TJB, and they like full sent it to the west side of that compound we were talking about.
रॉय वर्सेस वेंजर्स का मैच हुआ था ना,
was
फाइट
hoping
हुआ
they'd
था,
maybe
तो उसमें
crash
रॉयल
on
बहुत
the,
रॉयल को
the
तो पीट
triple
दिया था
compound that
अच्छे
we
से,
talked
बहुत
about, the
बहुत मारा.
trifecta compound there, but instead they still took a decent position and got a ton of eliminations.
Next match
and for
rank
another team
guys.
who's kind of struggled in the past when it's come to Pmgc.
64 4
That's another
elimination,
team that I'm
104 का
surprised to
heal,
see have
20
a very
survival
good
time
start.
और assist
Yeah, it's
0.
funny, I was talking to Novalo a little bit earlier,
Headshot.
and they said, "Oh yeah, last year we came in as complete
Okay,
frauds.
45%
But we're
west and
prepared this year,
48%
don't worry, trust me, it'll work out." But yeah, again, back to the big northern circles, we got 3 times in a row. It pretty much almost 4 times in a row. They were able to sweep a team, as you said already, TJB, but then they understood it's all we have to fight teams on the edge, or we try and go for Hail Mary play and send it center and survive, which actually got them a decent amount of points off the back of that. They didn't know, unfortunately, Hodrix, that compound to the east of them was free. They would have loved it, but you know what? Just survive. When you're
Oh
left players
wow,
is a good way
man,
to do it.
I think so कुछ miss
Yeah,
कर
for
दिया
sure.
था.
Every single time you see a hard shift like that, you're gonna see some of the top teams just always just hug that edge and try to go to that hard shift side because 99% of the time it's wide
One.
open.
Group
And it
stage
actually
में
was,
20
but, TJB, they tried to go for that exact strategy. And
24 matches होंगे group stages
so
में.
when I see that, and especially to see Enigma Galaxy stay there for so long, in my eyes, that's a set play. I think Enigma Galaxy realized like, hey, there's gonna be some teams trying to hug this edge. They're gonna think it's safe, but no, we're gonna be waiting for them and take them out. And to be able to take out a team like TJB in that kind of play style, I think that's just a great start for them.
But do you think
एक गोला
Jason
पाएंगे
Ralph
ना?
just fell at home in the blue? He's like, oh, this
I mean, I
feels like
pointed it out, right?
2021 again.
just for context here, we think back to Aruf and Enigma Galaxy, and before the changes to the zones and how much damage the blue does, especially on the Sandhawk, we used to see Aruf just get every first aid and we'd heal off on the blue as long as possible and get consistently second place finishes. And then Max comes in while we're watching the game like, yeah, I talked to Navarro, and he said, they're feeling kind of confident, and Roof's changed up his leading style. And then I see them in the blue, and I'm like, have they, Max? Have they?
Have they changed it?
I can't really knock them because they made a great rotation. I also wanted to quickly touch on Tiamba as well, kind of pushing the pressure towards the north side of the map once they rotated into Alter Ego, really pinstering them between Furia and themselves.
In barn area, really, when you play barn, Hodrix, that high ground position, the compound that was taken over by Tiamba, not only is it a good scouting position, it's a good defensive position if you're making sure to clear your backside, which they did versus IHC. They knew IHC would come in their way. They instantly clear all of the eastern edge, and that makes the further transition into the northern eastern side way easier. And actually, after that juice, they go for a clean third party up there that really makes them have an easy access to the late game.
Yeah, it just seemed like it was home for them. You got Bag Bond on the roof in Bond. You know what I'm saying? It just everything just worked out for them.
Okay, Dr.
So, I
Seuss.
mean, yeah, exactly, right? Hey, if it rhymes, it's gotta be good, right? So hopefully we see them, be able to make it happen here. We got 3 Aaron Gales coming up, right? As far as Aaron Gale high performance squads, Max, right? Who do you think has a good chance of just kind of starting off strong here?
TJB, really. I'd have to say
Right.
Tanjabao. These
भाई,
circles
पीलो
are
तो
kind of
बहुत
rough on the
अच्छी
first
भाई
game
इन
on
लोग की.
Sanhok, but really, if you're looking at their performance over in PL, I'd have to say them. Tiamba also, I'm going for the 2 PL teams because they were just so scary over on Erangel. They know it like the back of their hand because it's the OG map, right? So yeah, I'd have to go for that. How about you, Jukes?
I'm gonna have to I was actually thinking the same exact teams,
There
to
you
be
go.
honest, because just watching how they
Tianba,
performed in
okay,
PEL was
ये भी.
ridiculous for TJB. I mean,
ट्राई तो अच्छा था भाई, लोग चिकन कर सकते थे अगर वो
to see teams that have
ओपन
that
में नहीं हो
clutch
पाते.
factor,
वो
'cause
लोग
in my
पहले
opinion,
से
there's so
ऑलरेडी
many
जोन में
different
बैठे हुए थे
teams.
भाई, ASA
That's
टीम
the
वाले.
hardest one though, right?
और ये
So
लोग
to
जोन
see
टू
them in
जोन
PEL
आए हैं
on
तो
day number
इसलिए
3,
थोड़ा सा इशू है.
back-to-back chicken dinners off the rep, it just set the tone from them, and that's what
लेकिन
won
मुझे
them
लग
the
रहा है
whole
टियान पर
thing.
नेक्स्ट
So,
मैच जरूर
I mean, they didn't
next
start off
confirm.
strong here in Sandhawk because they got caught, by Enigma Galaxy, but you know what? There's still plenty of tournament left to be played.
Yeah, and it's Sandhawk at the end of the day, right? We're not going to put too
Right.
much focus on that in particular. Obviously, we did see Major Pride win 2 out of the 4, or at least 2 in a row on the first day. It was quite surprising. But I think the real meat of this meal here today is going to be, of course, our Aaron Gills, and of course, the dessert of Miramars. I don't want to take too much in context of those results just yet. I want to see how the likes of like IA, Tianba, Enigma Galaxy, more importantly, do when we get to Aaron Gills here. But also Alter Ego, man, they kind of got pincered. I know we talk about them a lot. They have one of the best players in the world that we can't deny of Rosemary, but we haven't seen them, albeit just one match. be able to get off the ground running yet.
It was a good rotation too. The way they were
Please.
playing their
Match start
edgy
होने वाला है.
northern side, they understood the value of a southern position of Paradise Resort, which you have two good playable positions. You got the warehouse southeast, and you got the high ground that was played by Furia. We didn't even talk about Furia. They had a great position to play this match. But yeah, Alter Ego saw the position was taken over by Furia. Go into the warehouse. They do have a little bit of a clash with Furia here and there, but unfortunately, when you have bad circles and you are fighting in the circle, teams that are desperate to go for these wide traps are going to be super willing to third party you, right, Juke? So here, Alter Ego were fighting Furia and then big third party off Chumba, which I think that was the best play off Chumba this game. And Alter Ego just couldn't weather the storm, unfortunately. So, no,
it's
one
just one of
game
those
happens.
situations.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just happens. I mean, they made the right play, and just sometimes when you get third party, it is what it is, you know. And if they do end up winning that fight, then we could have definitely seen them win the game, you know. But
वो
that's
concentrate
PUBG
कर रहे
Mobile
भाई
in
ये
general.
लोग.
What I love to see is when you get those bad circles,
Wait कर
being
रहे,
able to put
concentration
points
पर
on the
हार रहे,
board
सोच
regardless
रहे,
of the
mind को
situation.
fresh
And
कर
that's
रहे.
why I'm so impressed with seeing just some of these teams and just how they performed. I mean, Tiamba on that third party, really done well. And with Aaron Gala coming up, I expect more big things from them.
Just looking at Furious sleeping here. Like, come on, guys, wake up. We got more matches to play. You can't be resting just yet. But as we do head to Erangel, I think also something I'm focused on, how many times are we going to see a Quarry finish or a zone finish over in that direction? Because we had it so many times last week.
Especially
No,
at the start, right? I mean, it was like non-stop, just Western circle, Western circle, Western circle.
Western
Why don't we
circle
start off with
बहुत
military
ज़्यादा
off the rip?
एक ही
Oh,
साइड
I
पूरा
mean,
चला गया भाई, पूरा एक
can we
साइड गया,
start more of a
Western
normal
circle गया
circle?
पूरा.
Okay,
Yes,
what's
Naya
normal to you?
area. Give me Yes, Naya area.
Yeah, I could go for
Yes,
some
Naya
Yazzie.
Fields.
Some Yazzie.
Or Pachonkers. I mean, I'm a big fan of both.
Oh, no.
I know Max isn't a fan of me saying Pachonkers. But as we do head to Erangel, is there also any possibility of hot drops in your guys' eyes? Because we did have the BTR versus your boys, Inko, when it came to Group Yellow. I'm not sure if we're going to see any necessarily here in
my
Group
God.
Red.
You got
भाई
some
क्या
hot
क्या
drops that
किसने
could be happening, but they're in such big areas
Team
that I don't think they're
issue.
going to clash directly. You got
TQ.
Yasnai Poliana, you got Virtus Pro and Furia. Furia also dropped Northern George with FaZe, so they got two drop locations, but it's big enough where you don't really have to clash. One that I'm actually really interested about, Jason, is going to be maybe Na'Vi versus I8 on Military Island. That's interesting to see how the whole
Five
dynamic
finger,
is going to go.
4 finger.
As we know, Jukes, two teams can live
ये
there,
five
but
वो
if
4
they don't want to
finger
be
5
friendly
finger
to each
का
other, which they might not be,
TQ
they
में
might
बंदा
want to
5
try
finger
and
है.
just clear that space early on.
मोस्टली अदर इन
That's
लोग 4
exactly why I
finger
wanted
होते
to see
हैं.
that, you know, because I wanted to see just exactly
हाँ,
how that's
4
going to go.
finger,
You know, they're going to
वो
land
5
military.
finger
Military
देखो.
is so huge.
एक
there's
हर एक
plenty
टीम
of
एक बंदा
time to
5
just
finger
loot
होता ही
and
होता
share
है.
it. But at the same time, I mean, if we get that zone, they're going to be in a good spot. If we don't, they're going to be in a tough one. Couple teams. I want to see what's going to happen in Gatka. Are we going to see a little bit of a battle between Team Kessel and Falcons? That'd be
Actually,
fun to watch.
one thing that's interesting, and Jason, we saw it back in CSA, Falcons sometimes did this split where they'd have 2 players in Gatka, 2 players in Nova. and
ये
they would
जैसे
drop
हम
them.
भाई
We were
इंडियन
so
प्लेयर्स
confused back in
जैसे
CSA.
खेलते नहीं है
I
कंगूटा.
don't expect them to do it now, but yeah,
भाई
it's
ऊपर वाले
PMGC. There's a
finger
big question
यूज
mark.
नहीं
Are they
करते.
going to pull off that massive
Right
split, or are they
वाले
just going to drop
बहुत
together?
कम यूज
We'll have
करते
to see
हैं.
how Team Falcons
लेफ्ट
pick
वाले
it off
finger
on
बहुत
their
कम
own.
यूज करते हैं ना ऊपर वाले.
I wouldn't be surprised to see hot drops when it comes to day one here to kind of lock
वो
down
फायर
your
बटन
position
वाले
and
वही
force
हाल
the
थी
other
वो
teams out,
ऐसे
but we'll see what's
थम
gonna
यूज
happen
राइट साइड
as
में
we
यूज कर
dive
रहे
into
बैठे
our
थे.
first Erangel of 3.
लेट्स
today.
गो
Step
बॉयज.
back
रैंगल
to the
कहाँ जा रहा है
consoles of
देखते हैं
Blake
अपने
and
पास.
We had a couple of ragtag rumbles at the start.
भाई
of Sandbox.
साइनॉक्स से
We've
जा
seen
रहा
a
है.
couple of
या
players
स्नाया
early on,
होते हुए.
not quite full hot drops, but still a couple of players losing their lives early. Let's see. if the
जोन
same
तो
is
बनना
true
चाहिए.
for our
ऑलमोस्ट
first
रोजोक के
of
पास
Group
जोन
Red's
देखो
Erangels.
कहाँ
From the
बनता है.
northeast side down to the southwest, the playing path cuts
पहला
a
जोन तो रहेगा ही सब
calm,
पे.
collected
सेकंड
path
देखते हैं.
through the map.
Yeah, easily done for a lot of teams to make their way to where they
भाई
want to play.
वहीं पर
on
आते
this map
कितने
of
लोग
Erangel.
जंप
We
कर
did
गए
see it
ब्रो.
last week if
कितनी
you're
में
here with us, for Group Yellow. A lot
इतनी
of
teams jump कर
southwest
चुकी है
shifts down
already.
towards Primos and Quarry, which did. I wouldn't say it made it boring. It just made it quite exciting in terms of teams being like, right, how can we play Quarry
भाई प्लेन में
better?
कितने बंदे बचे
So if
हैं.
we get any Quarry runs for some of our top 3 in the grand finals, even the survival stage for those who made it through, I imagine
भाई
the Group Yellow might do quite well.
जैसे प्लेन आया वैसे लोग जंप कर रहे हैं. उसके बाद करते करते यहाँ पर पहुंच गया.
Before,
वाह.
John, just about how it was much more edge orientated for that last game, potentially
Can I go 144?
for that last
Let's
game,
try 144.
potentially due to the context of the circle of where it was playing. I really want to take that central compound too early. A lot of them want to play on the edge side. We could see a completely different meta here in Group Red of how these teams are playing. And we know from experience of watching a lot of these teams, a lot of them are more edge focused. For this though, TJP might be able to make up for past mistakes with a circle that heads over towards that north side of Severny.
Definitely a hard north shift up here. Keeps a lot of that northern water in.
भाई
a little
यास
bit
ना
around.
भाई
The
टॉप पे
question,
गया
as
है
always,
बंदा
with a circle
पूरा
like this is when do you get
नॉर्थ
across that river, because it's very likely to end
पूरा
up there.
नॉर्थ में बना है
However,
भाई
there is
जोन
always that possibility that it swings back down to the south side, right? However,
पे
I always
भाई
feel like
जॉर्जियो को
getting back
लूटने
down
जा रहा
south
है
for some
ओके
reason
नहीं यही
feels
को लूटेगा
easier
ओके
than heading
भाई
up north
ओके
later
चलो
on.
इनके
So
लिए बहुत अच्छा है जॉर्जियो
it's a
साइड पे भी
difficult
जोन
crossing
है
nonetheless.
तो
The
इनके लिए
team will
बेटर
have
है
to pick their
बाकी
moments
जो
nice and
जाती हैं
carefully. Down on the south side,
मिलिट्री भाई उनके लिए बहुत
IWNRX have
गंदा हुआ
already
ये
dropped
देखो
around this
जैसे
very
ऐसे
clear
टी
split, but it looks like ASI
इस बार
are going
इन
to
लोग
try
का
and keep it on
चिकन बहुत
going
चांसेस बहुत
over
कम होने
towards
वाले हैं
that military base. Na'Vi,
क्योंकि
they're
मिलिट्री बेस
not
पे
going to be
जोन ही
dropping
नहीं है
over
पूरा
there,
नॉर्थ साइड पे
and
जोन गया
Falcons
है
as
पूरा
well,
नॉर्थ
not
जोन
going
गया
to
है
be in Novo, certainly not yet. But an early knock comes through from Zedwolf, and this is the danger of dropping around this IWNRX area. They are ready for this fight.
भाई एक पे
Zedwolf
ओके
simply just has
एक
ferocity
नॉक हो
on his
चुका है
side.
लेट्स
That
गो
is something that has always been
आईडब्ल्यूएन
a
भाई
big problem for teams coming up against
खतरनाक ब्रो
IWNRX is
खतरनाक
that
ये
they
लोग ने डाउन
have
कर भी दिया
a
एक को
player on their team
आई
who
थिंक
is
सो वो
just
किल
unlike
मिल
the
जाएगा
rest. I think in
एक
terms
और
of mechanical ability,
I mean, come on.
एक और
he is,
नॉक कर दिया
I don't
ओ
think we've
ब्रो
produced a talent quite
क्या
like
मारा है
Zedwolf.
भाई बंदे ने
He is
हॉलो में एक
simply
बंदे को नॉक
the
कर दिया
protagonist of IWNRX.
He is
भाई
him.
स्किल बेस देख रहे हो उनका उफ
That's all it is, man. I mean, he's just taken down 2 players on his own from ASI. To be fair,
भाई
they
दो
dropped on
किल
a
आ गए
location that's not too heavily lootable.
भाई एक है और
And
एक
the team
ब्लीड आउट हो
already
जाएगा
went
इजी
across
पीसी
the bridge
कोई रिवाइव करने वाला
with
है नहीं
3
भाई
rounds
क्योंकि
left.
पास
There's
नो
still
गन
an
भी नहीं है
Overwatch, and
मैंने
seems
बोला था इस
pretty
A18 का भाई
vigilant in
पिछली
that
बार
shooty,
उसलिए
but
आ गया था
ASI,
चिकन क्यों की
they're just committed to
वो लोग
this is a
ऑलरेडी
duo split,
जोन में
guys.
थे
I don't know
और
what you're talking
काफी सेफ लास्ट
Yeah,
वही
pretty
लास्ट
much.
जो सेकंड
I
जोन
mean, the
तक उन्होंने फाइट
distance at
स्टार्ट
which he
किया
hit those shots as
बस
well, I
और कुछ नहीं
believe the
चलो इस
first
बार देखते
shot
क्या
was
होता है इस
onto
बार
a
तो खत्म हो
parachute
गया ये लोग
dropping as well. It is incredible what Zedwolf's
14
able to
पॉइंट्स
do.
हो चुके हैं भाई इन
And I
लोग के एंड
think some of
17
the
चिकन
bite
किया था लेट्स
had
सी इस
been
बार
taken
देखते
out
क्या
of him in the past,
15
but
पॉइंट्स
it feels
टाइटंस
like it's less bark this time around from Zedwolf. And more of those fangs
Oh.
coming through, which
भाई
is
पुश
great
कर
to
रहे
see.
क्या
'Cause
ओके
it
ना ना
did
ना
feel
नहीं
like
जाने दे रहे
that was the missing piece for IWNRX before, is they
अच्छा
just didn't
ना
have
ना
Zedwolf
ट्राई
on
आउट
side, and certainly he
किया
got
है
much better towards the ending
फाइंड आउट कर रहे हैं वो
of
लोग फाइंड आउट
PMSL
कर रहे हैं उन लोग
EMEA.
को देखते क्या होता है
I
वो
think
लोग
it took a
निकल
little
चुके हैं
bit of
वैसे
time
तो
for him to find himself again, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really great to see
उन्होंने
them
ट्राई किया कि एक बार क्या पता दिख
starting
जाए
to
देख
be a
लेते हैं
little
क्या
bit
पता मिल
stronger.
जाए
If you take a look, okay, these are the first knocks I think on the replay.
भाई ये
Oh,
नॉक
that's the
तो
we saw that
खतरनाक
one.
था
Oh no, wait,
बहुत
that was the
ज्यादा
first one. It's the same crossing. Are you kidding? Okay, I mean, a little bit on ASI.
ओ वाह एक
then
को
I
भाई
guess
यहाँ
that's
डाउन किया
unfortunate, especially coming
खत्म
off of a win, off a chicken dinner. In the meantime, Alter Ego finding picks. 2
अल्टर ईगो के भाई
already
2
for
किल हो गए और
Rosemary
एक का
before
किसका नॉक किया
16K, so
इसको
that is a bad time.
हाँ ये टीक्यू को ऐड किया
It
ना
is.
भाई
Yeah,
टीक्यू से
absolutely
थोड़ा
is.
उम्मीद है भाई टीक्यू
Everyone
की
knows that
अच्छा खेल
Rosemary is a fantastic player, and I think a lot of Alter Ego fans were very happy to see him get picked up.
लेट्स सी
Very much a developing
आईएनएस
talent in his region, and slowly but surely became one of the emerging talents from that region as well. And Alter Ego was very fortunate to be able to get him on side, and he's played very well with that team
INS है
since.
ना
I think that the difficulty
ये
coming through
area
from
in 7th
Rosemary when
position.
you watch a lot of his games in the past, especially international tournaments, is just a bit of shakiness, I would say, from that player. Not quite as stalwart as some of the players in the past that we've seen just completely carry
एंड
PMGCs.
क्या नॉक
I mean, Alex is
भाई
one of
क्या
the
बंदे ने
first
मोड़
players
दिया
that
उफ,
comes to mind for me
भाई
on
खतरनाक मोड़ा भाई
IHC,
बहुत खतरनाक मोड़ा
who really did kind of put the team on his back a lot of times and make a lot of these
अभी
plays
थोड़ा
happen,
लॉन्ग
but
डिस्टेंस
made them
रोटेशन देना
happen
पड़ेगा
game to game. And I think that's the difference
वो
between
long
him and
distance दिया
Rosemary. Is Rosemary can perform to that same level of just greatness, but it doesn't happen all the time. And sometimes he will fall flat on his face.
एचपी भी डाउन
Similar
अभी भी
almost
डाउन है
to
फ्यूरी
last
आ गई
week
यहाँ पर
with Nomi.
पहले
You have
ऑलरेडी
that give
सब
and
लोग
take,
जोन
right? That
एडिशन दे रहे हैं
sometimes he
नॉर्थ
makes
साइड पूरा
mistakes,
फुल
but
जोन बना है
other times he just wins you the game.
देखते हैं फ्यूरिया ने
And
कंपाउंड
it
ले
is
भी लिया होल्ड
just
कर रहे हैं
sort
लोग
of
अभी
widening that the error bars on the
मैप
expected
दिखा दो
value
प्लीज
for
एक बार
the
भाई
games, right, which is
कौन कौन सी टीम आ
sometimes a
चुकी
little bit
कौन कौन सी टीम नहीं आई
dangerous,
अभी तक
but
वो
in
देखना
short-form
है
tournaments
भाई मेरे को
will
इतना
relatively frequently,
फील क्यों हो रहा है
depending on the skill
भाई
of the individual player,
मेरे को इतना
net
फील
you
क्यों हो
a
रहा है
top 3 pretty consistently overall, and certainly you're going to be looking safe in a survival stage when you get
कुछ
that sort
ज्यादा
of
ही
high
गट्स कुछ
expected
आ रहा है कुछ
value,
अलग ही होने वाला भाई
but
लग रहा है
high
मैच में
variance as well
मैच में
that goes along with that. So danger, but a little bit of security at the same time, which sounds like a little bit of an
भाई इस
oxymoron,
बार
but
प्लीज
there
रॉय
is.
वाले ना ही मारे क्योंकि भाई पिछली बार बहुत गंदा मर गया था, बहुत गंदा डेड हुआ था साइन
I'm
ऑफ,
not gonna do it.
बहुत गंदा
That
डेड
would
हुआ
have
था.
been real mean.
What were you gonna say? No, I have to know what you were gonna say now.
No,
You're
no,
gonna call
no,
me a
no.
moron. Is that what you were going to say?
I was
Let's
gonna
go
call you dogs.
Fizz.
Cool.
Uh-huh.
Cool.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, if I'm
Do
the
you
ox,
like-
that makes you the moron. So.
भाई दो
It
बंदे
does,
डाउन हो
yeah, I
चुके हैं ना
guess
टी
so.
वाले के.
You teed yourself up.
फुल ऑन
For a-
होल्ड
a swing
फैल्कन ये रहा.
drive into
फैल्कन
hole in
ओपन में
one.
इतना क्या
I just completely
होल्ड
missed the
किया.
mark and handed you
मैं
the
देख नहीं
driver.
पाया कौन है.
It's fine. Yeah, no, you.
अच्छा
you were very
एशिया वाले
gracious in
होंगे.
it. You were
एशिया
very
वाले होंगे.
gracious.
एशिया
It
वाले होंगे.
had to happen. It had to
Yeah,
happen.
you
I'm
called your
accepting it.
shot.
अरे
and then I
सॉरी
unloaded
एशिया वाले
your-
नहीं होंगे भाई. मैं
I
क्या
just
बोल रहा हूँ.
pressed the
क्या
release
बोल रहा हूँ.
switch and it's fine.
I'm missing a bullet case.
आईएससी वाले हैं. ओके आईएससी वाले.
In the meantime, though, we are having a lot of our teams move over towards that northern side of the map. And you're right, sometimes it can be a little bit easier. Head over towards that north side early and come down south, especially for hard shift like this, where you want to get into some of the limited areas.
भाई मैं टियानबा को देखना चाहता हूँ
Are on
जीते
that
भाई को
north
ये
side,
मैच. मैं
There
टियानबा
isn't a
चाहता हूँ.
huge amount of compounds, whereas if you look down towards the south, if you come back
भाई हो
across that
गया.
bridge crossing,
ओके
you've got
नावी लेट्स गो.
plenty of other places to go. Navi
Alter
though,
Ego.
rocking up onto Alter Ego in what I would call an incredibly messy fight.
खत्म. हील
I
हील
think I'd
हील
call it that
हील
too,
इजी
Black. I think
पीजी.
that's fairly
टेक
accurate
इट
right now, but Navi on the roll-up
Navi
seems to be going well. It's
ग्रेनेड किया. पोशन
veritable
हेल्थ किया क्या.
pantry over
Cover
on
है
the
क्या?
roadside there with Lemon and Rosemary both going
पुश
down.
करेगा. आई थिंक सो पुश करने वाला है.
At
क्विक
the moment,
ऑलरेडी इधर
neither
न होगा.
team
रिवाइव
really
करने
looking
जाएगा
too good
कि
and
पुश होगा.
having a real tough time of it. It's all up to
वाह.
punch now for
ओ
Navi.
बस मुझे
But
पता था.
Fact
ओ बढ़िया.
suppressed. Oh my goodness
काफी
me.
अच्छा.
I thought he was
सेट
gonna get
किया
the
और
knock and
फिनिश
maybe
किया.
turn around
नाइस.
for a
और यहाँ
second,
पर
but
रिवाइव
no,
होगा.
it's going to be Alter Ego to handle
ओ
business here on the
एक
eastern
और डेड
side,
हुआ.
but they've
नाइस
lost one of their
नाइस. बहुत
players.
अच्छा.
They will be playing on with 3 though. The zone will allow this res.
I like that from Navi. Honestly. I
वो
like that
क्लोज
from
किया. उसको
Puncher.
मारने का ट्राई
It
किया और
doesn't happen
उसने वाइप
enough
कर दिया.
in our PMSLs where teams are able to make the hard
या तो वेट
decision
कर
in the
लेता.
moment.
ये हो सकता.
And I think Puncher realizes that
वेट
players
करता लेकिन उससे पुश हो रहा था.
first aiding or pulling the pin on a grenade.
Okay, let's
instantly
just
makes that
spray
run
boy,
towards the
spray
top
boy,
side. He
spray
knows he has to
boy.
try and save a
Vengeance.
player, but he's unable to do it. Quick reactions coming through.
ओ
from
वाह.
Alter Ego.
वेंजर्स का एक
And
बंदा
that
नॉक
will
हो
sit
चुका है
them
ऑलरेडी.
with
ओके
6 eliminations so far.
क्या
So
ब्रो.
nice start from them.
भाई
Vengeance
क्या
is
उतारा
not
है.
having a good time so far.
क्या ब्रश
They
मारा.
are
ब्रश क्या
very
मारा है
much
भाई
living
बंदे
on
ने.
those 4 eliminations. They're able to pick up.
ओ भाई
Nice match.
क्लोज था. क्लोज
Good
था.
nades,
क्लोज
a
था.
little bit off target though.
Not gonna quite
वेंजेंस
connect.
भाई.
Cilio still
दो
wrapping
knock हैं.
around this fight like a
Finish.
constrictor.
एक
Trying to
एचपी
choke the
डाउन.
life
एक
out
को
of it.
भाई
Looks like
तभी
they're doing well.
वाह हो गया.
Breath's getting shorter and shorter here.
सोलो बंदा
for
बचा है
Vengeance
वेंजर्स
as
का
the
सिर्फ.
Cilio continue
वो भी डेड
to
होने
move
वाला है.
around. It looks like they may leave that 4th and final player.
भाई
And I
खतरनाक मारा.
feel like that's probably the
वो
right.
भाई
They do
खत्म.
need to
किल
get
स्टील
ahead
हो गया.
and
हो
up
गया.
to the north. Get that
वापिस.
run down. Leave one player alive. Hopefully not going to
भाई
come back to
वेंजर्स
bite
के
them,
दिन
but
अच्छे नहीं
they
चल.
can now get north of the river because
भाई
everybody's looking for it.
खतरनाक मारा भाई
Just about
वेंजर्स
gets
का.
over the rock.
Yeah, it's a criminal road
तो
that you have
गैंग
to
बैंग
make
किया भाई
anyway.
पूरा
Over towards
चारों
the
तरफ
north
से.
side now with so many players taking
और
precedence
जो
on that
ब्रस्ट
area of
मारा
the
था ना
map,
M416
there's
का
not
भाई
gonna be
वो
a
तो
huge amount of
खतरनाक था.
positions available for teams. We've seen already plenty of squads rotating.
भाई
over the
ऐसा चीज
very
देखने के बाद लगी
same
नहीं रहा कोई
grid.
टीम वीक है
So
इतनी
there
लेकिन
is
तब भी
tons
भाई
of teams already over
खत्म
towards
था.
this western side and east side of the map. You see even a couple of teams actually biding their time down
एक
towards
बच
that south
गया
side.
भाई. एक को रिवाइव
That
कर
is
दिया.
an
चलो ये अच्छा हुआ.
unbelievably lucky res.
Wait.
So,
पता
Is
नहीं
Cilio
कैसे
coming back?
रेस्क्यू हो गया भाई.
They
लग
turn
नहीं मुझे लगा
around,
डाउन
they're
कर
like,
दिया.
oh, there's actually so
Okay,
much going on over there.
वाह.
Let's finish off this fight. An immediate re-knock and it's
ओ
Cilio.
भाई
Goodness
खत्म.
me, they give him the old 1-2 switcheroo. And
वो
not
लोगों ने
only
क्या
was their
गेम खेला
backline,
पता है.
but
उन लोगों को पता है कि थोड़ी देर बाद
That's
आएगा और
gotta
लोग
be
वापस
the
आए
most comical
और
wraparound I've
फिनिश
ever
किया
seen.
भाई.
Swift
ब्रो
1-8 for
टैक्टिक्स ब्रो
Cilio.
टैक्टिक्स.
oh, think you're safe, are you?
वो लोग चले गए. उसे लगा कि भाई चले गए. उसको रिवाइव करने गया. फिर वो वापस आए कि वो पता है उनको पता था कि रिवाइव करने कोई ना कोई आएगा.
I
और
think
वो
as
आए
soon
और
as they
भाई
didn't get the notification
bro,
that
God, bro,
Lily
God.
had been eliminated,
नाइस.
I think that's fair enough to make the turnaround because they know
ये
that
सब
he was
टैक्टिक
out
मतलब
in
ये
open space.
छोटी छोटी टैक्टिक्स हैं
Therefore,
मतलब लेकिन
a
वर्क करती है भाई.
wrap back actually was
भाई
the
स्पोर्ट्स
best
में.
decision they
वाओ.
could have made for 2 free eliminations essentially. It's a smart play from Incidio. It does
Nice
somewhat
inject
cut
सामने
out
है
their
ना.
rotates going
IWRX यहाँ
forward,
पर है.
but with the
ओके.
circle still having a little bit of ground down towards that south side.
दो
they can
एलिमिनेशन कर
certainly
चुके हैं.
play over
14
towards
पॉइंट्स
the
पे
western
है.
edge of
AS
the
18 पे
island,
2
plot
हैं.
their
लेट्स
course
गो.
through into the next circle. I don't think they can make any break for the center just yet. I think they'll have to wait for teams to be moving out from those positions that sit around the edges of the bridges.
That is going to be the opening they're looking for, but I don't know how likely it is to present itself.
सारी टीम
Next
जोन्स में
circle
आईएनएस
popping
वाले
in
भी हैं. ओके
soon.
नाइस भाई.
And
एनएस वाले वहीं
Symbiote
पर
are
अभी फार्म
likely to
पूरा
be
वो
cut
कर
out
रहे
here.
हैं आराम से, इजी
IWRX,
पीजी.
they've left player
एंड में ना वो कोई
Swain
दिक्कत नहीं
on
होनी
that south side.
भाई.
I think there may be, yeah, they've
AS18
got two, so two of IWM
भाई
on the south side
AS18
and
वाले
Rosok,
जोन
they've
के
got that
बाहर
foothold
थे.
that Insilio just doesn't have right now. The
मिलिट्री
circle
बेस
pops,
पे गए
it
थे
does keep a
लूटने
little
और
bit of
भाई
that south
जोन में
side in,
मिड में
but
जोन मिड जोन
definitely
में भाई
not
वो लोग.
north of it, so
ब्रो
teams are going to have to make their way
जोन
across.
प्रेफरेंस देख
But
रहे हो उन लोग
teams,
का.
I'm talking about Insilio.
स्टार्टिंग में
It's
दो
a
लोग को
pretty
खो दिया था.
evil
टियानबा भाई वो
position on the map to
देखते
play
क्या
as
होगा
well.
अभी.
I
मैं
don't think a
चाहता
lot
हूँ
of
भाई ये
teams like
टियानबा
playing around
जीते
this
प्लीज ये
area
मैच.
purely because over towards the eastern
मैं
side you
चाहता हूँ
just have
टियानबा
a
जीते.
lot of that open flat ground that right now you got Team
लेट्स सी क्या
Kato
होता है.
rotating over the back of Tiamba,
कोई इन लोग के
Furious
पास
still
क्या
sat
कर
on the
क्या रहे.
back
घुमा
side of
रहे हैं
it
भाई इधर
over
गाड़ी. क्या
towards
चाहते हैं?
Yas
ये
Lake.
पुश करना चाहते हैं या
But
होल्ड
Tiamba
करना
they're currently
चाहते हैं?
just rotating around trying to spot out
पता नहीं
whatever
भाई
they can
कहाँ
because
पर
it's an
होल्ड
area
कर
where
रहे हैं.
you can
ओके
hide a lot of players in.
यहीं पर होल्ड कर
But
लिया.
for Tiamba,
चलो
being able
क्योंकि
to
ऊपर
pick
भाई
up
एनजीएक्स है.
the garage essentially
जा
this
नहीं
is not
सकते.
a bad position to play
ओ
whatsoever for
वाओ
them.
वाओ
It is a
भाई एक
little bit
बंदा उनका
lacking in
टियानबा
terms
इतना
of that
ओपन
high
में है
ground
ऊपर से
presence, so
दिखेगा
they
नहीं
will
उधर
have to be
से.
careful. And it's also a compound that is susceptible to crashes.
पूरिया वहीं पर क्लोज
Seen a
में
fair
था.
few times
बैटल
in the
ट्राई
past,
कर रहे हैं
people
क्या?
just absolutely mess up the hole
नाइस
on
नाइस.
this position, allowing teams to get shots from
ओके भाई उस
underneath the
बंदे को
little
नॉक करना
gaps that are on
इंपॉर्टेंट
the
है. उस बंदे
walls.
को ही.
So I'm hoping this
हाँ
doesn't
ये
happen
बंदे
for
को
Tiamba
इंपॉर्टेंट है
here.
नॉक करना. भाई ये फंस गया है. टियानबा भी
Furia
वो भी ये भी फंसा है. वो भी फंसा हुआ
heads
है.
down there.
ब्रो
Another spray down to Getso Roy from Tiamba across the way, but Tiamba
भाई
finds
भाई
one,
नेक्स्ट.
nearly getting the knock, but up the hill it's a little bit more successful over towards Kajowski.
किल
Yeah, you're
स्टील
right. I mean,
किल सिक्योर कर लिया
Shocking
भाई.
move from
ओके
Nick the
हमारा
Galaxy,
लेट्स
actually.
गो फर्स्ट किल.
Takes down Kajowski. Navallo will
भाई
get the
स्टील हो
push
गया
on that
किल.
as well, so it won't be picked
किल
up
स्टील
by
हो गया क्या?
anyone from Tiamba there. But Furia
टियानबा
is
किल
backed off because
भाई
of that.
किल स्टील कर लिया
That
भाई.
down
ये
towards this compound on the east side, so they don't find too much success of finding some kind
भाई
of breakout
एनजिक्स
point to
वालों.
find into the circle. The Galaxy
एनजिक्स के
though
पास किल
return
गया ना.
fire
एथेंस
onto
को देखना मुझे
QZZ
पड़ेगा.
and will flush him as well. So Tiamba now
कहाँ गया
down to
एनजिक्स? हाँ
3
2
players.
किल्स हो ना. हाँ किल
A
स्टील
very
किया एनजिक्स वालों.
aggressive hold from Tiamba. One that I don't particularly think is super necessary. I think as soon as you start fighting two separate
वापस
teams,
आ गया भाई.
is when
गया
you
किल
fold
स्टील
back
करके
into
वापस
one
आ गया.
another.
नाइस ब्रो
We try and play
नाइस.
that roadside, and with how far QZZ was out on that western edge, this was just not a split that I expected from them.
I mean, the hill that sits in that curve of the river, just to the east of Roshok, up north side of that river. Right now, the overlook for Enigma Galaxy on the north side of that hill is really, really powerful. You've also got Getso Roy in their big plateau area out to the west a little bit further, who are able to do a lot of damage control and rotational control as well to the southwest. So in general, this south side, I think, is looking fairly safe to try and pressure out these teams.
Phase 3
on that
सर्कल
edge.
बन रहा है ना.
That's what Tiamba felt just then. Taking those
ये
shots
तो
from
लास्ट
Enigma
जोन तक
Galaxy
जाने
with
वाला
such
मैच
an
है.
influence over the teams to their east. It's going to make it really hard.
मिड
to
में
move
फेज है.
away from that
AS18 है.
position.
कंपाउंड लेके होल्ड
I
किया वाला.
question
ओके.
what they're going to do when they have the next circle pop, but it looks like they can just
ओ
stay
भाई
stuck
जोन बन
to the
चुका है.
ground here. Enigma
रॉय वाला
Galaxy
जोन
may
है.
be in for a
रोजॉक
good game.
के
Same story for Getso
जो
Roy.
सुपर साइड पे.
Enigma Galaxy suffered a lot with this reshuffle of the roster. Weren't quite able to make it work for a while, and I think they're slowly finding their way now throughout the year, which is nice to see in terms of the teamwork that's coming through. Alter Ego trying to
क्या
wrap over
उतार रहे हैं
towards
ब्रो.
Team
इनका
Queso.
स्प्रे
The
देख रहे हो
off
तुम?
angle is not working out at all. And
भाई
with
क्या
that,
स्प्रे
it
मारते हैं
is
भाई ये
two
लोग.
players
क्या
from
मार रहे हैं
Alter Ego
स्प्रे.
going down, and there's a pretty
जुप जुप जुप
lukewarm
जुप
amount of
भाई.
health
ऐसा लग रहा
coming
है
through
क्या
from
बोलूं भाई
Rosemary
मैं.
up on high.
एक डाउन किया है. कवर दे रहा है वो. लेकिन
I mean, he's
ग्रेनेड
trying to
किया.
cut out that approach, but the nades can come through and sort of force this flush to happen. There's no way that Rosemary can crash into this one. The last player alive for Alter Ego. You don't want to risk going out here.
ट्राई किया. यहाँ पर भी
Excellent,
एक और
still.
टीबीटी हो रहा
Noted
है.
that.
ओके एनजेक्स
Successful
का एक और
game.
बंदा आ चुका
Ralph
है.
into Furia, and the backup to come through from Redox now is
Furia
turning the corner.
versus
Furia
NGX,
try and get
okay,
one.
let's
It'll
go
be
knock, okay,
successful for the
NGX
first, but
first.
through the window there is a response. Immediately
बहुत
going for the
बढ़िया.
flush.
Nice,
Worried about
bro.
the wrap around and
Wow.
immediately Redox
टॉक्सी भाई.
shots over the bottom. In
नाइस
comes Yamba,
नाइस.
scouting this one out.
क्या ही
turning
मारा
around,
एनजेक्स वालों
not
ने
gonna crash
भाई.
fully.
हील करने
This
आओ
is a brilliant approach for Enigma Galaxy.
विप्सी वर्सेस अभी
Yeah, again, it's that
फैल्कन का
initial
हो रहा है.
hold
विप्सी
that
का
was
निकल चुका
so
वीपी का.
important to allow the rest of Enigma Galaxy to come in for the assist. If that wasn't the case, that would have been a very different story.
VP
Silio
I
finding
see.
Zed Wolf. They had spent a lot of time down towards the south side and Rozak looting, only for them to head over towards the northern edge and already lose out Zed Wolf. Down to 3 players, and one of those players is extremely low on their side. Virtus Pro looking to crunch out Falcon's force. We are playing on that northern edge. They do have the high ground right now and are looking for some kind of opening versus Virtus Pro.
भाई
Cilio, a
I
ground
don't
floor
know what's going on.
approach
What was
towards
that?
the drop Wow, outshot from Kine. The backup from the top rope, but in comes Nick the Galaxy. Moving down south. They flexed out
जल्दी
towards the
करना
north
पड़ेगा,
side, took
बहुत
down
जल्दी करना
Furia, and
पड़ेगा.
now it's the turn of IWNRX to feel the brunt of the force from Nick the
इससे ज्यादा
Galaxy's
इंटेंस तो
descent
वहाँ, क्योंकि अभी
from
फिर
that
से
north
एनजेक्स
side.
वहाँ
We'll
पर
see if
बैटल
they're
कर
able to
लेगी.
flush that one out, 'cause
फाइट थर्ड
Falcons
पार्टी
are
करने
fighting
वाली
to
उधर.
hold out Virtus Pro
आ गई हो
on this
चुकी है
northwestern
ऑलरेडी.
edge.
रिवाइव,
The nades
2
come in
नॉक,
from Nick the
लास्ट मैन
Galaxy.
स्टैंडिंग,
Frozen on the
4v4
top side of the
हो
tower
गया.
here, but there are so many
थर्ड
threats
पार्टी
out the
ब्रो,
window for a
एनजेक्स
second drop
थर्ड
shot. I
पार्टी.
don't think so. 7 elims now for Nick the Galaxy.
भाई
Yeah, great cleanup from Nick
Shit,
Galaxy
bro.
around the map. They are very aware of what is
भाई
going on
फैल्कन
so
को
far.
क्या
Frozen
घेर
probably
के
throws
रखा है इन
the
लोगों
nade of the
ने,
day
सराउंड
there.
किया भाई इन लोगों
Though,
ने,
out
एक
of
ही
the
जगह पे
window,
3-3
getting the
बंदे.
double knock, or essentially hits the other player for basically 10% life. Very, very well
क्या
placed
नॉक
there.
किया भाई
And
बंदे.
kind of saves the day. That is it up until Nick Galaxy coming to ruin it.
पहले मुझे लगा था फैल्कन को सराउंड किया, अभी अचानक से भाई साहब वीपी के भाई बजा दिया. नाइस
60 has to send away.
भाई. ये 18 क्या ग्रेनेड मारा ब्रो.
That's a pretty big nade as well coming through from IQ there. For ASI8, they've been down on their luck for a while.
Bro!
Now, one more player to hold, and it works. A 3-person hold.
भाई क्या
and
खेल रही है.
TJB
नाइस ब्रो.
cannot
अभी
get rid
बोलना
of it.
चाहूंगा भाई, अच्छा खेल. नाइस नाइस ब्रो, नाइस.
IQ has
लिटरली
always
नाइस है.
been, true to his name, really. He's a very smart player. And he knows what needs to be done in those
Literally is
moments.
nice bro.
Versus
बहुत अच्छा खेला
TJB,
भाई,
a
बहुत
1v3
प्यारा.
essentially. That's light work for him. It's light work.
Yes.
Nice
नाइस
and
ब्रो.
easy
मैं नाम
done. The
देखना
south
चाहता हूँ
circle
प्लीज यार,
pop as
सही से.
well
एक बार
keeps
जूम इन
Nick the
प्लीज.
Galaxy's position inside the circle. Gets Roy again.
AS
Happy
18 IQ.
about this position on the south side. This
Nice, bro,
plateau that they
nice.
have control over right now. Looking pretty
18
healthy.
IQ.
Looking pretty good to maybe take this one down. Nick the Galaxy,
IQ उसका
I
नाम है.
think that's
Bro,
true.
बहुत
They didn't do
अच्छा.
well on Sandhawk, but this is a different map, and they are slap bang in the middle. These are so many
भाई
good points
क्या
you're making, Blank,
निकाला है
but
बंदे
consider
ने
the
ब्रो.
alternative. Big game.
Yeah, it depends. They've only got a little bit more time to do it. I mean, they'd be pretty happy with 10.
ऐसी कोई टीम
10
के
points
पास
in the
पोटेंशियल
chicken
नहीं है
dinner.
भाई, सबके पास पोटेंशियल है, सब
But I
ट्राई
think
कर रहे हैं.
to get to Royce, the question for me is, what's the utility looking like? What's the weaponry looking like? How's the ammo? They've been
टियानवा का भाई 3
very
प्लेयर्स हैं, ऑल
hesitant
पे इन
to
भाई.
really find any kind of success around the map so far. in
आईएससी के
terms
पास
of
4
influence.
मैन है,
Nick
रॉय
the
के पास 4
Galaxy
मैन है भाई.
basically hired
बॉटम
out
में
as
2
the
टीम्स के पास
security
4
squad
मैन है,
for
बाकी
them on
सब
the southeast
सोलो
side,
सोलो डुओ डुओ.
and
फैल्कन
is
के पास
raking
डुओ है,
the
ट्रियो है,
hourly
वैसे
pay.
ट्रियो है. एक ऐसी बहुत लो है. लेट्स से
7
Yeah.
elims
There it
there.
is. There's one.
क्या कौन सा ही वाला.
IQ trying to get across here, but there's one player from Team Queso in the way. They will be aware of each other's presence now. The vehicles making that noise, and IQ actually looks like he wants the fight. Both of them hopping out. A little bit of a call out. The ridge line. This is Nick the
Solo
Galaxy's oversight,
position
and it
point
has been
दिलाने
for
के लिए
a
बैठा
long,
हूँ.
long time. IQ falling a little bit short of the circle.
भाई क्या वो कौन है भाई. टियान भाई ब्रो. टियानो वाले क्या गाड़ी का कवर बना के रखा है ब्रो.
Melodious for Team Queso.
ओके फैल्कन वाले यहाँ आ चुके हैं. रॉक्सी रॉय वाले वहाँ पर एक नॉक है रॉय का, एक बाकी है. 2-3 बाकी है.
and IQ gonna have to
जी
make
रॉय.
their way on in at some point, but they're out in the
He did.
blue.
ग्रेनेड
It's-
ट्राई
it's
किया
not
जा रहा
looking
है.
good.
ओके
Falcons on the west side.
रिवाइव हो चुका है, निकल
Gonna hold
चुके हैं
out on the
रॉय.
west edge as
लेट्स
well
सी.
against IHC, and so Roy have oversight on it, but there's a knock already.
Yeah, Nick Galaxy found IQ pretty shortly after he made its way over towards that position. It's a smart move from IQ. I think he knows he has to get out of the vehicle so he can make a crawl up towards the gas station, try and find whoever is left in there. Off the back of it, but Nick Galaxy's known of these locations for
खत्म.
so long, and they've been
भाई पुश कर दिया उस पे.
on the eastern edge of the map.
भाई बेवकूफ बनाया भाई उस बंदे. ओ सोलो था, एक को नॉक किया.
It's not meant to
स्मोक
be,
कर
but
रहा है
it's
जल्दी
Yamba.
से. एक एचपी लो है, काफी ज्यादा. पुश हो सकता है एनजीएक्स वाले, पुश कर
Through, and
देंगे.
it's Nick the Galaxy
नॉक
again.
नहीं होना, नॉक
The
नहीं होना,
big
नॉक नहीं होना.
foot flex
नॉक
up
नहीं
here.
होना
This is
टियाना.
the
प्लीज
third
प्लीज
party
प्लीज नॉक
strategy.
नहीं हो.
They're
वाओ
playing on the edge.
खत्म.
They're
डेड है.
drawing teams into these
Dead,
fights. A
dead,
nade comes
bro.
through. Is that's FaZe? Hang on a minute. How many
भाई
of those
क्या
points did
हुआ
they
वहाँ
manage
पर.
to
एक
snap
किल में
away
3
there?
लोग
So
गए.
two of them
तो
went to
डेड.
Galaxy
नाइस
at least.
टियानबा,
That
नाइस.
is the end of them. There's a nice little wraparound comes through from FaZe. A third party
और
approach
FaZe
this
वालों ने
map.
थर्ड
Nick
पार्टी
Galaxy
किया
is
ब्रो.
working wonders for their
एंड
points
अभी
tally,
एनजेक्स
but
वाले
FaZe now have open cannons to Ralph, who
ब्रो.
drops
नाइस
short out of the
नाइस.
vehicle.
बैरल भाई बैरल
Ralph
3x.
a
नाइस.
little bit
M762
far behind here. I think at this point in time you have to
फेस
regroup quite
एनजीएक्स
quickly.
रॉय फैल्कन
Snakes all the way down
आईएससी
towards that
एंड
south
वीपी
side,
का एक
just
बंदा
checking
बाकी
out
है.
the
ओके
shack,
एनजीएक्स का
what's
फुल
going on down
रोटेशन.
there. Circle heads back up towards the north. There is maybe a world
ग्रेनेड
in
क्या कोई
which
नॉक होगा. नॉक
Snoix can
ओ
pick
क्लोज नहीं है,
Ralph
थोड़ा
up,
सा दूर
but,
है, अभी काफी दूर है.
Narvalo
एंड
and
कवर है
Redox
रिवाइव
got
करने
a
के लिए एक बंदा
huge
गया
amount
है
of
देख
work on
लिया
their
उसने
hands, and Mormon's not
ओ कवर
likely
रिवाइव
to
हो
allow
जाएगा
this to go
वो
through. They are
M4 नहीं है
behind
ना
the
तो
tree.
स्प्रे नहीं पाएगा इतना
They do have
क्लोज
that cover
नाइस
already
थोड़ा बहुत
preoccupied with the
अच्छा है
nade. The
ओके
point of
हल्का सा
investing
डैमेज
these
है ट्राई
nades
कर
is
रहा है
to
जंप
get
इन
that res, to get Ralph back into the mix, because the res can come through. There's a knock on the back lines as well for FaZe, which means there's only 2 players in action on this front. They can't go for the stranglehold
भाई
on that knock that they might have
प्रीवियस
liked
मैच
to.
में
But
एनजेक्स के
now the
पास
res has come
पॉइंट्स था
through.
इस मैच में भी
Virtuoso is
निकाले
immediately
9
flexing
पॉइंट्स
out.
ओके
However, it's a
नाइस
little bit too late to stop this. Can they catch them on the rotate back up?
This is desperate from FaZe as well. They're so focused on not allowing Ralph to get back up again.
भाई भाई मत
tough
वाओ
rotate that they have
वाओ
to make.
एनजेक्स
Oh dear.
भाई
Back
ये
up
क्या
towards that
किया
north side. A bit of an awkward scout out coming through from Redox on that front line, and Mela is able to find
Okay,
it. Mela,
बंदा
who is always
back
been one of my favorite players here coming in from FaZe, just incredible in those close quarters.
फिनिश किया ओके
Redox flushed, and now the nades from the back line
ग्रेनेड
from
बहुत
Nick
क्लोज है
Galaxy.
ओके
Looking to go up to double digits. I mean, they saw IWNRX do it. They said, "You can, what anything you can do, we can do better." They're looking for more on this match, but for now, FaZe proving too
क्लोज है
tough of a challenge, too bitter
क्लोज
hill to swallow.
काफी दूर था उजला क्लोज है घर के अंदर है ओके
So is Ralph still up in action?
वो रिच के ऊपर आ भी नहीं सकते ना रिच के ऊपर आएंगे तो फिर इशू देगा यहाँ से लॉन्ग रेंज है इशू देगा
Roll up into the smoke.
नीचे से भाई
I
कवर अप
think the
कर रहे हैं उनको
reasoning
पता है
behind
कवर
it
अप
is just
कर रहे हैं
because they've
लेट्स
been
सी क्या
given
होता है
so
यहाँ पर
much time to get Prio over towards this front line. Realistically, all Nick Galaxy had done was have Redox and Narvalo send in a bunch of nades, but with the direction they're
भाई
coming in,
ग्रेनेड है
bouncing
नीचे
down the hill,
जो रिच है वो
not
नीचे
a lot
डाउन
of
टू हिल है
success
तो
came for the
उसमें
back of them. So again, FaZe just had so much time to get up towards that front line, use those smokes to get into a position where maybe Nick Galaxy didn't expect. I think that's what you have to respect as Nick Galaxy, is that you didn't have all the information on that fight because you went for that pickup onto Ralph, in which case
आई से थोड़ा ट्राई करी फैल्कन से फाइट है लेकिन रॉय पुश कर सकते हैं ओके नॉक ओ बच गया नाइस
that it was free, it was clear, and that was an opportunity for him that he just didn't take.
IHC, previous
भाई हो
PMGC
गया
champions off the back of a heavy elimination.
फैल्कन वालों को
focused
फाइट नहीं
performance.
लेना चाहिए भाई क्योंकि आईएससी वाले पुश
See
करेंगे
if they
ओ
can
हो गया
draw
लो
on that past strength. East gets naded out, and that's a great start to demo.
और एक और
Immediately
ओ
puts the second one
ब्रो
down.
बच
Danger
गया
for Icy, but the nade goes long, and one short as well leaves him still up in an
क्लोज था
action.
लेकिन
The nades
क्लोज था
can
भाई
be
ब्रो
responded
क्लोज
over
था
the wards, but Getzo Roy do have massive oversight. Look at the buildings that they control. The damning presence
ओके
from
लेट्स
that
सी
north side of
ओके
this
डेड
fight
है
is just
मुश्किल
so
है बहुत
difficult to
मुश्किल है
deal with.
रिवाइव
Icy continues to launch these
इतने
nades over,
ग्रेनेड्स
but he's
फेंक
not
रहे हैं
really
ब्रो
finding
बूम
anything
बूम
to
बूम
chew on.
बूम बूम दिवाली के पटाखे
Yeah,
भाई
it's a
सब
hard nade to
लो
hit, and
ब्रो
another one is
फैल्कन
absolutely on
बाहर होने
target
वाली है
there as
ऑलमोस्ट
Falcons Force are getting ripped
नौ
to shreds.
और
It has been
ब्रो
a hard game for Falcons Force. I don't think they've had an
भाई
easy
क्या
push
ग्रेनेड
into
पे
this one.
ग्रेनेड बस
The
फैल्कन
fact
बाहर
they're even to get up towards the top 5 is
मैंने
pretty
बोला भाई
darn
रॉय
good
एंड
work
फैल्कन
from
के
them.
बीच में दोनों सैंडविच हो गया ना
Now HC with their 4 players
जी
continue
रॉय एंड
forward. Currently in
फैल्कन
10th place right
एंड अभी
now.
रॉय वाले फाइट करे क्योंकि
Gets
नॉक
right
ऑलरेडी हो
now,
चुका
set
है
their sights over
क्या यहाँ पर
towards
ट्राई किया
IHC.
नहीं होगा
2
क्योंकि काफी
nades in
दूर
the
था
pocket of
एंड हील भी हो गया
Blunder,
ओके
which is what I was worried about.
I mean, this position from Getzo Roy is kind of what forced Falcons Force to have a little lackluster fight against IHC there. They couldn't step up and try and go on that high ground plateau to get better angles on the nades, to find alternate shots as well, not be prone to those spray downs. But now IHC are going to
अभी सही है अभी देखो एनजेक्स के उधर साइड अगर बंदे नहीं होंगे तो बेटर अभी भी हैं वहां पर भाई पुश कर रहे हैं वो लोग
But in general,
एनजेक्स ने रोटेशन दिया है उधर सॉरी फेज ने
IHC will have to push through.
बंदा दो पीछे गए हैं
Exposed here is very dangerous for Getzo Roy.
भाई चांसेस
I think
कितने हैं
even if I was Getzo Roy right
भाई
now,
26 28
I'm
28%
fairly
भाई
understanding
16% of
that the 3 story is going to be out of
NGX
the next circle. At this point in time, I'm looking to
ऐसा
take
तो
more
मुझे
control
लगता
towards
नहीं
that
है एनजेक्स के
northern
भाई
side of the map.
14% है
This is a horrid position
होल्ड
to
कर
leave
सकते हैं अगर वो
from.
कंपाउंड में
It's
बेटर
so
ऑलरेडी
exposed to
उनके
a lot
पास
of
भी जोन
angles
है
over towards the eastern side as you exit.
लेकिन इशू यही है कि फेज वाले पुश करेंगे उन पे
Around that building, there's just not
अभी
a lot of
एनजेक्स
cover to be
अभी
given.
डिपेंड करते हैं कैसे
With
जाते
Nick
हैं
Galaxy as well as FaZe still on the eastern side, I don't think
अगर ये
we're
लोग
gonna be
यहाँ से
looking
हटेंगे
over
ना तो
towards
भाई
this
फेज
spot.
वाले पुश कर
But
देंगे
if IHC play their cards
और
right,
बहुत
play it
गंदा पुश
slow,
करेंगे फेज वाले पे
there is a chance for them here to dominate this fight versus Getzo Roy, at least in stage 8.
I feel like FaZe, with the ridge line that they have that keeps them covered on that northern side, are in one of the strongest positions. If I was
भाई
predicting,
ग्रेनेड क्या
I
हो
would
गया
be
भाई,
going with
ऊपर
FaZe
कोई है
right
नहीं
now.
कवर देने के लिए भाई, ऊपर से कि भाई अगर
So we'll see
ग्रेनेड
if
करने
they're
के लिए आ
able
गया
to
तो भाई
capitalize on that terrain cover. Naked Galaxy currently in the way of
Chatting,
IHC as
bhai.
well. There's no options
3v4
now. It's IHC
4
going for a
4
fight.
nice.
Which direction do they take is the big question. FaZe managed to clip out Narvalo.
एनजीएक्स
They're
का एक
flexing
और
out.
नॉक
They've
हो
been in
चुका
this
है,
fight for a
फेज वाले
while.
भरने,
This
अब फेज
building
वाले
has been a thorn
चढ़ेंगे,
in their side, and the presence
अब
is
फेज
now
वाले
felt.
भाई
Naked
ओपन
Galaxy
चढ़ने वाले
cut
भाई
down
बंदे
to two.
फेज में,
Potential insight
एचपी
into
डाउन
this
है,
fight
एक
as well,
ग्रेनेड और
coming
क्या,
through
ओ
from
बाहर,
high ground on IHC.
मुझे
So
लगा
FaZe
भाई,
do
मुझे
need to
लगा
be a
खुद के
little bit
भाई फेज का
careful,
बंदा
a
डाउन
little
हो
bit
जाएगा,
worried
इतना
about this
क्लोज
south
था वो
position,
ग्रेनेड.
but Getso are handling IHC on the off angle. They're going for a rollout here. Getso looking to leave and
Molly.
play towards the south,
बस.
but going up towards the north. In go Naked
खत्म
Galaxy
भाई,
for the fight,
खत्म.
but it's not looking good. Only
ग्रेनेड
Ralph
किया
remains. They
बाहर,
got him back up. Let's see
एनजीएक्स का
if that's going to pay out, because
भाई,
FaZe are
खत्म,
rampaging
खत्म.
through this building.
भाई क्या
FaZe
मारा
done
है,
with this one.
आर
Great play from
रॉय
Mr.
के
Roy.
2 डाउन हो
Honestly,
गया,
I'm
वाह.
happy with that. I think that they realized it was a little bit late.
ग्रेनेड
but
नहीं है, आई
honestly,
थिंक सो
I'm
इसके पास
very
ग्रेनेड
happy
नहीं
they
तो करता.
decided, look, we have to flex out.
ग्रेनेड नहीं है
We
इसके पास.
can't stay this free story for much longer. It's going to end.
ओ
with us
ब्रो
just losing
खड़ा
this
हुआ वो
game.
भाई,
And
वो
this could
जस्ट
be a
स्टैंड
great
हुआ, उसके
opportunity
पास
for us
स्प्रे
to
में आ गया
regain
ब्रो.
a lot of those points that we
लकी
missed
ब्रो,
out on
लकी लकी.
Sandhawk. So yeah,
थोड़ा
very
सा
well
लक
played
था,
to
लेकिन
get
उसने
the
ट्राई
Roy
आउट किया
now,
पहले
tucked
स्प्रे.
into a
नाइस
corner
नाइस,
though.
बहुत अच्छा.
And FaZe finishing that fight with Enigma Galaxy very handedly means that they can push all the way up. And now it is a difficult exit for Getso Roy.
रॉय वर्सेस फेज,
Getting rid of IHC,
4v4
I think
हीलिंग
it's
अभी
timely
फुल
for
ऑन
the
करना
fight
पड़ेगा
on the
भाई
other side
रॉय
of the
वाले को.
circle. They knew that that was going to be isolated, and IHC actually leaving a player over there to have oversight was kind of what drew them to a close on that engagement.
लेट्स
Getso
सी
Roy,
क्या
I
होता
mean,
है.
this is a very successful bid for the
रिच
top
का
tier.
थोड़ा सा है,
6
जोन
points
भी
already
क्लोज
on
है
match.
दोनों
They're
के
looking
पास.
to go up towards 10. Same story for FaZe. FaZe in the better position. Blank, I mean, you were criticizing Getso Roy for being on 0 limbs, 0 points on that last match. I feel like I'm going to make you eat your words here, because they played this one quite well for me, in my estimation.
Really? They sat in the
I mean,
three
they sat in
story
the
all
compound.
game.
I think that flex out to IHC was very well timed. That's the good play I think they've made here.
Yeah, I think partly
भाई कौन
it's a
जीतेगा इस पे
problematic
कोई.
play by IHC either way in terms of positioning. The fact that they started that flex out towards FaZe, they weren't really back in time to go against. Getso
फेस
Roy.
कर सकते हैं, फेस वाले निकाल सकते
Yeah,
हैं,
it's the play you have to make though.
लेकिन वो लोग पोजीशन ले रहे हैं भाई. रॉय
Let's
रॉय
see how
जी
they
रॉय
deal
प्लीज
with
पोजीशन ले
FaZe.
रही है.
Good smoke so far.
फेस
though.
वाले ओपन भाई, थोड़ा दूर है ना, दिक्कत है.
FaZe out
4v3
to get
चांसेस
information with the vehicle roll around
4v4.
here.
ओ वाओ, नॉक.
For an
रॉय
off
का
angle,
नॉक
and
किया,
there's the
बढ़िया,
layout
बहुत
coming
ही
through from
प्यारा
the
नॉक,
Torres,
बहुत ही
who's
प्यारा
able to
नॉक.
find the first knock. That's likely unresolvable here as the circle
भाई
looks to
4v3, let's
close,
go.
leaving Getso Roy on 3, and the
स्मोक
pen
किया,
keeps
फुल ऑन
shrinking.
स्मोक.
FaZe clan now with the numbers
Finish कर दिया,
advantage,
4v3
starting
बचा
to
है.
move Mormon up in and closer, getting into nade range, and this is where it gets a little bit spicy,
ओके,
a little
ग्रेनेड
bit
नहीं,
dangerous.
ओके बस
Looking
कर
like
दिया.
they want to try to find the
ओ बच
backline.
गया. नाइस
Mormon
नाइस.
moving up doesn't quite take the
Smoke
damage from
zone
that
है
nade. It
कहाँ?
wasn't quite long enough there, Blank. How many more nades to Getso Roy have here? Doesn't look like it's too many left in the back pocket.
For FaZe, honestly, at this point in time, I don't think it's really even worth it to be sending nades back across. I think that they are just using Mormon to essentially
नहीं.
apply pressure.
एक ही नॉक, मुझे लगा 2 नॉक हो गए. भाई वो वाला बंदा नॉक नहीं होना चाहिए. ओके, एक और बढ़िया. 2v2 2v2 3v2 लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग भाई. रॉय 2v1 सिचुएशन अभी. अच्छा फिनिश किया एक को. वेट पर फुल हेल्थ है. 2v2 क्लोज. ओके 2v2 जीत गया रॉय. टीवीएस और भाई क्या निकाला है ब्रो. लेट्स गो भाई, बहुत अच्छा. फेज भाई क्या निकाला है भाई. मेरा प्रेडिक्शन सही था, फेज निकाल सकती है. लेट्स गो.
It's good game from FaZe. Very, very good game from FaZe.
अरे बस ब्रो
Hey,
वो काफी खुश हो गया भाई बंदा. नेक्स्ट गो.
Flossing and cleaning out the lobby, I suppose. But yeah, it can't be understated that Enigma actually didn't have a fantastic game. I think that they really took control of the lobby over towards the eastern side, and it was just a fantastic game from them overall. Let's see what the boys on the desk have to say about this game.
भाई
And I get it. It's either my dentist telling me or FaZe clan telling me I need to floss more. Damn.
Oh,
FaZe clan
no.
coming out with a big win here. And a very difficult win as well, considering they're matched up against Enigma Galaxy towards that north side for such a long time. And even that nade coming through on the Venturas didn't amount to much. is able to lock that one down and get themselves a chicken dinner. Max, you should be happy. You had FaZe Clan as one of the teams in your top 3.
I was happy until the flossing, Jason. This game, like, we have to take the points away. But realistically, this is a very solid game from them. Jukes, we were talking about their rotations, right? They were super silent on the northern side of the map. They didn't want to take unnecessary fights. But the moment they knew they had to get involved with your Enigma Galaxy in particular, the way they were taking angles on those fights was so clean, and the usage of smokes to kind of create a little bit of blanket of
ये एंगल हम लोगों ने नहीं देखा था ना उस टाइम पे
staying relatively safe was so well executed by FaZe. But at the end here, I mean, you talked about
कवर था
Getzeroy's
पूरा
position
फुल
just
ऑन
being
कवर था
good, but
सोलो है कि
FaZe
भाई
their
बहुत प्यारा
angles were
बहुत
just
प्यारा
too on
बहुत
point.
अच्छा
Yeah, I mean, what can I say? You know, not seeing enough movement for them. I need to see more movement.
my.
That's right. That's right. I will say that position
Four
is one of
shots are
my
at
favorite
not
in
us.
all of the northern side of Erangel. But get to Roy with the blue zone
10,
to the
20
back, there's
points.
not much they could do from that situation. But I mean, we were talking about this fight earlier on, right? I mean, we see
24 matches होने वाले भाई group red
Once
match
they got that position locked down in the north, it was just too easy for them.
डेली कहाँ एक साइनोक तीन इरेंगल ये तो 5-6 हाँ 4 दिन होगा ना तो 6 4 से 24
really good around that compound, but if you know you cleared your backside, which is what
हाँ,
FaZe
ये
did
तो
pretty much
god
for the
था
big majority of
ये
this
बहुत
game,
literally
you can
god
play those dirt piles and it's going to be such a
हाँ ये
strong
नहीं देखा
linchpin
ओ
position
एक और उतारा
to
क्या I
make
think
sure
so
you can
second
lock
one
down that
नहीं
match.
नहीं
So
नहीं
very happy with
ओके
that. As we go through the replays,
वाह
see
नाइस वो बग्गी से
unfortunately
भाई
Jukes,
जंप
I8
ऑन
trying
किया
to
उधर
stretch the
ओके
drop, and
बहुत
then
अच्छा
insane shots from
Nice,
Zeewolf with
bro,
the M16.
nice
That was
shotgun.
crazy, man. What?
Disgusting. I mean, it's just a bad drop in general from I8. I mean, they just was
हाँ
running down
ये
the
वाला
bridge.
सबसे
It was
बेस्ट था
it
भाई
was a
क्या
terrible strategy
टैक्टिक्स
because
लगाए इन
even if
लोगों ने
they
भाई
did
एनएस वालों ने
make it out over to military, they would have been so far behind when it comes to just looting and rotations in general. So, I mean, the fact that we see, you know, Zeewolf just go ahead and just straight dominate them with that M16, it was just the icing on the cake for them.
भाई
I
क्या
will say this though, Max. I
मतलब
feel like we've
जो
seen
कैच
so
किया
many
ना
plays
उस
from
बग्गी को
Morte
भाई स्प्रे
having
से
to play
बहुत
from
बढ़िया
Severny down to military zones. I wouldn't say it is possible, but not when you have, of course, the shots coming in from IWNRX to eliminate
भाई
two
ये
players
तो यहाँ
off the
पर
bat. But
अब
I
IW
did kind of want to
पूरा
focus on,
फुल थर्ड पार्टी
as
था
we talked about the skirmish towards the north with FaZe Enigma, I was surprised to see Getzeroy get out of
ये
the fight
तो
between
bro
them and
लेस
Falcons
बहुत
Knights,
अच्छा था
seeing all 4 players
18
left alive.
ऐसे
Like,
18
that was a heavy hitter match.
They had a better position as a whole. They had the circle priority. Falcons and I did not have that kind of
ओ
advantage,
ये से
unfortunately.
मैंने
But
देखा
one
नहीं था
thing
देख ही नहीं
that
पाया था उस
made
टाइम पे
it easier for Getzeroy, Jason, to hold down the fort is that they had this constant 2-2 split. 2 players in the compound and 2 players playing the ridge south of the road.
ओके
And that
इसको
kind
ऐसे
of
मारा काफी कुछ
made
देखा
it so that if a team was trying to get close to them, they would get the information relatively quickly. And if they would get breached on one of those 2 positions, the other 2 players across the road could assist them directly. So that is
भाई दिख भी रहा था हम लोग को देखते हैं स्पॉटिंग इन लोग का बहुत
for
अच्छा
them
है
to hold down the fort. But then, as we see on this replay, they tried to leave that spot, and it's just not quite successful because the angles, man, that FaZe had, and Mel in particular, being absolutely amazing. Putting on a clinic at the end of this match just made it impossible for Getzeroy to get that game-winning scenario.
Well, there we go. FaZe Clan 20 points on the board. And of course, since it is
भाई
early on
20
in the
points
group,
ना
20
10
points
kills
can be
and
more
10
than enough to get you
chicken
into
dinner
top
20
3 or
points
even first place.
G-Roy
But
13
gotta give credit
points
to Enigma
nice
Galaxy. They've had a very strong start now. 2 back-to-back matches with really
भाई
good
मतलब
play.
जो टीम
I
लास्ट
think they
टाइम
should be
पे
almost one of the number 1
7
teams
to
on
8
top of
पोजीशन
that.
पे थे आई थिंक
But
7
also,
to
if we're
10
talking
बीच
about
में
IHC,
नाइस
4th
बैटल
place, 8 points. Our reigning Pmgc world champion. Did not look good
Nice
this year
battle.
past that. But maybe, just maybe, Hot Jukes, Pmgc is where they decide to start playing.
Yeah, that would be a good idea, honestly.
Just
yeah, if you're
second,
gonna
guys,
perform well,
just
might as well be in PMGC, right? But I kind of want to go back to what you were talking about Enigma Galaxy. You know, Enigma Galaxy, I love the fact that they were able to rotate so quickly from Pachinki. They went up to that north side, they secured it. They didn't want to get stuck on any kind of bridges or anything like that. And man, it's great to see them, you know, outside of their comfort zone, still be able to put up some sick eliminations, man, especially on Sandhawk. And now here, they're going to be just absolutely prepared, ready for the rest of the day. Look at this performance from Norman here.
Oh, I thought it was going to be Mela actually being the MVP of this game. That's very interesting. But there you go. We got a FaZe player. My prediction's working out so far. I'm really surprised myself. But talking about Nigma, real quick to take it back to there. I mean, Jason, this is the most aggressive Nigma Galaxy has looked, in my opinion, like ever. And this is the change of eye jailing I was talking about, Jason. We didn't quite see it work out that way on the Sanhok match, but Here they third party. Who was it? IWNRX versus Incilio in the Harry Potter Tower southeast of the circle, and that really just clears your backside instantaneously to allow you to then scout from that high ground position on the hilltop. And thanks to that, they're currently our first place team with 24 points. No chicken dinner, but with how they're playing, one could definitely be just around the corner for them.
Oh, for sure. I would be surprised not seeing Big Galaxy get a chicken dinner at the end of the day with how they've been playing. But just to remind you guys at home, once again, top 3 at the end of Group Red will be going through into Pmgc Grand Finals, where 4th through 11th will have to play in a survival stage, and then eventually, if they get through that, into the last chance qualifier. As you look down the list, we do have, of course, I8 going to be falling down a little bit, considering they lost 2 players extremely early on.
Yeah.
But what about IWNRX, man? 17 eliminations, the leader at the moment in this lobby.
They just start sweeping on the edge, Jukes. It's just they love fighting, but unfortunately they did get third party by Enigma Galaxy. But IWNRX, I think, take fights to make a lot of sense in terms of what it opens up for you late game. But unfortunately, the main issue with that is if you're fighting on the edge and you take too long to wrap up the fights, Jukes, which I think is what was happening between them and Incilio.
2 kill ऑलरेडी ले चुके थे, उसके बाद वापस उन्होंने रिट्रीट कर लिया, उसके बाद फिर से जैसे उसको पता चला कि वो लोग दूर चले गए, रिवाइव करने आया और फिर वापस आके मार दिया. बहुत खतरनाक टैक्टिक लगाया उन्होंने. चीप था लेकिन काम वर्क भाई, वर्क किया उसने.
I mean, we already got one of their players on top when it comes to damage, you know, so if they get, you know, one of those blessed circles, they're going to definitely dominate. But you know what? They're showing that even when it comes to the edge style play, they're going to put up those numbers no matter what.
भाई 1100 का 38 का डैमेज दिया भाई.
It's not even necessarily the player I expected to be.
Nice, and NJX के 2 बंदे भाई, NJX फाइट ले रही, काफी अच्छा भाई.
as well, though we know
Falcon top, Falcon में टॉप है ना, इसका बंदे का नाम टॉप है.
Are you surprised at all, Max?
And Redox,
Yeah, a little bit. I mean,
Kian,
no,
and he can
I just as you said, I expected Z-Wolf to be the number 1 player.
Narvelo.
But I mean, the thing is, we
think so.
knew, especially back in PMSL, that the entire squad is able to put up the numbers, so I'm not too surprised. But yeah, it's great to see another name getting the numbers here out on Pmgc. I think that when it comes to fighting, they're definitely one of the best top 5 teams in this group when it comes to fighting potential. And yeah, you don't want to fight them because they're just such a big threat in this lobby.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, the fact that we see also 2 players in the Big Galaxy here in our top 4. And the thing is, I don't want to go too heavily into this because it's only been 2 matches, right? So if you have a good match, you're probably going to be on the top of the stats, not to mention the leaderboard. But maybe the surprising one is actually going to be top here, where we talked about previously being MVPs in multiple tournaments. Falcon's not doing amazing so far, but it is a good sign for me, Max, to see top be up there, considering we know the impact he has on that roster.
Yeah, we just need to wait, Jason, until he has a DBS and he's in a 1v4 situation in boot camp on Sanhok. Then you know it's going to work great. He did that.
Well, what if he's in a 1v4 against Alter Ego?
Not sure how that would go. I mean, he's drumming right now.
I don't know how like Max is gonna handle that, Hot Jukes.
I don't know either, but I'll tell you one thing, man. I think we're gonna already start seeing a little bit of rivalries because I don't know if you noticed there, but we saw some little trash talk from Alter Ego whenever they beat Navi, right? We saw one of the players just pop off and get it done. I think it was Alva who had that beautiful angle, right, Max? Oh my gosh, he was right there on that tree, and Navi didn't really stand a chance from that.
It was a good idea too from Navi. Oh, we're going to send it over the road. We got an initial knock and we're going to be able to play that ridge and be relatively safe. But they didn't check that one tree. And that one tree had Alva, and that just completely destroyed the entire game plan.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. I actually wanted to get a chance to talk about ASIA because they started off strong. They got a chicken dinner right away, and they did tell me that Sandhawk is their favorite map. Today, their goal is to end between 70 and 80 points. We'll see if they can do it. Let us know in the comments below how many points ASIA will end up with. Back to you guys.
Well, I think that was probably recorded before that last match started. I'm gonna say, look at how things went. But 70 points. I mean, that's a pretty big ask, to be honest. That's a lot of points here if you look back to Group Yellow.
That's insane. That's more than 10 match.
It's interesting too because Seven also talked to them earlier, saying their best map is Sandhawk. That's only 1 game per day, so you need to do good on maps that are not your big maps, which is kind of surprising. And it's possible, but the main issue, and we saw this already this game, right, Jukes? They always drop military. You need to have a second. Leave him alone.
Leave him alone.
Leave him alone. We need to see a secondary drop location for them. Sticking to one drop the entire match, especially when the bridges are focused by Tiamba and IWNRX, is not going to work out. So unless I see that change, 70, 80 points for me, it's not happening.
Yeah, I mean, because that was a desperation drop, 100%. I mean, they didn't even, try to find some vehicles, rotate away. No, they were just like, nah, let's just, float on over to the bridge and just run right down the center of it. Yeah, that's not going to work. You got to have that backup secondary location. There's definitely some spots that are still available, Max. So I'm surprised that they're so, like, hard stuck on that. Because if they get a northern plane path in Erangel, it's like they're toast. So it's just not worth the risk.
Yeah, I can tell you one option right now. It's not the best, but you can do a Pmgc drop. We've seen some teams do it. We've seen teams be successful in doing that, and it's on the opposite. It's the opposite side of military. So if you have a northern plane path like we had this previous match, Pmgc is a viable option for you. So I would say sticking to have a single drop location for an entire tournament, especially at the caliber of a Pmgc event, is just not going to cut it. So that would be one change I would absolutely love to see.
I mean, looking at these matches, I think we talked a little bit about it in Group Yellow. Like, when do you make big changes? It's very difficult to do in the middle of a day of matches. Obviously, you got to see Twisted Mind sub out Robs and bring in Freak. That didn't really work out too well when it came to the Miramars in particular. And I always love to ask this question of, like, well, how do you go into these games? And Hot Choice, to throw this one to you, like, are you willing to make these big adaptations in your gameplay if you see the day isn't going well for you? Or do you commit to the plan you had at the start of the day and then revamp it coming into the next?
I think you got to look at what happened when it comes to the past group, right? When we looked at how they started off, right? We saw MSJ start off so strong, it was working well, but then towards the end, right? That's their strategy of just leaving so early fell off. So I think even if you're doing well, you have to tweak your strategies just a little bit, Max, just to mix things up so you're not just predictable. And because these teams, I'll tell you what, they got their coaches, they got their analysts watching. I know Axter's watching for Na'Vi. So if you notice that somebody's going to be doing the same thing over and over and over, they're going to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, if you follow the tips and tricks of your boy Kitsune of Team Spirit that won Group Yellow, I mean, he said, yeah, we're just going to stick to the game plan. And we doubted it a little bit at the start, but I think they just got more comfortable in the lobby and the way they were playing those games in particular. And then they just completely destroyed the lobby in the second half and got the first place. So yeah, maybe stick to a game plan, but a new drop location, Jason, is it that big a change? I don't think
not that
so.
big.
I need to see it because it's going to be rough if they don't get another spot under control.
Well, we'll find out if adaptations will be made here. So we're going to head back into Erangel for the second time of the day, our third match overall. It's going to be our halfway point here. So head back to our casters of Blank and John Allen.
Plane path going in from the south side as we go from Novo up towards the gap between Severny and Stalber for our second lap around the grassy pastures. The teams will be dropping out towards the east side of the map, Blank, which means that maybe some adjustments around Ferry Pier could come into effect. It's a little bit far afield.
Yeah, especially over towards Primorsk, difficult area to get to on the map, but for IWNRX as well as ASI8, slightly more rough, and it's definitely going to cause problems for both these teams. It really depends how quickly you can get over towards that location. Will require vehicles from the north side of Sosnovka, so maybe some infighting for those positions as well. But yeah, always definitely an interesting playing path over towards the eastern side of the map because it causes more problems for some of our southern teams more than a lot of our northern squads because there are much more vehicles to pick up. But as you can already see, ASI8 are not bottling it, but they're just they head over towards C block instead and just give up vehicles to IWNRX to head over towards Ferry Pit with.
Yeah, ASI8 generally, they're just going to draw short there, so a little bit more civil on the south side for this time around as teams breaking out over towards the north side as well. TJB going to head over towards Severny, IHC moving along that north coast. But Blank, we've got a south circle. Is it Milta Peninsula or military? Well, we'll find out one way or another, but it's going to be a scramble towards the south.
Yeah, likely to be more of a south circle, I would say. Maybe military base. It's curious because I think this would be the first time in quite a while if we do get a military base ending that we'll be sitting ourselves over towards the eastern side of the map. A lot of times we do find ourselves on the western edge of Sosnovka. So I'll be very curious. Equally, this could head over towards Milton Power, so there's going to be a lot of people heading over towards Lumberyard to try and take control of that high ground, even over towards the compounds that sit around the dead forest over on the western edge of Milton Power. I am interested, definitely interested to see how this one plays out, because a lot of teams are already quite close to where the circle should be ending on this eastern side of the map. I think you got to make a tough choice right now of whether to go for some more trash loot positions to keep you closer in contest for the next rotate, or to kind of just go for more loot, more nades, and a better hold over the future game by heading further out inside the map. Interesting. Okay.
That is pretty nasty. A little rundown. IWNRX trying to get involved again this time around. Not so hot to start things off for the Turkish team that was terminating in the first game. Seems like they're going to have their game terminated by one player, for at least one player on their roster this time around. So, vengeance on the cards for ASIA.
It's a greedy maneuver from IWNRX. They do lose a player for it, but they'll head down towards the south side of Sosnovka. I think this is purely because they went for that quick rotate. ASIA definitely go for something quite interesting here in terms of they immediately, as soon as they see that circle, try and go for the bridge camp over towards that western side, which is smart because they assume IWNRX is going to be coming back off the back of Ferry Pier. I don't think they quite expected the speed at which IWNRX made that wrap back around towards that south side, but they quickly picked themselves up an elimination off the back of it and can take up residence over towards that bridge side crossing. So good play from ASIA, honestly. I like that from them.
Definitely. It's going to net them a point, so that's pretty good. A big factor that we saw come into effect on military circles in Group Yellow last week, Blank, was the addition of the hovercraft, right? Not only that, but also the kind of crazy rotate that Team Spirit were able to pull off, which they landed a boat on top of, a vehicle on top of a boat, and were able to get off the start very quickly, moving south towards that military island position. So potential for that to come into effect, but the hovercrafts and actually an aerial approach to the map, most notably from Alpha 7, potentially using those gliders to get across that military island, seeming like a potential option. When you pair it with a boat rotate as well, there is something that can be said for it, and it seems like teams may have to make those choices now as well.
Yeah, overall, just tons of more options to get towards the South Island. We're not quite confirmed over there yet, but I think that's a nice thing because it does even up the playing field for a lot of teams in terms of having the hovercrafts available as well as the gliders. Just in terms of even having more availability of those rotations, because before it was a case of either you send it across the bridge or you're able to find one of the few boats on the map to make that rotation. But now you have, I think, even 2 extra spawns of the hovercraft on the map to work with, so everyone is going to be able to have a good go at it. I'm curious to see in the future how many teams start opting for rotating in far more vehicles than they actually need, just in terms to cut out other squads from taking those from them later on.
Hop out there, and it looks like Tiamba are going to be fending off against Team Queso. This is going quite well right now, and only the one knock, a little bit too long in the tooth on that, but swap over to the shotgun, and it's going to be handled either way. 2 players from Tiamba take a tumble, and Team Queso will pick up the points for it. However, there's still threat from the off angles that Tiamba have established across the way. That's further out to the west. However, the headland will keep them safe for now.
Yeah, it's a question for Tiamba whether they assist on this or they just give it up, and I think that personally giving up the ghost on this one is probably the best idea for them going forward, but they aren't going to be able to hold this encampment anymore. I think that realistically for Bond as well as Shan, send it across. You just send it across the water, and here's in play already. I think they hold a little bit far up, and I think it might just been a case that they were looking to regroup, just didn't have quite time to do it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to lose to your players. Really get anything in response either. Go looking for a little rotate here of a craft across the, see if they can find value getting ahead of it, because potential they can pick up some points from some bridge camp positions and try and control this rotation from Team Queso later on. Being able to get up here a little bit slow in the hovercraft. Is he gonna make it? I don't know, man. That seemed like he had the full run up but didn't quite manage to get that momentum going.
Yeah, with the hovercraft, there's just doesn't have a lot of forward drive uphill, so it does make it a little bit of an awkward thing to maneuver with. I think that's the beauty of it, is that it was balanced in such a way that it can go on land and get you to the next position, but a lot of times it is just that tool that you use to get across water and then rotate into a compound, pick up some vehicles along the way. But ultimately, you will leave it behind. It is nice in those end games just to hold on to if you can get it towards those locations in a central spot, because it does provide a ton of cover, because that thing is huge.
Yeah, it's a pretty beefy blockade. If you can make it work. Getso Roy with a wide south wrap will approach to the docks and not have any contest there, so an early approach. Everybody clumping up around that eastern side blank of the military island right now. Nobody over towards the airstrip, nobody in that C block area either, with ASI-8 moving out to that west bridge. They're still maintaining that bridge camp. I mean, they've managed to get 2 limbs off it already. Let's see if they can do more.
Yeah, Team Queso, quick send round. I mean, fair play to them. They start things off strong. They get some more loot on board as well, so they have more nades, more smokes to work with. I think for them, it actually is a great time to be trying to pressure over towards this bridge side, because they know that in terms of utility, it should be stronger than some of these other squads who are going to be making their way in. Hard eastern shift over towards Sosnovka. Very interesting circle to play with. Huge amount of water still in this one, so very limited area to play in those next circles. Tiamba send Farah over towards that eastern side in Novorevnoye. And IDBNRX actually off the back of that rotate, looking fairly good for themselves, even with just the 3.
Yeah, losing a player on the crossing, as you say, they will get through with 3. A massive feature of this circle blank is of course the radio tower. The top of that massive mountain that sits over Novo is going to be such a difficult position to deal with. Right now, Falcons sit atop it quite thematically, right? The Falcons force on their high up perch. Their BDIs taking shots down when anyone tries to move in their vicinity, but sometimes a little bit difficult to hold, a little bit difficult to leave, into the later circles if you are going to be isolated to it. But for now, it's fairly central on the landmass of the circle, and is very likely to see at least 2 more, if not 3 more circles.
Yeah, which is nice, especially for Falcons Force, who currently hold some of those 3 stories over towards that front side. Haven't quite made their way up towards the top area of the map just yet, but I imagine that's going to be a rotate they want to go for in the future. Getso Roy, kind of unsure how they made this rotate happen down towards the south side, but they were able to make their way in and get past ASI-8, which is phenomenal for them. And I think ASI might get caught off guard by them being so far in front of them this early on. You got Vengeance as well playing along the same cliffside as IDBNRX, but they have the safety of the buildings. IDBNRX weren't confident to take that with just 3 players they had. Understand that there's likely going to be teams crashing over towards that location, and there was. So a heads up call from them.
I feel like the rotation that hasn't happened until just about now, Blank, that I'm most surprised about is what Furia is doing, right? Moving from that farm, going for the crossing across the center block of water that sits between the mainland and Sosnovka military base. I mean, it's the team spirit rotate from last week that they always went for on a military circle. You just jump into the water fairly early on and just get across, play that north strip of the military island, and it generally plays quite well. The fact that we're waiting until minute 11 really to see a team rotate on that path, given how the circle falls, is a little bit surprising to me, and no one really trying to blockade it either. It's a little bit of an interesting one. This circle as well, Blank, is a counterpoint to what we saw on Sandhawk, very edge style over there. This one, we are so much more center focused.
Yeah, I think if you look at Furia, it makes sense that they make this rotate now, because there actually was quite a big possibility that this headed over towards Mill to Power, so they didn't want to make that rotate too early. And again, there was quite a lot of teams still positioning themselves over towards that western side, that eastern side, not quite sure whether they want to make that rotate just yet. And I think for
क्या हुआ? ओ वाह, लोडिंग आ गया. नाइस, अभी लोडिंग आना था ब्रो.
Furia, they'd rather have that possibility with vehicles to get over towards Mill to Power.
मैं कुछ नहीं
Play that one
बढ़ाना
out. So as soon as you see this circle actually head down towards the south side, they're going to make that rotate through now, and they have a lot of possibility to play
भाई
on the
फेज वाले
northwest edge
बहुत
of this
पीछे हैं
circle,
ब्रो.
ensuring that there isn't a lot of teams still coming across the
अभी
bridge.
वापस
But yeah,
अभी
they're
लोग आए
definitely
यहाँ
centering
पर,
up
उसके
over
बाद 22
towards
जाएंगे.
the tower.
अगर कैंप
very
करके रखा हो
central
ना
of
भाई
this
गेट
map.
के किया
Getting a
होगा
lot
तो
of
भाई
that high
लगा
ground under
देंगे लोग
control early would have been nice. But
कि
now with so many
ASI 8
teams
वाले
in
थे
here,
उस
making those
टाइम पे उस
rotates is
पोजीशन पे
somewhat worrying.
लेकिन
Especially
अब तो नहीं
Falcon
होगा कि
Force, where
जोन
they
अब तो इधर आ
assume
गया नो
that
पे आ
someone
गया जोन तो
dropped
अभी तो नहीं
over
होगा मुश्किल है
Innova Apnoy is already in
अब
this
इधर कोई नहीं
position,
होगा
so
फेज
they're
वाले
being
आ
a
सकते हैं
little
जी
bit
अभी
cautious.
अगर हीलिंग होगी तो काफी अच्छी बात है फैल्कन वाले पूरे बैठे हुए चारों भाई ऊपर टॉप पे
See the high ground
Top
perch
mountain.
of the Falcons force. It just purveys so much of the zone.
ओके
It's
नावी
kind of
पहले
incredible
पहुंची एंड फिर
how
अल्टर
much
ईगो
control
पहुंची
they
है
have
ओके
from that
नावी इधर से
position. But
गए
again, a
ओ
dangerously
वाह
isolated
एक को
high
नावी
ground. Spray downs from
भाई
Navi
कवर किया ओके ठीक है प्लेस लेट्स सी क्या
and an
करते हैं
attempted
ट्राई बहुत
docking
अच्छा किया और
of
ग्रेनेड
the
आया
boats
और
for Alter Ego up into the coastline. It's not going to go super well for them.
बस
Cannons opened up. Isolated players for Navi, but they're getting the knocks, they're getting the value, and there's really not too much to do here. It's just a question of when Alter Ego go down now.
Yeah,
एक बंदा
you're trapped
पीछे
here.
एक
This is
ऑलरेडी वहां
always
पर है क्लोज में
one of
नॉक
the
है वो फिनिश हो
last
जाएगा
areas that people are
दूसरा
able to
बंदा
break
बाकी है
into.
बस
And it's
लास्ट मैन
becoming
स्टैंडिंग
more and
हो
more
जाएगा
often
ये
now
अल्टर
that
ईगो
you will
भाई
see teams, especially
सेम
on an
एग्जैक्ट
Eastern shift
लोकेशन पे
like
क्यों
this,
आए लोग पता नहीं
where they'll just hold over towards the eastern side of
चलो
Nova
एक बंदा एक
Apnoia.
और
They
दो लोग
know
हो गए
teams
टू
like
वी
to head
डब्ल्यू
over
टू है
towards this
टू वी
position.
अभी
It's one of the
थ्री
few
मैन है
spots
आई
where you
थिंक
can
अल्टर
actually
ईगो
play in as a squad and have a
अल्टर
little bit
ईगो
of
वेयर
cover
आर
to
यू
work with and
गाइस
step up. You see that flip is so ready for the
हाँ
step
ये
up
रहा
coming through from
वन
Alter
मैन है
Ego.
भाई
Now
वन
just
मैन
down to Alva. And a nade over the top, fairly close to its target, but goes slightly far.
अच्छा रिवाइव कर रहा है
Subaquatic resurrection here for Alter Ego.
रिवाइव कर रहा है रिवाइव कर दिया है
Get
हील
your
नहीं कर
players back
सकते
up,
लेकिन
get them healed. The piranhas out in the water with Incilio as well, waiting for their turn.
भाई हील नहीं कर सकते पुश करने वाला है
Figure it all
नावी
out.
वाले
I wonder if Navi are going to spot them soon. A lot of teams still on that western road. I mean, ASA8 now controlling a lot of that approach as well. Going to force some
Okay,
fights
Fury
to
and
pop off
IHC
as we
battle
hop
हो
over to
रहा है,
IHC and FaZe. And Furia. This is on the northwest side of the circle with IHC on the back foot.
ब्रो
trying to move
एग्जैक्ट
through Furia's
लोकेशन पे नेट
territory.
किया
A
और
big
वाओ
nade in
एक
comes
ओपन
through
में
from
हुआ है
Demo,
ग्रिप
and a
बहुत
lovely
बढ़िया
light up on the
नाइस
swing around. Navigating those off angles well. IHC playing this one. Nice and strong, nice and powerful. Coming on through from the previous defending
भाई
champions.
दिखा
Spray down.
सामने तो
Not going to connect there for
भाई
Demo.
उसको डैमेज
Felt like
दिखा
he was on broadside,
ड्रोन
but
था
either
दिख
way,
गया था लेकिन
gets it on the second go around.
ओ
And now they're
भाई
looking for the
नाइस
last player
नाइस
on
लास्ट में
Furia.
स्टैंडिंग
It's
एंड
going to give them a
ओके
little
नॉक
bit of
किया
jip though, because there's
लास्ट
one player getting knocked and a second player
नाइस
as well.
ब्रो
A third for the strike.
नाइस
What on earth just
क्या
happened to Furia? Kayovsky goes for a
1v2
1v4 against
bro
IHC on the northwest side. Blank. That is disaster.
मुझे लगा नावे ने उसने मार दिया
but Kowski puts the team on his back in those final moments.
Bro, face down,
done
one
and
down,
dusted. The amount of smokes, the amount of trees in that area made his life a little bit
मुझे लगा
easier.
सच में डाउन कर दिया भाई उस
especially
बंदे ने
having that DBS in the hand. But that's not to say that wasn't likely the most difficult play to make you'll see all day, and that is very typical of
भाई
Kowski.
टीबीजे के दो नॉक हैं ब्रो और दोनों को रिवाइव करना है एक को
Experienced
रिवाइव करना
player over on the side of Furia.
लेट्स
With
जा रहा है
a
बंदा
huge
देखते हैं
amount
रिवाइव
of
कर पाएगा
games
क्या
in his back pocket, but the amount of time he's been playing PUBG
अच्छा
Mobile
नीचे
has
रोटेशन
definitely
नीचे
not
लिस्ट से
dulled
गया
the
तो
blade
रिवाइव
on this
करने गया
guy.
पहुंच
He
गया
sweeps through IHC.
कवर बना दिया है
ASIA, my goodness me. I mean,
टीबीजे एक को एक
I mean,
किलो
that's
एक डाउन हो
incredible.
चुका है
Definitely
बाकी
going to
है
need a replay on that at some
क्या
point
वो
in the highlights
रिकॉल हो
package, but
जाएगा
what a way to take down
Chances
IHC. They thought
wow.
they had it all done and dusted. Oh, goodness me. Just shows you can never take your eye off the ball here at
Nice.
PMGC. Even if you're defending
वो रिवाइव
champions,
नहीं है जोन है ब्रो
that is
काफी खतरनाक जोन
just
है
disastrous for them.
नहीं
On the
रिवाइव
south
कर
side,
पाएगा
These
मुश्किल
teams
है
have been trying to make their way in for a
या
long
तो
time.
उसमें
They were
बग गेम बैठा
harried
था
by
ये
the
हो सकता
blue
था
for a
लेकिन
long
ना
time as
मुश्किल
well.
था बहुत मुश्किल था
ASA8 have forced this to be the case as well. Teams are starting to make their way in ahead of them, but they've been very controlling.
ब्रो उसने खुद को
now.
नॉक किया क्या
So Roy over towards Tiamba. Tiamba down to 2 players. Remember, they lost some players over on the north side earlier on Blank, and they lose both of the rest of them to get so Roy Carr. was a
मैंने
solo,
देख नहीं पाया
I
आई
think,
थिंक सो रॉय
making
ने
it work.
Yeah, it kind of helped out by the fact that Tiamba nades their own
भाई
teammate.
टियाने मैंने
So
खुद ही
bomb
को
goes
नेड कर लिया
down.
आई थिंक सो ना उसके बाद
Sadly.
उसका बंदा नॉक हुआ उसके बाद फिर रॉय ने पुश कर
I
दिया
think for Ghetto Roy still
मैं
have
देख नहीं पाया वो
Porsche
वाला जस्ट
remaining to play alongside with them. Just a 2-man there
किल
for
फील्ड
Ghetto Roy.
लेट हो गया था देखना
ASI8 still playing very much out on the edge. in the out portions, but getting a lot of work
भाई एक
done
वेंजस
for it
प्लीज
as
को नॉक किया.
Vengeance
ओके
loses more and more
रिवाइव करने
players.
गया.
This has been a
पुश
great
भाई
run from
सोलो इधर
ISIA
यहाँ
so
पर
far.
उसको.
7
ओ वाओ
eliminations.
नाइस ब्रो.
Great
बहुत
lead
अच्छा
over
खेल रहे भाई.
towards IWNRX
ये ऐसा
early
ये
on,
बहुत
and
अच्छा खेल रहे भाई.
UZM is popping off this game. 5 elims
नाइस
now.
फर्स्ट
Up
मैच
to
से बहुत
10 in a
परफेक्ट
blink
खेल
of
रही
an
है
eye.
अभी तो. किल्स निकाल रही है, जोन का प्रेफरेंस ले रही है, ट्राई
Really
कर रही है
laying
कि
down the
थोड़ा
law
एज
here
पे जोन ले रही है.
in
बहुत भाई
Group
पूरा
Red
सही खेल
to
रही है.
open things up. 10
और पूरा
elims.
ट्राई हार्ड
You've got a
चिकन के
chicken
लिए है.
dinner
पूरा ट्राई
today.
हार्ड चिकन के लिए.
A little bit more passive on that
चिकन
chicken
साइड टीम्स
dinner,
कर रहे हैं, लेकिन
granted, but still
इन लोग का
a
गेम
great
प्ले ऐसा जा
result
रहा है कि
for
पूरा
them.
चिकन
Nice
जैसा गेम
rotates
प्ले.
coming through.
चिकन
I think
चाहिए बस
Galaxy
हर
with
मैच.
2 players. They've got Virtus Pro in their
ES8
sights
वालों
right
का.
now. A lot of experience against this roster, both coming from EMEA, but there's only so far experience can take you, especially when there's off angles from Na'Vi over towards
भाई वो
Novo.
पीछे से पूरा जा रहा है. देखते हैं
They
क्या
have
कर.
been
चढ़ पाएगा
very
क्या?
controlling from this area. We've seen them take
चढ़
down
गया,
teams trying to
चढ़
make
गया,
landfall
चढ़
there
गया. बंदा
repeatedly,
चढ़ा.
and they're up to 5 elims. All 4 players alive from
ओके
Na'Vi.
नहीं.
Regroup and move out of Novo.
ग्रेनेड
That
ट्राई
is their
कर रहा है.
next
चढ़ नहीं
challenge, though.
पाएगा.
As Na'Vi continue the pressure over
ना
towards this
चढ़ नहीं
cliffside.
सकता. ना नहीं चढ़ सकते. मुश्किल है.
Yeah, Virtus Pro struggling
भाई
to make
ट्राई
their way
कर.
up. It's not an easy location to be playing in. And big
Okay.
Galaxy around here as well.
Grenade है.
Still
Okay,
pumping
back,
damage
back,
in.
back.
Narvalo having a little
दो
bit of
नॉक
influence,
किया
but not
है.
a huge
ट्राई
amount.
किया. हील करने के
Redog
बाद
basically
जस्ट
being
फिर से.
kept alive
ओह
by
वाओ किल चोरी होगा.
lads from
Navi
Navi
लोग.
having these off angles on the side and
Don't
hitting
think ये लोग
some
push करने
damn
वाले हैं.
nasty shots. Falcons Force do break away
एक को
from
revive
that
करेगा
high
और
ground
यहाँ finish
position
कर
as
देगा.
the circle
Finish.
moves
अभी तो
even
finish है.
further off towards that eastern side, really
अच्छा ये
blessing
smoke को wait.
Navi in this position with Team Queso
भाई
playing a
टफ
little
है
bit
भाई नावी
more
वालों के
of a
लिए.
shadowed role over towards that northern side.
रिवाइव किया. हील कर लिया भाई नावी वाला. अरे नावी कह रहा हूँ. सॉरी यार उनके लिए यार. क्या किया मैंने वीपी वालों के लिए.
Na'Vi lining the south now.
भाई
with
दो
Novo.
बच गए बस. एक डाउन.
Take a knock over
हो
towards
जाएगा.
Puncher from Ketso Roy,
Let's
who
go.
are playing on the buildings across the road from Novo, those positions that are split away from the main dockland of Novo. Taking a knock there will be
ओ
actually a little bit of
ASI
an alleviation towards
एक
the
नॉक
south
हुआ.
side.
ओके
Maybe allow that fight to go a little bit further.
IWNX से
IWNRX, ASI8. Ooh, this is a feud that's
Try
been
hard.
brewing for a while.
नॉक फिनिश
Taking
किया.
down one of the
ओके
players from IWNRX early. It looks like
ग्रेनेड
they
को
want
किया.
some
ग्रेनेड कहाँ फेंकने
vengeance
वाले
here,
हैं.
but with 10 elims up, ASI8 are fresh from the fight, and they're looking for more.
भाई बंदा था उधर. ए
Yeah, IWNRX is down to 3, so it's a difficult
इतना
play to
क्लोज में
make
बंदा है.
here.
वो क्लोज में बहुत ज्यादा
There
बंदा था.
is contenders coming over from that western side to play in on this one. You've got Falcons Force
भाई
with
3
IC
मैन
as well as
3 मैन
top
3 मैन
sitting
एक ही
on
बंदे
this
एक ही
area.
टीम है जिसमें फैल्कन है एंड
Shots
टीक्यू.
down.
वो
IQ
दोनों के
just
भाई
about
4-4
gets
मैन
away
है.
here. You can see
नहीं तो
IC
बाकी और टीम्स के 3 मैन
swinging
है.
with the gyro on his
3
camera.
मैन देखो एक है 1 एंड बस एक ही टीम है 3 मैन है. बाकी 4 मैन के लिए
Falcons.
तीन टीम है.
Starting to branch out
Baki
north.
duos है.
Narvalo, last player for the Galaxy, a little bit ahead, so not much control over that. With the high ground now, not that much of a danger, or in fact, not a danger at all, as the Falcons descended from it themselves.
ब्रो नावी वाले
They
तो भाई
can have
मारे
a
जा
little
रहे
bit more freedom on this western side than a lot of other teams
अपना लग
may
try
have
कर रहे
been
हैं.
afforded. Which is a really nice boon to them. The plateau that sits on the roadside on the west right now does still overlook the majority of the lobby. So if they can take control there, they have a chance to crash down. But it's a little
NGX
bit of
down
an
हो
open
गया.
approach from this
अच्छा
west side. You
उसने
can see
VP
before
ने
them
डाउन कर
a
दिया.
sloping
ओके
long hillside, which is so open to Novo.
नावी ने फिर से नॉक किया
I think
VPIC
for
को.
Navi, they
VPIC
just
को
have this really strong spot. And again, if they just play further up towards the roadside, I mean, there is some really good compounds to play here. The pure reasoning behind Navi having a bit more of a split right now is just so they have still control down towards that southern edge and clear teams out coming over towards that roadside. IWNRX now look towards Falcon Force, who are up the hill. Second place for IWNRX. They've not done too badly so far.
फैल्कन के भी कितने गए.
Rough
3 है
game
ना
from them last time.
भाई 4 में नहीं.
Shots down towards IWNRX.
Bro,
So
उनके
difficult
कहाँ
to
दे
deal
रहा है?
with
Let's
this
see.
block that Falcons have had on the western side for so long, as just crunching this fight in time and time again. And IWNRX going to struggle to move. The next circle going to pop in 5 seconds blank. We're We're going to figure out if we're going up to the high ground or if we're going over to Novo for a little bit of an urban environment, but it just splits the difference. Goes slap bang in the middle, keeps Getso Roy in, keeps IQ from
क्योंकि
ASIA
जोन
in
में
two.
है, फैल्कन को जोन में आना है,
Yeah, I
डीपी
mean,
का
I
सोलो
think
बंदा
IQ
बाकी
as well
हुआ है
as
अभी
UZM quite happy with this
जोन
one.
में पोजीशन पॉइंट्स के लिए, एंड यहाँ पर
Likely
ग्रेनेड
they'll
किसके
fly
ऊपर
on
बीपी
over and try and
ASI
regroup
ग्रेनेड
one
किसके
another.
ऊपर
Get so Roy just
कर रही थी
holding that position that UZM has makes the push a little bit more scary than he would quite like.
रॉय के ऊपर रॉय
Falcons
वर्सेस
Force desperate to take as much
पोजीशन
control
तो
of this
अच्छा है
high
इन
ground
लोग का,
as
ट्राई कर
possible.
सकते हैं,
This could
निकल
easily
सकते
move
हैं
over towards the western side and give
और ग्रेनेड आया,
Falcon Force a bit of an
ओ
opening
जस्ट
here.
थोड़ा सा
Good
पीछे हो गया,
nade, honestly, from Getso Roy.
ट्राई अच्छा था,
It's kind of
काफी अच्छा
sad
ग्रेनेड
that
था,
that
बस थोड़ा
didn't
सा मिस आउट
pop
हुआ
and do as much damage as they might
भाई
have
वीपी
liked. That
बहुत
would give the cook was
शांति
a
से
little
भाई
bit
एक बंदा
longer.
बैठा हुआ है
That
वीपी
might have
वालों
been
का,
a knock and pretty much a free elimination essentially because IQ's never getting over
लास्ट
towards
पीछे से
UZM.
नॉक किया उसको, बॉय चल के एक
There we
बंदा
go. So I
है,
was going to say,
Prone
Tixi is
फिर से
actually
हुआ,
maybe the major threat from that angle. He's
ओके
got his
डैमेज
back to
पड़ा
blue. He's going to have to cross the ridge. If you could pick up a point, that's
भाई,
brilliant.
फिनिश
I
किया
don't
ना,
think
एक किल
first
किया
pro actually
उसको
got
और
that
फिर
point. I
उसको
think that
बेच
might
दिया,
have been stolen by
ट्रेड
enemy
काम
NRX,
किया
but
भाई,
they're
ट्रेड हो
taking
गया
knocks still. Falcons trying to make their way on in. They've taken a knock. They're looking to move out for that res. That was Action who got taken down on that high ground. So moving in, the blue zone's crunching, so they're going to have to move forwards to get that res. It's stage 6. You cannot res in this blue zone, so you need some safety and a little bit further forwards of a position. Na'Vi still holding on this side of Novo is such a danger to everybody else moving around, but Team Queso still on that high ground as well, up to the north side, nice and safe, tucked away.
Yeah, Navi's done a good job here. And again, this is what you want to see from a team who has a dominant position in the circle. It's just to have influence over the sidelines right up towards the edge of the circle here. Good pick from top there. Great
Falcon
spot
top पे बैठे हैं
Navi,
आराम
not
से,
gonna lie.
Falcon का नाम है वैसे ही कर, हेलो कडी एलेक्स, अरे क्यूटी फेस क्या है,
how you call it. But for
अरे हाँ डी एलेक्स, Falcon तो
10
स्ट्रीम डी एलेक्स,
eliminations still with one player with an innings on this one could easily be a top 3. Yeah, great
तुमने
game from
लास्ट के
him,
आई
some
थिंक सो
really
शॉर्ट्स
cool
नहीं दिखे
decisions
डीएलएक्स जो
coming
मैंने
through.
फेस टाइम के साथ ही बना रखे हैं वो भी, मुझे लगा भाई
Falcons have managed to find another plateau. This slow descent towards Novo seems to be interminable, but they are
कितना
finding
1v2
small
ओके
zones of
4v4
safety along
4v4
their path. 10 evens from
4v4
Na'Vi. This is
4v4
exactly the sort of
4v2
value that
and
you want
1
from a team in Novo. As the shots from Getso Roy going to make Falcons descent even harder as well, should they need to go for it. But you're right, this is really... I feel like Team Queso actually kind of have a really good shot into this one.
चढ़ सकते हैं
No
क्या
matter
भाई,
where it
क्या
goes,
कर
they've
रहा
got
है ये,
options to rotate in, whereas it's a coin toss for the other two teams.
डोंट से कि हम चढ़ सकते हैं, डोंट से कि भाई हम चढ़ सकते हैं,
Great spot for
नहीं
him to
चढ़ सकते
hold.
भाई, नहीं चढ़
It all
सकते,
depends on this next circle where it goes. They head down towards that south side. For
ट्राई कर
IQ,
रहा है इस पे,
he's just
पता
gonna
नहीं
sit
भाई,
this one out for as long as he can.
ट्रिक तो पूरा डाउनफॉल चल रहा है
Falcons
सिंस
got
से, हाँ
exposed to
बोल सकते हो,
all
मैं भी
angles
कुछ खास अभी लाइव
in
आ नहीं रहा
circle,
ना, और
pretty much.
कॉन्टिन्यूस लाइव है नहीं,
Equally, they just have
और
to keep
यूनाइट पे भी
showing
कुछ
that
खास
they're
हो नहीं
not
रहा,
to be
तो मैं
trampled with.
नहीं कर रहा,
Directly on the edge of this circle as well. That's
मेरा
actually
स्टडीज का
very
कुछ चल
nice
रहा है
for
तो मैं उस पे
Falcons.
फोकस कर रहा हूँ,
They can set up towards this north side and rather have Team Queso
ऑलमोस्ट मैंने
fight
2
off
इयर्स
against
उसमें दे दिया
Na'Vi.
वाईटी पे भाई, कुछ खास
I
तो
think
हुआ
at
नहीं,
this
तो मैंने
point
कहा चलो
Falcons Force
देखते हैं,
realized,
तो
we've
मैंने थोड़ा
only
एंजॉय करना चाहा,
hit up towards
अभी के लिए
3
वही सोच रहा हूँ,
eliminations, but realistically, if we want to go further in this game, we need to wait until stage 7.
Team Queso just slowly marshalling.
भाई
from the
टॉप पे
northern
बैठे हैं,
side.
जोन आना है उनको, ब्रिज है
Falcons.
लेकिन टॉप पे देखते कैसे आते हैं फैल्कन वाले,
They are right now.
थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम होगा, या तो
but
पुश
tasty
करेंगे डायरेक्ट,
morsels for the teams in
लेकिन पुश
Novo.
करेंगे थर्ड पार्टी होगा तो कहीं से रोकेंगे, देखते कहाँ रुकते हैं,
Crash on their horizon.
हाँ
They're
कोई
trying to
नहीं,
hold this
देखा जाएगा
hilltop for as
भाई
long as
अभी तो
possible. Nobody else is going to move an inch. Team Queso are going to shimmy their way down the
लेट्स
roadside.
एंजॉय
It's not
भाई,
really gonna alleviate
स्टेज
too
7
much. It's not gonna
जोन
change much
फाइट
the
भाई,
dynamics.
अभी फाइट
Potential
होगा,
nade
एक
range
फाइट अभी
actually for
स्टार्ट होगा,
Pubg
इसके बाद जैसी
on
जोन
Team
होगा
Queso over
उसके
towards
बाद
Na'Vi,
फाइट
so
स्टार्ट होगा,
maybe
फिर
that
देखते हैं
could
क्या
be
होता है
a little opener for Falcons to try and crash onto one of
भाई,
them.
10 किल कर
As it
लिए भाई
stands,
ASI 8
it's
वालों ने,
it's
भाई
looking
अलग
like
ही लेवल
Falcons have
खेल
to
रहे हैं
make the
भाई
next
ASI
move.
8 वाले, बहुत अलग लेवल खेल रहे हैं लोग तो,
Yeah, Falcons Force struggling slightly now, like you say. I think that the really only move they can make is to send into Getso Roy's position. Even then, that's on the edge of the circle right now, so it is tough, but you essentially have to use that as a landing point.
फैल्कन वाले करने
then
वाले क्या है
swing
मेरे को
round
वो देखना क्योंकि
and
वो
try and
रिज पे
backstab
हैं
over
पूरे
towards
टॉप पे वो
Na'Vi.
दिखेंगे भाई
Hmm.
और
I mean, you could
एक बंदा
potentially
नहीं
also
पूरे के
rotate up
पूरे
to the north,
स्क्वाड
maybe,
स्प्रे
and
मारेगी
crash on
भाई
Team Queso.
उनके ऊपर तो वो देखना
Yeah,
पड़ेगा
I
क्या
feel like
करने वाले वो
the
देखना चाहता हूँ
sidelines from Team Queso are the big problem for Falcons at the moment.
भाई फैल्कन्स वालों के देखते हैं पंख
We'll see
काट
what
देंगे भाई
happens.
लोग
I don't really think there's an easy choice either way for the Falcons.
ब्रो नाइस अगर रॉय वाले पुश हुए अगर रॉय में
Trying
एक
to
भी
hold
नॉक
their
हुआ ना
nerve on the coast
डायरेक्ट पुश होगा भाई फैल्कन डायरेक्ट
towards
पुश कर देगी
Novo.
रॉय वालों पे
Team
सीधा
Queso
जी रॉय पे
looking to
डायरेक्ट पुश करेगी
branch out,
फैल्कन
but get
तो उनके लिए
humbled a
काफी
little
अच्छा हो
bit.
जाएगा अगर रॉय में एक भी नॉक हुआ तो फिर 1v4 गन फाइट का
Now
मैटर कर
back to
जाएगा
the
वहां
blue.
पर
This next shift. Oh, the circle shift.
तो
all the
वही
way
ट्राई
out west.
कर रही है
Does
अभी
this keep the
फैल्कन वही ट्राई
Falcons
कर रही है
in?
कहीं एक
Are they
नॉक
not
निकले हम
going to
लोग
have
पुश
to
कर
descend
दें
after all? Because this changes a lot. Na'Vi going to have to cross the road. Team Queso going to have to crunch in and fight for it. Falcons may have just got the shift of a lifetime here, Blank.
Yeah, it's funny. It's real funny. This case of like Falcons have literally just sat up here for the longest time. It's just a case of the circles like.
भाई
I
कैसे
guess
रहे
we'll
वहां
keep
पर
moving.
है कैसे मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ
One
रहा है
more?
भाई
One more round?
No, you guys are cool. You could stay. It's cool,
You
man.
can say. Well, honestly, the funny thing about this is that their position is so unbelievably precarious. It's like fine china right now. Any kind of bump or jostle will break the Falcons roster. So they're going to be real careful going forward. Damn.
The thing is, once these teams move into the hills below them, they get more
Okay,
and more
knock,
freedom,
yeah.
right? As soon as Na'Vi get closer, the angles work out such that they can move
भाई
around a little bit
फैल्कन
more on
वाले
the
धो रहे
hillside.
हैं वहां
On
से
the long
ब्रो
side,
ब्रो
Na'vi have to move
इजी
first. They've taken a knock already, and they're going to have to make their move now with the blue zone pushing in. Team Queso are making that shift up. Look at, they sent one out. They sent a player all the way up to the top of the hill, and maybe it's their
Bro,
only
knock.
chance. I think it's a good rotate.
वाह
A spray
नॉक
down
कर
from
दिया
Porsche
फिनिश भी
as
कर
he
दिया
lights up Na'Vi on their exit.
रॉय
One
ने
knock,
रॉय ने
looking for
नावी
two as
अच्छा
well.
रॉय और
Split
नावी का
tries to
फाइट
cross
हुआ
through
ना
the
ओके
smoke train.
पुश
Puncher
हुआ
tries to break out, but it's really tough
भाई
going for
देखा मैं
Na'Vi.
बोल रहा
They've
हूँ
got
भाई
10 eliminations already on this
आप
match,
पुश
but Getso
करेंगे
Roy looking to change that tune, and the Falcons chime on in finally. A
फैल्कन
nade
उसको
over
नॉक
towards
के
the
ग्रेनेड से
player from Team Queso, moving up to their domain, and the Falcons,
इन लोगों को
with
पता है
this
कि
shift,
ऐसा ये
get
8 है
more
यहाँ पर
mobility on the hilltop, and now they can start to
CZ
stretch their
जोन हो
wings.
गया टीडीएम को नॉक
It's
किया फैल्कन
absolutely
एक्शन
disgusting what has been able to happen here for the Falcons.
फिनिश
but
कर रहा है
they
फिनिश
could
कर रहा है
not
नॉक
be
मत
more
होना
pleased by this.
हील
Team
कर लेता
Queso
ब्रो
couldn't
किल
quite
स्टील
get
कर रहा
their
था
way over
अपना
towards them,
सिक्योर
but
कर
a
रहा
nice
था
shot from Papi Potro will at least shut down action.
फैल्कन के पास चांस है ब्रो
But
वो चिकन
my
निकालने का
fiance Roy, honestly, doing
Grenade
some
है
great work this game.
वो बाहर
This
है
is a game I actually impressed with. Getso Roy right now.
और रॉय ऊपर
Not
गई
enough, Na'Vi.
To make that
HP
lead.
550
A big nade as well coming through from Papi Potro, who's doing so much work for Team Queso, all on his lonesome. On this other side of the road, trying to combat on the crossing. Nades from Getso Roy, not going to find it. The spray down
Nice,
on the high
bro.
ground as
Okay,
turns
भाई,
the
अभी
corner
हो
and Lemon
गया.
is able to do it. 180 and the
knock
rest
किया.
of Team Queso to the rescue. Over the top, they left Papi Potro alone
Last
for a
2 minutes
while,
standing
but they
for
thought,
TQ
you know what?
and Nav
Let's give him a little bit of a
नावी का
hand.
एक लास्ट
Getso
में
Roy out
स्टैंडिंग
of
है
it, but
फैल्कन
it's all on the
दूसरा है
Falcons.
फैल्कन
All
को
eyes on
पड़ेगा
them as
ओके
they
को
are
नॉक
racking
किया
up
लास्ट को
elims
फैल्कन
now,
डिस्ट्रॉय
6
बढ़िया
elims and are looking for more. A
नाइस
spray down on the sidelines and Na'Vi actually finds
ओ
Team
वाओ
Queso.
ब्रो
One
भाई उन
chance,
लोग को
but it's
पता ही
all
नहीं कि
to the
फैल्कन का
Falcons on
बंदा
the
है
high
क्या
ground. That shift out to
फैल्कन
the
का हाई
west, there
ग्राउंड
was only
एडवांटेज
one
ब्रो
way they win it,
लेजिट
and the
बॉट था
Falcons take it home. What a way to close it out.
Yeah, just kept going west and west.
वो
and
जोन
west.
थोड़ा क्लोज
And
इन
they
होता
were
ना
able
तो
to
पता
hold
चल
on
जाता
for
कि
that
भाई
long was
फैल्कन लोग के
pretty
पास कितना
marvelous,
जोन
to
है
say the
वो
least.
पता नहीं था
But that is a great start in the
मुझे
innings
लगा
here for the
अगर
Falcons.
नॉक करेंगे
for
वैसे
them to
नीचे नॉक
maybe
करते
make
ना
a
और
play for
उनके
another
पास जोन
second
वैसे
place
ऑलरेडी
at
वो भी जोन में नहीं
PMGC
था
jump.
वो ही छोड़ना पड़ता तो बेटर था
That's
बहुत अच्छा खेला भाई
exactly
बहुत
what they
अच्छा
want. Of course, they only want that
क्या
second
खेला
place.
भाई
But let's
लोगों
head
ने
over to the desk to discuss that one further.
क्या होल्डिंग पोजीशन थी भाई इन लोग का क्या होल्ड किया अपना
Man, that game had everything going on for
क्या हमें
Hotchkiss
फाइट
Max,
नहीं
man.
लेना
We
हमें
had
फाइट नहीं लेना
botations.
नाइस
We
ब्रो
had
नाइस बहुत
And
अच्छा
I was supposed to say glitations, but it wasn't really gliding. It was more gliding over the water. We had swimming. We had fights in Novo.
वाह
and we
भाई
had
सच
bridge
में स्विमिंग
camping,
तो
we
भाई
had
नावी
teams
और
camping positions that
अल्टर ईगो का
eventually paid
भाई
off in the end.
दोनों
Like
का काफी
Falcons,
नेक्स्ट
I
लेवल
think that
स्विमिंग था भाई
zone
नेक्स्ट लेवल स्विमिंग
almost single-handedly kind of gave them that game.
यहाँ पर स्विंग मैराथन चला रहे थे भाई ये दोनों टीम तो
Dude, the
आपस
Falcons were
में
just on top. Didn't have to move a muscle for the whole game. And it was so crazy because for the longest time, we saw Navi, we saw Team Castle, everybody was just staring, right at the top of the hill.
एक क्या
And we
था?
figured
एक
that
किस लिए था
zone would
वो?
either
चिकन
set her
के लिए?
up, go even just a little bit off, and then Falcons would be pushed out and done
चार
for.
यहाँ पर
But
chaos
no,
chain हुआ ना,
no,
4
Papa
finish
Blue
से
was like, hey, we're gonna stick with the Falcons on this one, and
और
yeah,
एक
it really
knock
worked.
किया इधर।
Falcons on top.
क्या एक
So
kill
you
steal
said
कर
it, like,
सकते
there
थे
were
भाई?
so many
एक kill
angles that
steal
were
क्या
gonna be
क्या?
shooting in the direction of them.
अच्छा
The
यहाँ पर
Falcons
TQ
follow, you know,
okay,
reverse
okay,
card save, but what
उनका
if we
fail
don't
sorry.
have to leave?
My
Anything
bad,
about
guys.
that?
My
Yeah?
bad.
What about
if you have to come
हाँ
back?
what
finish
if we
किया
get
okay
3
एक
Western
steal किया।
circles in a row, and our what was that, like 10 square meter area is
Oh
still in
my
circle
goodness.
consistently?
ओ जो
They can
knocked
just
out
play the
finish
Richie
नहीं
the
किया
entire time. I think
एक
Team
kill
Kesso
कोई
had a
बात
good
नहीं
position to
कोई
play
बात
from,
नहीं
but
better day one है वैसे
the
तो
fact that
better
the high
थी कोई
ground
बात अभी
advantage
points
was
इतना
still
high नहीं
gonna
जा
work
रहा
Falcons that
तो better
entire
है
match
Falcon
is absolute madness.
let's go
The thing is, when you
Falcon
are looking like a team like Falcons here, you know they're going to make full use of that small advantage. Well, small. It was a big advantage. The
It was
big
big.
advantage that was given to them by the circle. And this game, yeah, this is the Falcons that we know that when they have a good spot, they will just go absolutely swinging in that game.
It was just crazy how that ended up working out for them too, because I mean they were in what I would say the worst position, but the fact that Team Cancel was on one side of the south side and we had Navi on the other, it hindered both those teams from being able to kind of push up at all, you know, because if any one of those teams had any room
ये
to
back
breathe,
foot पे
they
इसने
could
मारा
have easily
भाई
moved up just
TQ
through
पे
a little bit of utility and Falcons would have been done for. But no, it was literally the perfect scenario
Yeah.
for Falcons to win that one, Jason.
Yeah, and I released. I mean, as we're seeing here, we got to talk about Navi if we're talking about Falcons because them having to swim across, being the first team to do so.
ये वाला तो
getting
भाई
there in
सोचा नहीं
Novo,
था
but
मैंने
then defending Novo against multiple
ये जो
teams
1v2
is
किया ना इसने भाई
insanely hard to
फ्यूरन
do.
बहुत
As we
खतरनाक
did
था
see Alter Ego, right? 6 on the high ground on top of one of those cranes, was able to get
वो ऐसे
initial
ही knock हुआ
knocks
था
and damage done, and then the follow-up nades. But the split they had and the confidence they had to
Nice.
lock it down and get like 10 eliminations.
भाई
on
ये साइड
top,
बहुत अच्छा
I think
खेल
that
रहे
was a
भाई ये साइड
phenomenal game out of them.
Holding down Novo as one team.
एक compatible होता नहीं, एक compatible game play वैसा है
Swimtating, no, which is a weird word, but you know, patent pending.
जिसे ना जरूरत है टीम को
Doing that is always going to be really tough to hold it
kills,
down. But Navi, the angle of
chicken,
6 in particular, Jason,
उसके हिसाब से खेल रहे भाई ये ऐसा ही है
so important and gave all the information they needed over to your squad because when you're swimming, you're going to have to get up for some air eventually, and that little period of time where you can spot you, 6 is going to feed the info to his teammate. Flip in particular was playing southeast of Novo, so
ये
he was
सही है,
really
कोई
making
यहाँ
sure
हमारा।
that even
Solo
wide
बंदा था।
rotates would not really function against Navi. So that, again, that is not an easy hold, but Navi were just absolutely clinical, and I gotta say the communication for them to hold down that spot was clean from start to finish. Really impressed.
Dude, I mean, they held such a large split over Novo for so long. That was something that you and I were watching and were just so impressed by because Novo is ridiculously large. I mean, there's so many different angles. Any team could have full sent it in that direction while Navi split and took advantage of it, but nobody even wanted to
Wait,
touch
guys,
Novo
just
at all. And
a
Navi
sec.
took full advantage of that. 17 points in this game, 12 eliminations. But at the end of the day, we also got to talk about I8. They won that Sandhawk game, you know. Really rough start on that first Aaron Gale, but they come back pretty strong here, Jason.
I mean, if you're talking about Novo being so big and so difficult to hold as 4-man squad, IQ took advantage of that, sneaking himself through into there to get them some extra placement points on board, get some 3 points to add to their tally. Very, very difficult to do, but he was able to survive long enough to make that happen. Honestly, there was so many great like individual plays across the board here.
Yeah, so many good plays. And actually, I want to highlight one player, Jukes, that we didn't even have time to talk about too much on the pre-show, but we need to highlight. It's Kolgo. Yeah, it's Kolgo from Team Kesso. He was, because of his fight versus Chamba, he clutches it up at the end. Impressive stuff with the S12K in particular. If he doesn't win that fight versus Chamba, they can't do the rotation into their northern spot and make it into a top 3 scenario. So really, Kolgo allowed Team Kesso to make it as far as they actually did this game. So really good stuff from that player.
Yeah, I didn't really get to talk about it, you know, at the top of the show when you were talking about Jason, like, hey, which teams
Hi,
I thought they
classic.
really could have had like a good chance of just being like an underdog story. And Team Kessel was on my mind purely because of Colcoat and the rest of his squad.
अभी क्या पोजीशन पॉइंट चल रहा है मुझे वो
their
देख रहा है
PMSL, man, he had an absolute
फर्स्ट में A साइड
shining
था उसके बाद
star
अभी
of a
कौन सी
performance
टीम
there.
था
I mean, he was practically in the MVP run for a long
NGX team
time there.
okay
So,
फिर उसके
I
बाद
mean, coming into
IWHRX
PMGC, starting off strong, I think is something that Team Kessel
अभी Falcon
definitely
आई
needed to do. So I'm happy to see him perform early in such a way.
ASI 8 हो गई
He's got the
Falcon
name Goat in his name.
IWNRX.
Goat in his name, so
Sorry,
he's
ये
got to
मेरा
be
bad
there.
है.
Here's a take a quick look at
और
overall.
NGX
So
just नीचे हो
Falcons,
गई.
with that
Okay, and
victory,
zero
able to
FaZe
propel
20
themselves up to
points.
second
Let's
place
go.
now
Na'Vi
into that
20.
top 3 position. But I8 again off the back of these eliminations, able to
Yeah.
get themselves
भाई
into first.
ASI
And those 3 points
8
IQ got, it puts them in
हर
first place
मैच में
here.
कुछ
I
ना
don't
कुछ
even
कर
have to
रही
be
है,
watching
kills
the
कर
stream
रही
right
है.
now, Jason. I know what the chat is looking like. It's just Pakistan
Same.
domination all day.
Crypto, what's
every
the
day.
problem?
Well,
Oh.
I don't think that's what they're saying, but that's what you're saying, Jason, for sure. But I'm definitely happy with this current standings on the first half of the page. We've got some really good stuff coming in from some squads, but it is again just like Group Yellow. You got some surprises and some big names are
भाई मैच देख
I mean,
मतलब
we've been asked,
ऑफ
Max,
स्ट्रीम में
about,
थोड़ा
like,
सा
I8,
फ्लैक्स
like, in
थोड़ा
some
सा
of the videos we
कर
did over
लेता
at
भाई अभी
Pmgc
बैठा
News,
ऑन
you can
फेस
find them
कैंप
on Instagram,
तो
YouTube,
भाई
and
सब
TikTok.
देख ही नहीं पा रहा.
Like what we think I8's going to be able to do in PMGC, and we didn't really rate them too high because, I mean, yeah, they've had some experience in PMGC in the past, but like,
यार
can he kind of still put that kind of form on we saw in CSA
मैं
in
तो नाम ही भूल
PMGC?
जा रहा हूँ अब
I'm
तक.
going to say so far, I'm pleasantly surprised. However,
Vengeance
I want to see them be able to
by
continue to do this, not just in Sandhawk.
VP
I
वालों
want
का
to
भी
see them be able
ठीक
to do
था.
it again, like on an airing with a decent result, especially when we get to Miramar. And if we see that, I think, Jukes, we're in a real world where I could potentially qualify in top 3.
I mean, for sure. I mean, if they keep performing the way they did right now, I mean, we heard from none other than Seven himself. You know, he got a chance to talk to them. They said that Sandhawk was their strongest map, but they were looking to get, what was it, 70 points right here? And at least in their Sandhawk match, and this one, it's a good start to that trend, you know? So hopefully they kind of just use that first Erangel match. It's kind of like just a little bit of a wash. You know, and they bounced back already.
अभी
So
3
they got
मैचेस और
plenty of
बाकी हैं,
matches
एक
left to
रैंकर
go.
प्लस
Hopefully they're able to
टू
repeat one of those
मिरामार.
performances here.
I was a little bit scared going into PMGC for I8 because I thought they might try and play more passive going into this lobby. But man, you just saw that fight versus IW and RX
Right.
when they dropped. They're like, saw a player trying to run away, and they got in that buggy and they were chasing him down for that point. It's 1 point, but we're going to fight like tooth and nail for that elimination if we can get it. So I got to say the mindset from I8 is not what I expected going into this, but aggressive is the meta because of
It's not
elimination.
even I8, Max. It's like Major Pride, one of the most passive teams we saw in CSA. They got aggressive. It seems like aggressivity is the way to go
Why
when
you
it
say it
comes
like
to
that?
playing here in PMGC. I have to make it weird. Passive play style, I just don't think it's been rewarded. And we saw the aggressive style of Navi there, like taking area around Novo, Falcons, taking peeks over the hill. I know you guys are both saying like they're using their smokes way too early. They don't really need to invest them just yet because they're not going to transition just yet. But using the smokes just to get peaks as well, it seems to be the way the lobby's going.
I think that we're using a lot of the smokes, Jukes, just to preemptively rotate. But like, wait, we got circle again? Oh, wait, guess we don't have to move. And then the next phase, well, we still don't have to move. But how many smokes did they have, man? Like 30? Like
Dude.
that's an insane amount.
Hi,
What?
You gotta
matches
stack
तो भाई
them
दोनों अच्छे थे.
up, dude. You know, and I love hearing you, Jason. You know, you've been spending too much time in Italy, dude, with that aggressivity. You know, I would like to see that there. But you know what? When it comes down to it, oh my gosh, you know what?
I
Falcons,
like how
they
you
didn't
think
need
just
to have
doing
it.
this
Huh?
makes it
भाई
Italian, you
इतना
know?
नींद
It
आ रहा है
does.
मेरे पास काफी
It
ज़्यादा.
kind of does, though, to be fair. I'll be
Because
perfectly
सुबह को
honest.
ज़्यादा
That
जल्दी उठ गया
stereotype
था.
is pretty damn
नींद आ
true
रहा
when it comes to this. But what about some other teams? I mean, we
मतलब
did
देख रहे हो
have
तीन
so
कास्टर्स
many
एक साथ
teams
नहीं एक
rotate,
क्लोज में नहीं किया
swim,
क्योंकि
etc.
बीच में आ रहा
That's
था
something we have to
लोगो
look
वो
forward
भी
to when we
किसका
come back from our break here.
PUBG
We get things
Mobile
ready to go for
Global
second half of
Esports का.
matches. So guys, don't go anywhere.
तो
Take a
फर्स्ट
quick
मैच
break. We'll
ASI
see you
8
all
का
soon.
सेकंड मैच FaZe ने
Continuation
जीता
of Group
थर्ड
Red.
मैच फैल्कन लेट्स सी फोर्थ मैच कौन जीतती है रैंगल पे 21 मिनट्स 21 मिनट्स बोला सो 21 से स्टार्ट हुआ और माय बैड टाइम इज 21:30 राइट नाउ कितना हो रहा है भाई पता नहीं राइट नाउ कितना टाइम हो रहा है आई डोंट भाई अभी तो टाइम लगेगा भाई 21 से 28 to 30 होने वाला है अभी 18 ही हो रहा है अभी तो 15 मतलब 3 होता 15 3 18 6 हो गया 8 8:30 को स्टार्ट होगा भाई और अभी 18 होगा 18:30 मतलब अभी 2 घंटे अच्छा ना ना भाई मेरे कैलकुलेशन बहुत घटिया है, सॉरी माय बैड। ये फोन में टाइम का 6:30 तो बज रहा है, 21 इसे ही बोलते हैं। आई डोंट नो ब्रो। जरा जरा हमें तो शेरी कह दे भाई, शेरी कहते। वेनम वेनम वेनम वेनम। हैशटैग 1314 है भाई। जो अल्टर ईगो है ना वो बीच में कहीं ना कहीं गैंग बैंग हो जा रही भाई। देख रहे हो अभी वो नावी के साथ उनका गैंग बैंग हो गया क्योंकि वो मिडिल में गड़बड़ कर दिया ना, साथ में आ रहे थे पानी में डूब कर, स्विमिंग करते करते आए भाई दोनों एक ही जगह, लोकेशन थोड़ा चेंज रहती।
Welcome back to Pmgc group stage. Red. This is Group Red, baby, and I'm talking to one of the strongest teams, by the way, a coach from IWNRX. You guys have started off strong, but I kind of want to talk about PMWC a little bit. You guys didn't have one of the best performances. What have you guys changed since then, since the roster is still the same?
Valla şimdi bu hafta bayağı iyi başladınız. Geçen PMGC'ye göre ne değişiklikler oldu? Çünkü kadınız hala aynı.
Geçen Pmgc'ye göre çok büyük bir değişikliğimiz yok. Asıl değişikliğimiz mental olarak değişikliğimiz.
अच्छा वो ट्रांसलेटर है, वो
Son
ट्रांसलेटर
günlerde
वो
turnuvalara iyi başlamada bir sıkıntımız olmuyor. Ama son günlere doğru turnuvalarda bir sallantıya girdiğimiz olabiliyordu. Özellikle kötü başladığımız turnuvalarda sonunu iyi bitiremiyorduk. Bunu
फर्स्ट टाइम तो वो ऐसे जल्दी से मतलब बोलने वाला था, मुझे लगा भाई इसको समझ में गया।
olmak üzere bunu belli ederiz.
Well, most of when the starting of the tournament, there's no problem. We can start very greatly, but when the end of the tournaments, it's become really hard. Our mentality is shaky, so we improve our mentality most of that. So face mostly of that mentality.
Right on. Hey, well, there's only so much, especially that you can change when you still have the same roster. So it's good to see that you guys are wanting to change that mentality. Now, going back to this past two airing goals that I've seen out of you guys have had 2-2 splits. Frozen has been the main scout, and it seems like you guys end up switching players of who goes along with Frozen. Is this something that you guys have determined beforehand, or is it just something that happens throughout the match of who goes with Frozen to scout?
Şimdi bu iki maça Erengel'den beri Frozen ana scoutumuz olarak hep iki kişiler var.
उसकी वो लैंग्वेज सेकंड
Bu ikinci oyuncunun önceden belirlenmiş mi olarak mı yoksa oyun arasında randıman mı olarak?
Asıl IGL'imiz ve scoutumuz Frozen tabii ki. O yüzden bu scoutlama işini o yaparken ona yakın birisi duruyor ki böylece takım çok kopukluk yaşamasın. 3+1 daha
Yememezsen.
çok oluyor. Çünkü eğer yardıma gitmezsek. Bunu 2'ye 2 ile destekleyip böylece sıkıntı çıkmamasını, takımın kopukluğunu, sorun olmamasını sağlıyoruz. Bu spesifik birisi yok. İlla Frozen'ın yanında Kane, Zwolf ya da işte Swain'den birisi oynamak zorunda değil. Ama o pozisyonda en yakın kimse o oynuyor.
Well, it's true. Our main scout is Frozen, but is actually randomly based off the game. Mostly, we don't want to split the teams 2-4, but by 3-1. If anything happens, there's a support behind him that can help the team to survive the true tournament.
All right, right on. Well, hey, you were talking about the mentality change. You were talking about how you guys start off strong. You guys have definitely started off strong. You're currently in third place with 26 points. 21 out of those points coming for elimination. So let's see how you guys can end the day. Back to you guys.
My goal for you,
Let's-
Seven, learn a new instrument before this entire show does finish off. You still have a couple weeks left to go. We can only strum that guitar so many times.
भाई मुझे
Maybe you
मैक्स
can
ने
learn
ज्यादा
some drums.
पसंद आ
But
रहा है
yes, you
क्योंकि
can
वो
hear
कुछ
from
अलग ही लेवल कर
IWNRX
रहा है.
talking about their mental game, really focused on that. And honestly, that's a pretty solid answer considering how important it is to stay focused, especially when you get into that high pressure situation like those last days of play.
Yeah, he said the pressure at the end of PMWC got them, but at the
ये
start
तो
of
मस्त है भाई
PMWC's final
साइनो पे
stage,
बहुत.
Jason, I think we all remember how they were just completely destroying all of that lobby at that part of the tournament. But unfortunately, these big
Rango.
tournaments, PMWCs, Pmgcs, the longer it goes, the more pressure can get to you, and it can really make you falter. But yeah, I think that when it comes to fragging potential, they are up there. But if they can make it a little bit later in these games, Hot Jukes, that would be a big positive for them that could help them remain in top 3.
I
Bro
definitely
देख
think
रहा है
it could.
क्या होता
That's
भाई
for
लोग
sure.
का
You know,
स्प्रे
when it comes
बहुत
to
है मतलब.
IWNRX, I like the fact that we heard from the coach and he was talking about how he doesn't want to see his teams split up too much, and he goes according to the game. You know, like these guys have that flexibility to make adjustments on the fly, and I like how he said that, you know what, we try to stay more in like
Tracing,
kind of
word
3-1 position. But we've definitely seen just how like these grouped up play styles are so advantageous.
यहाँ
That's
पर तो
why I
भाई
think it was so
Falcon top पे
awesome to see
बैठी है
Navi,
आराम से.
like, split and
वेट
hold
कर रही तो आएंगे.
that spot in Novo for so long. It's really impressive
Bro.
for sure.
Definitely something that's not easy to do, but to be honest, it's only going to be the first day of play here as we still have, we still have 3 more matches to come, and then we still have 3 more days of play after that. So obviously we're going to expect some adaptations out of some of these teams, just like we saw MSJ really get punished when it came to the final day of play. But for you guys at home, like, it's up to you. What do you think is going to be happening? Obviously, let us know what your thoughts are in the chat. It's a shame we can't really interact with them this time though, Max, but we'd love to hear what you guys are talking about and who you're really supporting. I can kind of already guess what's being said in chat. It's probably going to be all about Go Pakistan.
Yeah, like I can make chat go wild right now, Jason. No, say you're supporting I8. Okay, if you're from Pakistan, there you go. Just look, the stats are gonna go wild, Jason's happy.
Great, I can't see anything in chat now, but one thing I
We'll
can
check.
see on my sweet new phone is Infinix GT20 Pro with 120 FPS. I can read all your comments in chat in the best FPS possible with my 144 Hertz AMOLED screen. You guys need to pick Max. Okay, I challenge you, Max, to do this sponsor segment without showing the phone for once.
Okay, I'll stop showing it.
God, you look so sad. I'm sorry. You know you can keep doing it because it's also phone. You guys
Yeah.
can pick one up and play like the pros as well.
Oof.
You know, as we've seen in some of these videos, Max, that is actually how you play. You do nod your head like this while you're playing.
Yeah,
You know,
I play
so
with
spin
my
in your
nose
chair.
also.
Oh, yeah. No, that's
Yeah,
just him
everything.
peeking in game. You know, that's it. He's got that immersion, baby, with that Infinix.
Well, you know, when there's like a flashbang, right? You know, you gotta turn your eyes away so you don't get blind. That of course. I don't know. Max. You know, to be fair, I
भाई
think Max
सच में
is
वायरस
like
उसकी
that, but he
अपनी
still
आंखों
carries
कर.
my behind when it comes to games.
Yeah, when there's a flashbang, I just go like that. I can't get flashbang that way. It's easy.
Well, the problem is when you
I'll see it.
play with Max in person, you're just always flashbanged unless you have the lights off in the room.
एनालिसिस्ट हैं 2 एंड एक होस्ट है.
Oh boy.
Predictions. Moving on.
Prediction.
It was so funny on our
Host
teams to
करता है
focus,
Navi
'cause, like, I
TBJ
had,
and ये.
originally had picked IWNRX Enigma Galaxy, and I had picked Tiamba. But then I saw the circle go all the way down to military, and I went, you know, and it ended up working out for that match.
Yeah, big
Yeah.
swap.
Let's go
I put my teams
मेरा
to focus,
Erangel then 2
before
मैच
that
मेरा
match
मार.
finished, and that's why you're seeing my Navi in there. Because I was like looking towards the bottom of the leaderboard, like we haven't really seen any good plays out of these teams.
फैन स्विच ऑफ कर देना
You know,
जरा
obviously
प्लीज.
TJB, a big one of them as well.
भाई
They're sitting
फैन
at the
स्लो
bottom
नहीं
of
हो
the
रहा
table with, I
है.
think, only 3 points. Alter Ego on top
Slow
of
होगा
that,
क्या?
also been extremely quiet. But I don't want to be too judgmental just yet, considering it is still very early on right now.
Yeah.
In this event.
Yeah. I was saying it at the top of the show too. You know, TJB, when it came to PEL, going into the final day, they were in 9th place. And they went from 9th all the way to becoming PEL champions, winning over $700,000 in that one show right there. So, yeah, these guys could definitely clutch it up towards the end. So I'm not too worried about it, but I do want to see them put something on the board. To
इन्होंने
escape for sure.
18 ग्रेनेड भाई
Having that
70
comeback
9
potential is
मॉली
very
ऐसा कुछ
important
किया
for
था.
these short stunt tournaments, right? Your PMWCs, your Pmgcs is very important to know that even if you're maybe a little bit behind some of the squads at the top, you can bring it back. You can get a really big point day that is going to push you
ये दो ईयर
realistically in the
अच्छा
grand finals
एक
if
तो
you can have that big pop-off
एक तो
day. So,
हेडफोन है
yeah,
सेकंड वन
TJB
क्या
has
है
been
वो
a
लोग
bit
ईयरफोन क्या पहन के रखते हैं.
unlucky on this previous game, but you can't really say it's just because of that, right, Jukes? Because if you go back on the first Erangel, guess what? Circle was literally just south of Severny, and yet they were just not quite able to weather the storm this time around because they got wide wrapped also by Team Falcons at one point. So yeah, we need to see them do a little bit better here because Erangel, even though they had one really good circle, it did not quite go their way.
But Max, what about your boys? Roseberry, Alter Ego, man. They have also had a pretty decent struggle so far. I mean, they're currently sitting in. Actually, I don't have the overalls up right
They
now.
stole the
18
strat.
हो रहा है
Like,
ना भाई,
Na'Vi sold
21 पे
stole
start
their
होगा, बहुत
strat,
time
Jason.
से bro.
There's only
14
one
players.
team that did the swimtation, and they took it away. No,
Well,
I blame Na'Vi for
I
that.
mean, Navi did it without dying in the blue. If you think back to last year at Pmgc for them.
Don't try and find like arguments to counter me, Jay. That's we can't do that.
Right now भाई बहुत time
It's
लेगा
just too
fourth
easy.
में starter.
It's not allowed.
No,
Dude, that
no,
last
it's-
game was crazy on when it comes to rotations, Max.
How
Right?
many
I don't think there was a
teams
vote
voted?
available.
Yeah, how many? Like what? 4, 5 teams did the rotation or hovercraftation, if we call it that, and then we had 3 teams doing the like just swimming across from the south of Milton
you,
Power
Max.
into Novo. Yeah, I've changed it up. Like you had Na'Vi, you had Insidious, and you had Alter Ego, which means that because Na'Vi was the first team to do so, they were going to be holding off the coastal line of Novo, which means Insidio and of course Alter Ego can't do much that game. But that was a tough circle as a whole, Jukes. Like, there was so much water on, I think, Phase 2, Phase 3, that teams were just hugging the coastal line. And if you were a late rotating team, guess what? You're not getting
TJB.
past the absolute, like, defensive fort set up on
Mike
those areas.
Ox and
Yeah,
Desoto.
TJB went in so late, all the way from Prim, and we're just not able to get it done there towards the end. But you know what? 3 more matches left to go. Anything could happen.
Well, you know what, Jukes? You know who always gets it done?
Who?
Our commentators. John and Blank, gonna dive us
Oh,
into
yeah.
our last Erangel of the day before we make our way into Miramar.
I'm getting it done right now. We're going into the game. Stalbert down towards the southwest side. Looks like we'll be dropping off in Primorsk at the end of this plane path for our last attempt at Erangel. Are we going to see the ferry pier return to brutality for ASI8, for IWNRX?
मेरे
at
को
the end
time
of that
लगेगा
drop?
अभी.
We're going to see any adjustments coming on through as well as we head on into match number 4.
Let's
Which
go
is
match
gonna be
number 4
banging our
Erangel
last Erangel here,
boys.
so the last chances of our teams to
Okay, TVJ jump
really
कर
step
चुकी
up
है.
the heat.
Let's go.
I mean, that last game was sort of a
Yes,
throwaway,
shooting
I would say,
range.
for some squads.
Giorgio, Pocheki. भाई काफी लोग मतलब easy mid to गया ना mid में से. Better सब लोग jump easily अपने अपने
usually
drop
wins
location जा सकते
in
हैं.
that position, but the circle wasn't having any of it, giving the Falcons the space to fly free from the top of the
भाई
hill
ये
there
map में
and pick
बहुत
themselves up a nice
बहुत
juicy
कम
chicken
देखता हूँ.
dinner. But yeah, we are heading down towards Primrose with this one, so a bit more orientated over the rest of the map as well, so plenty of spaces that teams can head towards.
Should be fairly open. Those early drops for ASI8 can grab some vehicles potentially. I say early. I mean,
TVJ के
you
साथ
can
उधर
fall,
कौन गया
and
सबसे ऊपर top
hit the
पे
ground
Savarni पे?
early, or might
Roy.
actually be able to stretch out and just drop all the way over to that military base. We know they want to be heading down there eventually, extricate themselves
नहीं, Roy
from
तो यहाँ पर
IWNRX,
Rozok पे
'cause
गई है.
you've seen now
TVJ को
both
पास कौन
times
गया?
around. They have
Top
come
पे
into
TVJ
contact
तो है
with
ही
them.
है,
Last
उसके
time
साथ
it was
कौन है?
ASI8 who were able to win it out. We also have IWNRX who were able to take 2 elims in the first time around on Erangel, but it looks like for now they will settle their differences, play either side of the water as ASI8 take the parachutes
भाई
over
क्या
to the
smoke?
military island and the
अच्छा
circle.
मुझे लगा
It's not
smoke
gonna
हुआ
force
है.
them
ना
to
ना
fight
हम
on
खाड़े
solution.
निकाल रहे थे.
Yeah, which is fair enough. This is the scenario that I think they wanted on the previous map, but wasn't
ESI
available purely
8 33
because
points,
of the
Falcon
playing
30
path
points,
itself.
IWNRX
So this does make
26
life a little
points
bit
and
easy
NGX
for IWNRX
25
as well as
points. G
ASI8.
Roy 23
But
points.
we are heading over towards that
Phase
northeast
20
side of the map
points,
around
now it's
Yasnaya.
20
We do
points.
actually have a split drop in Yasnaya. We haven't really brought it up yet as it's not come into contention, but we do have Na'Vi as well as Furia both occupying Yasnaya currently, vying out for control of this one. Though, to be honest with you, you can have 2 teams in Yasnaya quite comfortably. It's not a huge deal, though it looks like Na'Vi are taking their chance to move down towards the southeast rather early.
Yeah, they've already started to break out towards those Yaz fields, trying to get themselves a route down to the south edge of it, Blank, because it seems like it's going to be a potential quarrel over that northeast side of Pachinki between Pachinki and Yasnaya. See if they can get a little foothold there to give themselves some leverage into later circles. You can see the oversight on that fight here to pan across Yaz.
नहीं,
Tiamba
बस
taking
एक
shots
घंटे
out
में ले लो.
towards, I think that's Vengeance on a rotate out to their west. Yeah, they have managed to spot Noise, but not managed to take him down. Just about, though. Pretty close to the
भाई
wire.
भाई
on that
टियाना
knock, the rest of Vengeance
प्लीज
looking to push up a
एक
little
मैच
bit
जीत
further
जाओ
north
प्लीज
as well,
चिकन यार
potentially
प्लीज
allow themselves
बहुत
some
पहले मैंने नाम सुना
operational
था उस टाइम पे
routes
जब थोड़ा बहुत
into
देख
these
रहा था
next
मैं.
circles. In the three-wheeler as
Please.
well for Noise. That is not the ideal vehicle to go for a rollout when Tiamba
फैल्कन भी अच्छा
oversight.
खेलती है भाई. फैल्कन के प्लेयर बहुत अच्छे से.
Yeah, it's not what you want to be particularly.
लेकिन मैं चाहता हूँ एक मैच
towards
जीत जाए बस एक
eastern
मैच.
side, Alter Ego are able to pick up Pubg.
No, ये
Definitely
वेंजेंस
some
का
infighting
noise है.
going on at the moment, just
ASI
purely
का
because of this
ASI IQ
circle itself.
ASI
Most teams
IQ.
wanting to cover the southeast edge of this circle around Milta, Mansion, Pachinki, that kind of split. A lot of available areas to play
इन
in this
लोगों
position
TQ
of
के
the
players
map.
अभी बहुत ज़्यादा
Don't
नहीं
typically
दिखाया है.
really want to be
काफी लोग
making
को
that
नहीं दिखाया
rotate over
अभी.
towards Severny
VIP के
too
teammates को नहीं
early here,
दिखाया.
Jump.
VIP
Yeah,
IC को
it's
सिर्फ
not
दिखाया
gonna
था
be,
अभी मैंने देखा.
Too early for them,
Welcome
hopefully.
back to the
ASIA
And
caught up with
Pmgc
them in the
Group
break.
Red. I'm here joined by the coach from ISI8, Traindan. You guys have started off strong, man. You were telling
Okay.
me about how your best map is usually Sandhawk. Well, guess what? You guys were able to back it up in Erangel. Something that we have noticed, though, is that you guys are going to have to be fighting IW and RX. Is this something that you guys were training for already?
In PMSL CSA, we played very good in Sandhawk map. The worst map was Erangel, so we had to practice a lot to play good in Erangel. We, as our drop is military, so we are not gonna take fights in ferry pier against NRX. But yeah, only if the plane path is far, then maybe we're gonna have clashes. Yeah.
And I know it's something that the analysts are wondering too. Shout out to Max. Is that what other spot do you guys have planned to land in Erangel if it's not going to be military base? Do you guys have a backup plan?
We'll go military. Either it's near or far. Yeah, we'll go military base.
Oh, baby. I like it. I like it.
Yeah,
You know what?
no
Stick with your
option.
plan. Hopefully, you guys don't have to change it. Now, I was talking to the players earlier. They told me that the goal for today is 70 to 80 points.
Yeah.
After the first 3 matches, how comfortable are you guys feeling still with that projection?
Like we got 30 plus points in
Right.
3 games, pretty good for us. We had a very unlucky game, the second game, because the drop was very far and unlucky knocks. But yeah, we're gonna make it, inshallah.
All right, right on. Inshallah. Thank you so much for your time. Trained up. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much for that catch up there. That's nice and insightful. They're really sticking to their guns and heading to military base. They're
First
pretty
blood,
stalwart
okay.
in that.
Hero है.
And we'll see that coming on through. We're not going to flush
अच्छा
over Furion.
पूरे को डाउन कर दिया ना पूरे
They lose
पूरे
a
का एक
player,
player
but in
को.
the meantime, yeah, ASIA, I mean, definitely going to be bolstering their confidence. The fact that they did take those knocks, I think, is just sort of a symptom of the circle, kind of what you were alluding to earlier, Blank.
Yeah, I think it makes sense as well. It's nice to hear it from ASIA as well, in terms of like they don't particularly want to have to take that fight with IWNRX, but purely because of that playing path, there wasn't really much choice in the matter. I think that they held themselves very well in that situation. 70 to 80 points is a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, I think that was quite bold.
Bit bold.
Let's see भाई
But
1v3
I guess, you know, 60 points on the day is
2v3
actually a
है.
very, very good margin to hit here. So you don't want to shoot for 60 points. You want to shoot for the
Cover
stars.
nice
If you
bro
only
nice
reach orbit,
face
that's absolutely
nice.
fine. That's still an achievement in and of itself.
Okay 3v.
Absolutely. Flower going down, TJB. Ooh, will get flushed away. FaZe winning out the first end of that trade, but losing a player in response. They have already taken a knock and a flush as well, which actually puts them at a 3-2 disadvantage, as TJB still maintain the high ground. FaZe on the north side of the river right now by Yasnaya, the only teams really in this location, so no
Wow,
third
एक और
party's
down
going to
किया,
flex
nice.
out, but the knocks over towards TJB do come on through in the meantime. Plenty of other players fighting across the map as well, as FaZe look to try and sneak their way in. It seems like they've got the ground floor unlocked. TJB struggling to keep them at bay.
भाई वो दूर वाला बंदा वेट कर रहा है कि कब
FaZe
पूरा fully open मैं
underneath
तब
right
मैं
now, down
मारूंगा.
2 players. TJB is doing okay here, but equally in a similar situation. So 2v2 currently for both of these squads.
Grenade
Vengeance taking a flank with
Try किया
Incilio.
थोड़ा सा.
It's a lot more central on the picture-in-picture there. You can see at the moment,
Okay,
Vengeance
nice.
just not able to win it out, unfortunately. ASIA have spotted Virtus Pro. Everybody's
Jump
popping
kiya.
off. We are cramming the center of this circle, Blank, and maybe it was
भाई,
just
okay यहाँ.
that single circle on Sandhawk that saw everyone towards
Oh,
the edges,
bro,
sequestered to the side.
IHNC ने किया है.
And this time around, as with the
IHNC,
previous few, it's going back towards this big
Nice.
central style. FaZe still trying to make their way in. Vintorius is down, so
Nice,
it's all
bro.
on Onzen. As he goes for the spray with the PP by zone, going to be able to get the job done.
क्या एक और है? Okay.
Yeah.
ISC भाई आगे
Yes,
push
he
कर
is.
दिया
I mean,
भाई.
for face here, there is a possibility of getting that res off, but we're now IHC joining in with this
लेकिन
max
अगर
that
टाइम
is
थोड़ा देखे तो
kills. This
I think so वो
side actually
वो कर
well
सकता
there.
था.
We actually
Whoa!
saw, I know that's a
Okay.
crazy shift. This is where we saw FaZe take their win earlier on, but this is actually their
वो
doom as
kill था
well
कहाँ?
here on the match 4.
Okay.
FaZe going down. The big
Solo,
northwest
solo.
shift popping up to the north, touching the edge of the circle up towards shooting range and pushing all
FaZe
our
का बंदे
teams north.
कितने हैं?
Everyone was centered up around Yaz, and this is only
FaZe
going to
खत्म ही हो गए
exacerbate the
भाई.
problems of a center circle.
बस TBJ
TJ
का
Biddy,
last
they've
man
only got one
standing है,
player
वो भी
left.
उसको ही finish कर
I'd be
देंगे भाई लोग तो.
surprised this may be able to get a point against IHC. That would be
बस
good
हो गया,
news
last
for
है.
TJB to grab a couple more for
Grenade
it, but
choose
I
किया
feel
इसने,
like
इसने भी grenade
it's only
choose
going
किया
to be a
है.
matter
Let's
of
see क्या
time
होता है.
before someone else rocks up into this one, because both
Or down.
Galaxy,
Or
Falcons
down.
making their way on over.
Nice,
You can
बच
see
गया.
Falcons in the distance, but they're
और खत्म
preoccupied for
भाई
the time
खत्म.
being.
IHC ले लिया kill.
Finally found the shot as Demo able
3
to
kill
put
हो गया
that
भाई
one
इन
to
लोग
bed.
के IHC वालों
IHC
के.
up to 3 eliminations, seemingly stealing quite a few of those points away from both the teams in this compound already, and does afford them a massive oversight on the bridge crossings. They get a
Falcon
lot
का
of
बंदा
strength
भी
here.
close में है और Falcon के पूरे full
It
team
is a wild
आसपास ही
circle. I
है.
mean, we do have to double back to it really quickly because this is
और
so out of
NGX
the
भी
way for a
पास
lot of
में ही है.
teams.
Nice. 3
This
team
is
पूरे
the
close आ गए. Let's see battle क्या होता start
quintessential
होता है क्या. Falcon
definition
के का
of a hard shift fight.
Falcon
It's
IC down हो
directly
चुका है
up to the
bro.
border
Wow.
of the blue here.
Fal
And it's horrid as
Falcon
well, having to pass through Yes Now over the top of Stalber, potentially over box compound here for Virtus
Falcon
Pro.
IC down हो चुका है.
Super interesting. You know what I am really enjoying though, John?
What are you really enjoying?
That VP is Virtus Pro and not Vampires.
Oh
Replay
my
किस बात
goodness,
का?
it's so refreshing, isn't it? Not
Yeah.
being able to just be like,
ये
oh,
last
it's
match का है
Virtus
ना.
Pro. Oh, no, it's
actually,
they're
this
not from
time-
Thailand.
Vengeance वाला.
Yeah.
Vengeance वाला था वो लाजूक.
Let me drop
replay
like
था.
a little A in the name, something like that. I don't know. VAM.
Yeah,
VAM.
yeah, VAM. That's much better.
I mean, it's tough. I am
Let's-
requesting a whole org change there.
Yeah, let's get
abbreviation.
Satani on the buzzer. We'll get that sorted. Don't worry, guys.
Vamp would be a really
NGX
cool
Redox.
abbreviation.
NGX
to be fair.
Yeah. That is
मैडम
true.
बोलो पता
Let's
नहीं
vamp
इसका
it
नाम
up.
क्या मेरे को नहीं
It's
पता.
like phase up but vamp up.
I mean, yeah, it's same country, same orgs.
Yeah, no,
Same
that's still
style.
another tagline.
Hell yeah. Absolutely. We'll see if they're able to do it. It's like Team Spirit and Team Secret. That's the one that always gets me. The TS abbreviation.
I know.
It's
I mean,
it's rough.
I was struggling with the Virtus Pro. You were struggling with the Team Secret. It's fair enough. It happens.
Yeah, well, fortunately, it's only Team Spirit here. No Team Secret.
Oh, fortunately.
Well, Group
Hell
Yellow
no,
anyway.
can't say
Splitting the groups.
Yeah. We have Tiamba heading over towards that northern side. Nice
भाई
wrap from
down
them.
कर दिया
Blue
Falcon के एक और
Stalbert
बंदा
sits
down हुआ.
right on the edge of the blue as well. So
Falcon में एक और
a
बंदा
very
I
nice
think को down हुआ
rotation
ना.
from them, where they were able to kind of
Peak
get through
already
here
यहाँ पर
without
था एक
taking
बंदा.
any much damage at all. This does shift even further
हाँ,
towards that
Falcon के I
northwest
think
side,
so
so
2
teams
man
heading
होगा.
over towards
Falcon
shooting
2
range
man.
in the forest that encapsulates that area. Become one with the trees.
Falcon 2 man.
And
हाँ,
Vampire
Falcon
get an
2 man
amazing
होगा.
shift there, Blank, out on the west side, right?
ESI 8 के भाई 3
man
man है.
otherwise
Falcon
known
2
as
man है.
Virtus
NGX
Pro.
के भाई. नावी fight हो रहा है.
With
ना.
this big
great.
shift, though.
Okay, TQ भी
It's a great
पीछे से
shift for
push
them.
कर
One of
चुकी
the-
है भाई.
I bet they're the only
TQ.
team that sent over towards
भाई
the
यहाँ
western
पर
side of the
3
meet.
squad है
Furia,
भाई. अभी
Kowski,
होगा. TQ
burning
नावी.
away.
वाह.
Three
I don't think
teams.
I'm not even sure if he hit the
पूरिया भाई हो गया.
first aid in
Grenade
time.
एक
This
peek
is a
करके रखा
wild
है.
fight.
There's players across the road as well. Team Queso
Or
have rocked
down,
up into
cut
the
down.
opposing compound. Na'Vi have taken heavy casualties, but a big nade for the backline for 6
नहीं
to
होगा
keep
ना.
Furia at bay. They're not out of it just yet, but they are split. And Team
भाई,
Queso still
split है और
looking to try and
bounce
handle
भी
it.
है.
2 players for Team Queso across the way. You can see they're dealing with Kayovski offered into the distance. That's potentially going to
भाई,
allow
kill ही नहीं हो
Na'Vi
रहे,
to get
जल्दी
back
finish
up to 4
करना.
players alive
Yeah, man.
once they get these reses. And this is big on the north side. The south point of Saverni might just be safe for the time being
भाई
for
Furia
Na'Vi.
down हुआ. वो तो हो ही जाएगा.
That
16
was
बंदा था.
the
TQ वाले push
wildest
कर
amount
दिए
of time
बेचारे.
it takes to confirm an elimination. All that
और
while, they
ग्रेनेड
just let
आया.
him
नॉक हो
bleed out
जाएगा. ओ बच
and
गया. Nice.
grab themselves the res there. They
TQ
knew it
भाई
was the
2 man
final
और
player.
वो भी है. नाविया
I
वाले
guess
कितना
they're worried about
नाविया
getting
4
sold
man.
from the other side
Nice
of
bro.
things. Yeah, flips back
नाविया
up
नहीं
now.
नावी.
Good to go. This is not a bad position actually for both these teams. Team Queso actually would have had a slight advantage if
Navi
it wasn't for the
puncher.
fact that they are a little bit lacking in members towards this location.
Navi flip,
Only 2
Navi
players on
puncher.
side at the moment. But good reset on all the
Navi.
utility here from Na'Vi. And
Picks.
despite that, still rocking with the level 1 vest, which is not ideal.
Picks.
Something to work with, though. It's better than nothing. That's what they're banking on. Incilio moving in on the south side, just a little bit beneath Virtus Pro, next door to IHC as well. Na'Vi and Team Queso holding the standoff. 2 players for Team Queso. Falcons, they are playing as 2 as well. A lot of duos after this move up towards the north. This is all a symptom blank of that crunch that we saw to the south side of Yaz Fields. Because a lot of teams were investing there, we're in stage 3 and we're down to 12 teams. Because of the fact that everybody had to move so close to one another, get across those rivers all at the same time.
भाई Falcon क्या
on the south side.
आज top पे रहेगी देखना.
Again, if they want to stay on a nice projected trajectory over towards that 60 points at the end of the day, it's only 7 points this game. Any more they can get than that is really nice. Money in the bank. System going forward, because obviously those 3 points that they were able to put up over that 30 will help them here.
अभी starting से ऐसा ही
point scoring. Next circle about to pop here for us though. And you can see it's very limited when it comes
भाई
to
जब हम लोग खुद खेलते हैं ना भाई जैसा गिरता है तो भाई कितना
there is
गुस्सा आता है.
only the one and
भाई VP के पास पूरा full zone है and वो आगे टियान भाई स्पोर्ट्स आराम से रिज ले सकती है
those
पूरा.
really will be the 2 princes in the lobby vying for the throne.
I mean, you still got a little corner of the gun range in this one as well, but that hillside that is next to gun range is very, very treacherous. It's so difficult to marshal, especially given the number of ragtag teams in its vicinity. I think it's going to be a very dangerous place to try and make that bet. Enigma Galaxy, they're sending, looking like they might want to take that east side compound, the Prince positions, as you put it, but yeah, they'll make their way in fairly safe. They extricate from near IHC, from near Alter Ego as well, and they make that fast rotate, that fast call. It plays well for them.
Yeah, it's not a bad spot to play either. Has some decent sidelines, at least down the hill, preventing teams from getting in from that south side. They won't worry too much what's going on the north because they know that's going to be pretty much a bloodbath over towards the northern side of the map. A lot of fighting will be going on in that location. But for Enigma Galaxy, having the walls on this compound as well is super nice. Just prevent some of these crashes from coming through too fast. It's pro that they just control so much more area and have a lot of options to take when they head on forward.
भाई push हो रहा है भाई solo बैठे बंदा बाकी है. Finish okay भाई उधर से push. अच्छा grenade से round किया
on that northern side, but finally can make their way over towards the west.
TK so evicted by Na'Vi, a little roll across the road for Lemon. There's not too much they can do about it there. It's pretty rough. Na'Vi did know that they had to handle that position in order to get out of this location, because they have to shift now given the circle. IHC were able to third party, get a lot of value from the move in on this one, but the way out, a little bit more treacherous. It's blocked by open ground and ASI8 behind them. Also, Alter Ego going to be dragging down this position. A nice low ground rotate, actually, for ASI8, trying to just get away from this, get ahead of it, reposition this fight, reorient it, recontextualize things.
I think so ASI down होने वाले क्योंकि अगर पीछे से वो आ जाएगा.
Better end of this deal. They've got the hard cover of the buildings. IHC going to have to move first, and Alter Ego also going to make this difficult.
हो सकती है. कभी भी rotation. Oh, Na'Vi वाले push कर दी और भाई हो गया. अभी वापस आएगी.
Down towards that south side, they actually have a good amount of control down towards IHC as well as ISI8. I think for ISI8, they would like to just get themselves out of this scenario as quickly as possible so they can continue playing forward. Na'Vi makes a roll up over towards that northwest side, but they can have a lot of influence over Getzo Roy as well as IDoInterX, who are currently battling off against one another. And this is actually a very nice rollout from Na'Vi to start their run here on day one.
Left में एक बंदा है.
Getzo Roy.
Push कर दो भाई. कितना time लेंगे?
Getting the res, getting things a little bit more
grenade
healthy.
किया और close grenade था. Oh नहीं था.
Nades over. This is that shooting range hill I was talking about. Treachery is abound in this location. Lemon up to the wall. Gets a Roy. What a broadside to 6. Danger. Is he going to be able to find any response? A lot of damage to Lemon, but the flush should come through fairly swiftly. Not really too much to be backed up there on Getzo Roy, but Flip has to move off of this high ground as well. They have to rotate a little bit out to the blue. That's going to do a little bit of damage to the health bar. And Getzo Roy trying to hold off Na'Vi and push through IDoInterX in the meantime.
Yeah, it's a
Ek ho raha
horrendous
knock,
position to be in.
damage.
I think a lot
Oh.
of times when you play the fences in shooting range, you know it's not likely you'll be pushing out from this position. A lot of times it's more of a survival spot, but with Na'Vi taking this flank and IW and Eric's
Nice.
being in front,
ISC वालों के लिए तो
life
गंदा
becomes
है.
very
ग्रेनेड
difficult.
बहुत
Tiamba
क्लोज
actually makes a
क्लोज
round
और
back down
खत्म.
towards that north side as
एक
soon as
डाउन
they
हो
hear a
चुका
lot
है,
of this
पीछे
fighting.
और जा चुके हैं और एक
And
और
will
फेंका है
try and have
और
some
ये
influence
ओके
and get some
नाइस.
nice shots over towards Na'Vi.
Oh.
I don't know if they're able
किसने
to pick
किया है
up
किसने
too
किया
much
है?
from this one. His names just
Vehicle
keep
Falcon.
popping, and IHC will be going down after that.
A sweeper from the Falcons able to take down
भाई
1 or
Falcon ने
2
डाउन
with the
कर दिया.
bumper.
5
And
एलिमिनेशन.
all of
नाइस
that
ब्रो
position
Falcon.
for IHC was dictated by the rotate from ASI8, so credit to them there.
भाई
But
vehicle
they
use
are
बहुत
now
करते हैं
trapped
वो.
and having a really rough time against Incilio, who have moved into position to guard them out as once they held out IHC. Nick the Galaxy going to be the main threat on the southeast side.
Falcon
Ultra
down.
Ego to Falcons,
वाह.
and
अभी
Virtus
तक
Pro
Falcon थी, Falcon
continuing to
अचानक
just
से
hold
डाउन हो
dominance
गई.
over the southwest.
देख ही नहीं पाया.
Virtus Pro honestly just have a great spot to play in.
Navi 4-man, NGX 4-man, IWNRX 3-man,
move further towards that north side. Doesn't really
Tiana Esports
centralize those
5-4,
two locations for
4-man,
Nick the Galaxy,
INS 3-man,
as well as Virtus Pro.
AE 3-man
I
and
think
VP
Tiamba
is
actually has the
4-man.
most
Let's
control
go.
out
Grenade
in
किया है,
this
Grenade
lobby
का
at the
knock होगा.
moment.
काफी
Because they can
close,
quickly sweep
okay.
over towards Na'Vi, and they've already done a good
Navi, I
job of
think. भाई बच गया
basically
Navi.
caging in Virtus Pro. They've took
Navi
some shots
play-
down that way
भाई
before.
कहाँ
Here's
बग्गी
Na'Vi on
damage
our
है.
screens though, 7 eliminations.
Nice damage.
Making up for what really should have been a chicken dinner that last match, which was foiled
और
by the
grenade.
circles, just not going their way time and
भाई
time again, despite
भाई
good
नावी वाले तो
decision
फुल ऑन
making.
जोश हैं. भाई हो गया.
Navi
वो
doing
बंदा
a lot
knock
of
नहीं हुआ.
damage to Swain, but not quite finding the knock just yet. Finally getting something,
वो
and that's
बंदा
over to
knock नहीं हुआ.
Frozen this
नहीं
time
हुआ
round.
हुआ. Knock finish
playing
हुआ,
as
grenade
3.
से
That's
down.
one knock that they've seen. I think those flushes are starting to come through now. And IWNRX having a real tough
बस हो
time.
गया.
There are 2 players still alive. I know that health bar looked
अच्छा
empty, but the
वो
knock
उससे knock किया.
didn't
Knock
quite
finish
come
हुआ.
through over towards that high ground. Na'Vi flexing out. Alter Ego may be able to have quite a big impact actually onto this fight if they can find a pick
भाई
onto
आराम
Na'Vi
से
whilst they're
Alter
resting
Ego
on the
bro,
back
तुम्हारा
line. They
HP.
could swarm over this hillside, take control of the north edge. IWNRX on the back foot of it would make that easier, but Na'Vi stabilized somewhat. Lemon takes a lick though.
Yeah, there's tons of damage
Yeah.
coming through from Tiamba. IWNRX, I think, even had one of their elims go over towards Tiamba earlier on. Nice
Last
rotate
match
through
for
from Flip. This guy
INLX.
is an unbelievable fragger.
Further.
Lemon does a lot of damage, but there should be the cleanup coming through
भाई
from Flip.
बग्गी
But it's
चढ़ा
not
दिया
for Flip, it will be Puncher flying
भाई
through the
बग्गी
vehicle
चढ़ा
from the
दिया.
sidelines. Lemon is down though, and Tiamba's going to take this opportunity to try and push in off the back of that.
एक बंदा
Alter
बाकी.
Ego Tiamba, even Nick
Revive.
Galaxy starting to flex out. We saw
Nice,
their
बहुत अच्छा
third-party
kill रहा है.
proclivities
मस्त
in
मजा आ
the
रहा
previous
है.
game. See if they
Alter
can
Ego
reenact that
versus Tianwa Esports
into
and
this
Navi.
one as well. Try and push into the top 3 because
VP
Navi's
and
still
AE
alive and they're a little bit ahead with the elim count that they've got. However, they are on their last breath.
INS
it
versus
seems,
VP का
'cause
मैच
that
कब होगा
northern
भाई?
side
काफी
is
क्लोज बैटल
really getting
Tianwa
spicy
डायरेक्ट
for
अभी
them.
रोटेट करे. एक बंदा बिल्कुल पीछे है.
Yeah, for Na'Vi, I think it was a good run, but getting sandwiched like this is a terrible scenario to be in. Tiamba
Okay.
continues to hold good control around the map. I mean, they're doing this with 3 players right now. Shan at the
Okay.
moment is just keeping tabs over towards that western side of the map. And now they're continuing to push on through. With Alter Ego being on
Knock
3
नहीं
players,
होगा.
only 3 elims, hasn't been able to pick up too many of the death crates either, as
भाई,
Tiamba has
grenade
been sending them further and further away
अंदर है
from
कि
this
वो कार के
fight
पास
on
लेटा
this
हुआ है.
side. You can imagine the Alter Ego utility-wise, maybe even on the damage of the vests and the helmets, aren't looking too great.
बकूस.
Trying to find those
आ
openings
गई.
now.
क्लोज हो रहा है. INS और VP का क्लोज हो रहा है.
7 for Incilio on the south side. I think they took one of Virtus Pro down on the hillside. A little opening for them potentially as well.
उन्हें लग रहा है कहीं पर आगे नहीं, just थोड़ा सा
Right
आगे
now,
ना
Nick
हो.
the Galaxy probably in the
Wait कर रहे
safest
हैं सर
spot,
से
the
वो.
lowest probability of conflict to come,
Team
in
भाई
this next
7
set,
finishes हैं इन लोग
which
पास.
puts
2
them,
finishes
in my
उनके साथ
estimation,
उनके.
top 3
Nice.
guaranteed for Nick the Galaxy here. Get back up into that top 3, chase down ASI8 potentially.
Okay, अभी हो जाएगी Falcon top पे. I think so. इस बार हो
I
जाएगी
think for
Falcon top पे.
ASI8, only getting the one elimination on this match was pretty dastardly for them. Falcons pulling ahead with 5
Ari.
eliminations there, and
Ari,
Na'Vi
INS,
being able
Ari
to
उधर.
push themselves up into a 3rd place is really nice for them. Nick the Galaxy, though, I think that they've stayed strong over towards
Ari.
the southeast edge. I mean, there was a lot of fighting around that area. They had some impact over towards it, but what they have done is solidify this position over towards the eastern side, which is most important for them.
अच्छा नीचे कंपाउंड पे उस वो कर रही है NGX
Seems to be very slow into this circle here.
ये लोग कब से यहीं
Finally,
पर
some
हैं बहुत
forays
टाइम से
being
यहीं पर कंपाउंड होल्ड कर
attempted
रहे
from the north side. Alter Ego, Tiamba trying to move around their players. A potential step forwards as well to the Alter Ego position. Tiamba are gearing up for a fight here. They still have Bashan. They still have Shan out on that west side. Going for that scout and potentially looking to try and fold that back in when they get the information. As soon as this fight pops up on the west, expect Tiamba
Open
to
bro,
go for the roll down onto
open
Alter Ego.
में, nice.
Yeah, they're shooting right now. Now that's the main thing. They're gearing up to go. Like you say, versus Alter
किसी ने
Ego.
भाई INS वालों ने देखा ही नहीं कि बंदा इतना ओपन में आया वापस चला
close, rubbing shoulders with Alter Ego.
काफी पीछे था ना वो
They're uncomfortable with that kind of presence. Yeah, Tiamba is more on the controlling side of things, but a wonderful shot from Rosemary. Long range as well towards Tiamba. That opens the gates now for Alter Ego. Quickly Bond makes an immediate decision to send back, but likely they'll lose these vehicles. No time to get a smoke down.
Nade over to try and put the suppression down, not confirming on this, and actually a really reckless rollout
cover
there.
दे दिया भाई उसने, cover दे
They
दिया.
didn't know there were players too close
bro,
by, and that
nice.
is really, really dangerous stuff. Losing a player in this scenario when you only had 3, that is far too bold. The shift goes up to the north and actually onto Tiamba. The res came through. And that is really mishandled on the advantage.
भाई 4-man वही और NGX 4-man है भाई. NGX वालों को तो क्या compound है भाई. NGX वालों बहुत अच्छा compound.
Long Shan can stay out on this western side. Luckily for him, the blue's not moving just yet, but Tiamba has to create space, and they know they do because they need to be ready for both Virtus Pro and Enigma Galaxy in the future, because they understand that both the teams inside those compounds likely going to be at 4 players, going to start to make their flex out soon. Incilio looking to take nades over towards Virtus Pro, but hope is not looking too good here for Incilio as they sit down towards that southward side.
अरे इन लोगों को भी मौका नहीं मिल पा रहा है इन
We've
लोगों
got
यहाँ से
7
दिख नहीं
elims
रहा
on
है.
this game though, Blank, so if they can extract 1 or 2 more, a top 5 position, definitely a good result for them. Shan goes down, and that is that off angle you were talking about to Alva, who was just posted up there. Tiamba unlikely to be able to get this res. Virtus Pro actually flexing out, trying to get some scouting done. You see them rolling straight into Tiamba's position, and that's not what you want to see from Tixi. Unfortunately, gets a little bit too close to the fire, gets burned for it. Enigma Galaxy still yet to leave their compound. Tiamba launching themselves up the tables in the meantime, but Enigma Galaxy finally having an impact here. Virtus Pro going to contribute as well, and Incilio, yeah, they're going to fall down. Couldn't make that move.
NGX वाले पूरा मैच यहाँ पर ऑलमोस्ट काफी देर से होल्ड करके रखा है. लास्ट के 2 मैच कर रहा हूँ.
Actually on target towards Virtus Pro. The fact that Tiamba's had so much control towards his south side at the same time is very impressive. And Rosemary attempts to get away from the beast that is Tiamba, only to find himself in the jaws of Enigma Galaxy.
Rosemary has their brains rearranged there with a lovely shot and a rundown from SnowX. Splats the guts on the tree. Not going to be good news, and leaves Alva alone. Last player to stand for Alter Ego. So it's really a 3-horse race right now. Virtus Pro only on 2. Tiamba trimmed down to size on 2 as well. And Enigma Galaxy out by a length.
For Enigma Galaxy, they have a real good chance in this game to fit themselves up a chicken dinner. They've isolated all the fights over towards that western side, having this just incredible presence right now for Enigma Galaxy is a case of just not getting caught off by these off angles. That is a beautiful nade by Bond.
Can they seal the deal?
Malai reeling.
A second nade over the top, a lot of damage sent on in, and it's going to be confirmed by QZ. Although he spotted Narvalo and Enigma Galaxy pressed the ridgeline. They pushed this fight back and back and back, and now they've got the open sightlines to handle it. Alva is still going for Alter Ego as Bond goes for the 180s, but Icy is too quick with the UMP. Top 3 for Virtus Pro. 10 elims for Tiamba, and a 4th place is a good point score for them. But we're up at the top 3 now.
Bro.
Oh, nearly takes Ralph down with him, but missed by 2 vehicles by a hair's breadth. It's not going to happen though. And now Virtus Pro with just Icy. I wouldn't be too surprised to see him stay out in the blue zone. They know he's there. In comes the roll up, and down goes Icy. It's Enigma Galaxy.
4-man इतना होल्ड किया ना लोगों ने. चिकन लास्ट के
best thing about
4
this for
मैचेस
Enigma
कितने
Galaxy
लास्ट के
is
अभी
that looking
रैंगल
back at
3
PMSL
और एक
EMEA,
साइनोक में
it was a long
साइनोक ने
time.
लास्ट के
We
तीनों
had
रैंगल में
three
किल्स किए उन लोगों ने और
grueling
इस
weeks of
मैच में
gameplay
चिकन किया
where
लोगों ने
Enigma Galaxy was just nowhere near
और कितने
close
लास्ट में कितने
to
किल लिए
picking
एक
themselves up a
यहाँ पे
chicken
लिया
dinner.
फिर
The fact that
वहाँ
they
पर
could do it
VP
on
का
day
2 किल किया
one
उधर
of
3
PMGC Group Red is very impressive and just shows the lengths of improvement
3 तो
this
ये मुझे
squad
याद है
has
बाकी और
made. I mean, Redog's got to be
कौन
one of
से
my
लिए वो
favorite
मुझे नहीं पता
characters from PMSL EMEA. That guy is hilarious.
अच्छा
I'm
होल्ड किया
glad
था भाई
they'll
लास्ट में
pick
चिकन
themselves
किया
up a chicken dinner.
नाइस
Man, Enigma Galaxy, where did this team come from? Massively surprising me, at least. I don't know about you two, Hodrix and Max, man, but this has been a fantastic performance on the day, getting themselves a chicken dinner here and most likely propelling themselves into top 3.
Oh man, another great game from Enigma Galaxy, and you see them. They land Pachinki. As soon as that zone goes up to that north side, they loot very quickly, take off, and they get across onto that northern island. And I mean, the zone just slowly starts heading into their direction, and they take full advantage of it, except towards the end. I mean, the circle did leave them, but they were able to get it done, Max.
I mean, it left them, but they had the cars, they had the resources. No one got knocked in that game really until the very end, so they were just able to send it forward into Chamba, into the solos, also a VP, and get himself an absolute dominant win. And to be honest, I feel like Enigma Galaxy played the version of what VP tried to do. VP was just wait, Enigma Galaxy here, Jukes. Understood, if we want to win this game, we just got to send it mega aggressively in this late game scenario to just sweep up the solo players, not get really overwhelmed by possible off angles of players we haven't scouted yet, and we're going to get the win. So again, Nigma, the aggressive playstyle of Nigma Galaxy this event and even in PMSL EMEA Fall is fantastic. So again, big props to Raul for changing the IGLing style to just look for more limbs.
I love it. I love it. You know, one team in particular that I don't think really didn't show up the way that they could have was Virtus Pro, man. They got super blessed, right, with a circle shift on over to the west-hand side. So they had a good dominant position in that zone, but they were just playing it way too passive, Max. Like they were just sitting, waiting till the late game. But, you know, as you and I both know, if you don't hurry up and get those eliminations and you have the opportunity, you're going to be behind on the leaderboards big time.
The fact you leave Incilio for so long south of your compound for VP, you're just making yourself a late threat that you could have taken care of way earlier into that match. But unfortunately, they don't take that fight early on, so they try to push it towards Chamba, and as they push it towards Chamba, happens what we expected, right, Jukes, which is they were going to get backstabbed and you get pincered between the teams. Sure, you do get a second place because IC is able to survive, but from a spot like that, it could have been a Virtus Pro win, but unfortunately,
यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा टाइम लगा लेकिन पुश कर दिया था भाई ये
unwilling to take fights that could really
ये
result
तो
in a big
भाई
win. So I hope they can look back on this
ये
game
तो
for
फैल्कन वालों ने जस्ट किल लिया किल लेने के बाद
Gotta be
जस्ट
more
डेड हो गए
aggressive.
भाई
Let's start pumping the numbers on the next
पिछला
two
जस्ट भी
matches
चिकन
of
गया था फैल्कन
I
में
mean, speaking of Tianbo,
और उससे पहले
I feel like we have to kind of talk
उससे
about
पहले
them
फेज
and the
वालों ने आई
control
थिंक
they
किया था
had over the
चिकन
zone. And Max, you were saying during the match, this is very reminiscent of what they like to do when it comes to the to their PEL matches.
Yeah, so like
पहला वाला ASI 8 ने किया उसके बाद सेकंड मैच आई थिंक सो फेज ने किया फिर थर्ड फैल्कन ने किया फोर्थ में
then third party
हमारे
every single fight on their side of the circle.
NSG ने किया
We had I think it was Navi versus IW and RX Jason.
NSG कर दिया लास्ट अभी लास्ट दो मेरा मार
They
देखते
smell the blood in the water like, oh, there's a fight happening over there, and if we win that fight, we are the complete kings of
भाई
this
ये
fight
वाला जो
position south of shooting
NGX
range,
ने
and
किया
they
भाई ये तो
instantly send it,
खतरनाक था ब्रो
sweep
ये
those two
खतरनाक
teams
था
and claim at
ये वाला
that point,
सच में
I think
लिटरली
about
बहुत
50%
खतरनाक
of the
पग्गी
circle.
आके
So,
ठोक दिया
yeah,
उसको
their
फिर
third
मार दिया
party is definitely to be
वो मस्त
feared in this lobby for Group Red, and they're going to keep
NGX
doing it for the
17
rest of this
points
tournament. I
Tiana
am sure.
Esports
You
14
know, who would have
points
guessed for Raouf what would be the
VP
ideal
भी
combo for
airports
him on a team? And I never thought it would be a Romanian and 2 French people on the roster to really make it complete, but it's working out for them, looking fantastic. 17 points in the last match. They take themselves the chicken dinner. Down below, getting the 10 eliminations, put themselves at 14. Virtus Pro, who desperately needed points because they were pretty low on the leaderboards, able to get themselves 11, but so do Ultra Ego in 6th place here in this match.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't see, and is another team that definitely needs some points. And I even said it right before this match. I was like,
say it. Don't say it.
I'm gonna say it. TJB, dude, where are they? What is going on here? I mean, this is 4 matches in, Max, and these guys haven't put anything on the board yet.
we don't see them really reach the late game, and if they did, like on the previous Erangel, not this one, the one before that, then they don't even have a full squad making it to the late game. So I think it is down to rotation timing and lack of scouting that is really hurting them so much, Hot Jukes. And yeah, lack of scouting is going to make you, unfortunately, rotate straight into teams. You're going to be unprepared, and then you have matches like this where you get 0 placement points and 2 eliminations for your trouble. So yeah, rotation-wise, you can pull the same rotate just a little bit faster, send a player forward to get that intel, and you might just have an easier time getting in circle. But as of right now, that has not really been the case.
Well, yeah, so sometimes it takes some teams a little longer to get used to the lobby, and TJB are not even close to even having any, anything at all. But oh yeah, look at this.
He's French, so I'm just happy. Keep on going.
No, go ahead. I was okay. I thought you had something to say that. But you know what? Another team in particular that we kind of see off and on, Jason, is I8, right? I mean, we see them do pop-off matches and then nothing. I want to see a little bit more consistency from them. At least like 5 to 6 points if they can get it.
You know what? Can I switch topics here? Because
yeah, go ahead.
Hot Jukes, I know you're a big fan of Americas and the teams.
Of course.
Bro, Furia have been uncharacteristically quiet so far at the moment. They're currently sitting in 14th place, and I had a lot higher expectations on this team.
Brazil, where are you at? Where are you at? All right, they're not here right now, unfortunately. Yeah, and when it comes to Furia, they've been really kind of been getting put in some really bad spots.
लास्ट में पॉइंट्स निकाल मुझे लगा फैल्कन जीत जाएगी लेकिन लास्ट में चिकन करके 10 पॉइंट्स सीधा ले लिया भाई एनजेक्स को फैल्कन एनजेक्स वालों ने
went towards none other than Yasnaya. Yeah, so they landed in Yasnaya, which should have been a good game for them considering where the circle was, but they tried to move on a little bit too late and they just got picked apart. So you saw them head all the way up into that northern side of Severny, and they wanted to go to that dominant compound, but then they had to deal, of course, with Team Gessel and all those different squads and just got picked apart. So maybe when it comes to Furia, maybe they should try to take a step back in this upcoming match. Just instead of just trying to send it towards that central position, maybe just kind of scout it out, get some points on the board, get one good late game in, and then go from there.
I mean, currently they're on the cusp, right, of the bottom 5, which is where you don't want to be.
Struggles चल रहा है, Vengeance वालों का भी struggle चल रहा है, TGB वालों का भी चल रहा है. अभी starting है, chill out, अभी time है भाई.
It is going to be a bit risky, and those wide rotates, it is always going to be
4 दिन का match है, 20 matches left है भाई.
TJB are not great when it comes to
100 to 120 points तो लगभग जाएंगे.
But they got Chaoski on the team, right? So like
उससे ज़्यादा भी जा सकते क्योंकि group yellow में तो है गए थे 150 points.
Team in good shape and
150 160 points गए थे.
In later for these matches because they have really so much potential. But I mean, these lobbies are tough, right? You are not going to have every single team make it survival grand finals, and some big names like Furia might just struggle at the start.
You've got Alter Ego with one of the best players in the world and one of the strongest teams in SCA. You have IHC, the previous Pmgc winner. You have Furia, one of the best teams in Brazil and in Americas. And you have TJB as well, one of the best teams in China.
थोड़ा power nap
we don't know how they're going to really match up. But like 4 of the 5 teams have such high caliber results in the past. And yet they're in our bottom 5, and the potential of being eliminated just kind of blows my mind. But as you're saying, Max, kind of is a testament to how strong these groups are and how really there's a lot of new and up-and-coming teams that can completely catch you off guard if you're not prepared.
I think after Group Yellow, I don't know what to expect anymore.
Yeah,
all
exactly.
expectations thrown out the window. But it's day 1. I think we have seen quite a bit of adaptations coming through for the teams of Group Yellow after the first day especially. It is hard to make those changes on a 4-day tournament, right? I think looking back again into Kitsune for Team Spirit, they have a game plan. They stuck to it until the very end, and that allowed them to get first place. But if you're at the bottom, there's something that maybe is not working out. So some minor adjustments could be really the difference between you going home early or you at least making it to survival stage. So right now, if you're at the bottom and your playstyle is not working, think what you can do going into day 2 to really try and get those points on board.
Man, poor Rob's at home, just sitting here watching the success of his previous teammates, saying, "No, it should have been me, not you."
Should have been me.
But honestly, it is great to see like French players towards the top. I feel like we haven't really seen a strong. Obviously, they're not a full French team, right? But strong French team in quite a long time. Thinking like way back in the day. So it's good to see this at least going towards their way. But again, they have to be able to maintain this over the course of not just today, but 3 more days on top of that. And anything can really happen, especially when you see Tiamba starting to warm up into this, not to mention some other teams really get a feel of the lobby. Because I feel like that's what day 1 is kind of about. How many points can you put down? But more importantly, what kind of feel do you get for the lobby and what kind of read do you get on it?
That's why I'm so excited when it comes to Miramar, right? I'm excited to see just like, hey, how are these teams going to perform here? We got 2 matches left to go on the day. This is a good opportunity to bounce back for some of the squads here that underperformed. And you mentioned it. I mean, it's so crazy to see the bottom of the leaderboards, the success, and just how much money those teams have won, you know? Be at the bottom, it's got to hurt. But, you know, there's still plenty of days left. It may take a little bit longer for some teams other than others to kind of get warmed up. But I am still shocked to see TJB so far down, right, Max?
Yeah, it's a really big surprise here. But the thing is about TJB is they had a little bit of a, I think, slow start eventually, but towards the end, I think you said it earlier, Drukes, right? They were in 9th place, right? Before going towards the end. And so they initiated a big comeback. That clutch factor is so damn important in a stage like a PMGC tournament where we know this team can put big, and I mean massive elimination matches, right? Just suffice for them to get a really solid position in a late game situation. And I'm telling you, this guy are going to bring 10, 15 eliminations on the board. So sure, the start is not quite what they expected, but also don't forget, this is a PL team. They need to take a little bit more time to adjust to the global version. And I think that we are going to get a pop-off from TJB eventually.
I don't know if I find that like completely fair, saying that like they have to get used to it because they're a PL team. Because they did play at PMWC and they had a really good result at PMWC. But at the same time, I will give you that little bit of leeway of like, okay, you went back to PEL and you had to focus on PL. Now you're coming back to global stage. You have to get used to the version of the game as well. But I feel like macro-wise, they should have a generally good understanding of how the global teams are playing. But then again, we also probably have seen some massive changes in ways some of these teams have played since the last time they met. I mean, Enigma Galaxy, for instance, I didn't have them on my radar to even be challenging. I mean, I don't want to say it out loud, but like challenging top 10, and yet here they go. They're sitting in first place.
I think it's just that adaptation period when it comes to PL teams. Like, I always give it for day one. I think that's just giving them a little bit of leeway, a little bit of an excuse, but it doesn't work anymore. But then you have teams like Enigma Galaxy that, since fall season, I feel like they're just not playing the blue zone anymore, Jason. They've become the blue zone. Like, if you're around them, you're going to take that tick damage over time. So, yeah, it's really good to see the change of mentality in the second half of this year when teams are just building more synergy. It's been really successful for, again, Enigma Galaxy as an example, Jukes, that have been looking so far like the best iteration of Enigma Galaxy I personally have ever seen. I love to see this.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are looking night and day difference from before. And yeah,
let's
I love
go.
To see that. And you know what? I will say, I'll give a little extra stamp for when it comes to TJB. Because let's be real, if I had won PEL, I'm partying all the way up to pretty much the day before PMGC, you know? So maybe they just need a little bit of time to kind of, you know, get ready here today.
Now we know why you're not a pro player anymore, Hot Jukes.
Dang right.
showing up late to the.
I'm retiring, bro. If I won, I'm out.
Bro, I just won like 700 grand. I don't need to be here. Let's see what's gonna happen as we do finally head into our Miramar. Last 2 matches of the day of the first day of Group Red. Take it away.
Once more into the desert. Match 5 on the day. And we're coming in from the south side. Just Ona heading up towards Torre Ahumada with the plane path. Let's take a look at how our teams deal with the undulating dunes here on Miramar. Of course, a lot of rotational play in the early game. Let's take a look at where these drop spots fall. A lot to uncover in these first few minutes.
We're like archaeologists dusting off the dust to see what
favorite archaeologist.
Favorite,
yeah.
Bro, you heard this guy called, I don't know, you might not know him. It's like Indiana Jones.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he's
That's
great.
fair. Not Rich O'Connell from The Mummy.
Who is he?
The main guy, he's Brendan Fraser's character in The Mummy.
He plays another guy.
What?
He plays Brendan Fraser.
What? I'm so confused what you're trying to say right now. His character is Rich O'Connell.
Rich O'Connell plays Brendan Fraser.
No, you're just wrong on this one, I'm afraid.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
He's 2 guys in one. Indiana Jones has only ever been one guy, so that's cool that he like has an alter ego.
No, because Indiana Jones is also Han Solo. So.
No.
Yeah.
He's an archaeologist.
What is going on? I don't like it. Blank, I'm panicking.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Oh dear. Well, you stick with your Indiana Jones. I'll stick with my guy who's got all the horses.
That's right. Yeah. I've got all my horses in the race. It's just one horse, actually. It's Indiana Jones.
That is true. And speaking of horses in the race, a lot of us had TJB predicted, right, for this
Yeah, you
one.
were wrong.
And as the desk were highlighting, so far, we're just flat out so bad at this and wrong. You're right.
So,
Tiamba doing way better.
Wrong? Who was wrong exactly?
Max.
अभी तक no gun है भाई.
So let's look at this. John, TJB Falcons, Tiamba, Jason, Tiamba, TJB Falcons. Oh, Max it's me and Max. Me and Max are going crazy. Falcons, Tiamba, FaZe, and me, Tiamba, Falcons, Na'Vi.
Bro, wow.
And even head of production.
Wow,
went for
nice,
TJB as
bro.
well.
Top
No,
5
well,
elimination.
Okay, all right. Look, it's all I'm saying is I still got back to Tiamba, so I'm okay. I'm doing all right still.
INS Flashy.
Yeah. No, I mean, the thing is, I don't think this is the end of TJB. Again, this is exactly what I was talking about at the start of the day, is that Tiamba is just way more suited to international tournaments. And it's always difficult for other teams from PEL to perform that way. I don't know what it is about Tiamba, but the way that they adapt and the way that they play in these tournaments is much more how you would expect a team from PMSL SEA to play or PMSL EMEA to play. Whereas TJB, it might take them a day to get back into the groove of things. So I don't think it's the end of TJB at all, because they are all incredibly talented players. I think they just need to get into the groove a bit.
Hopefully they can warm up a little bit, and here's the place to do it on Miramar. Get some strong rotations going. The circle, very chill. The plane path, very chill. This is the arena where you can really start to flex those muscles and get the blood pumping. That's what we want from TJB, as well as from Furia and IHC, down towards the low end of these tables right now, and still a little bit of leg room in terms of the matches, but that will go quickly. I mean, we saw how quickly week 1 went with Group Yellow. It does get away from you, so you can't afford to spend too long down on your luck, but it is still comebackable for these teams towards the bottom.
Yeah, they can definitely make a comeback in the coming matches, I think. I reckon. Yeah.
Do you think? Okay.
I'm going to actually ban you from ever using the word comebackable ever again, if that's okay.
I think that ban, for me, is comebackable.
I would more call it a justified ban.
यहाँ पर भी टाइम लगेगा फाइट
winnable,
लेने में. फाइट कुछ होगा नहीं.
comebackable.
वही स्टेज 3 4 पे स्टार्ट होगा
using
फाइट.
that word.
Yeah, I'm going to keep going. You can't stop me.
ओहो गोल्डन मिराडो.
Well, the old
भाई
Three
काफी टाइम हो गया
Musketeers
मुझे
minute.
गोल्डन मिराडो देखे. मैंने मेरा मार
Yeah,
बहुत
we're
टाइम
heading
से
up
निकला.
towards the northern side of the map at the moment. Graveyard currently held by
Tianba, let's go.
Not a great position
Okay.
on the map, but it'll do. It'll do for now.
Okay,
And they haven't
nice.
done too badly at all. 25 points. Not where I would have placed this team at all in 7th place. So I'm
Roy
pretty happy. I mean,
Posh.
some of the plays that they've made have been fairly damn good. I still think some of the team fights are lacking from this squad. I mean, if I'm looking down towards the bottom of the table, IHC being in 13th place, I maybe would have put them down there at the start of the day. I'm worried for them.
Yeah, it's, I mean, obviously coming off the PMWC
मुझे टाइम पे
performance,
MK लगा. MK चला रहा.
having a little bit more attention sent their way has made it a lot trickier for IHC in general. They had such a breakout performance in PMGC last year. High elimination focus. That was really their entire game plan, and it did work out for them there. But so far, it seems like teams have adapted to that. They've just incorporated that, and it's just not working in this current format.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say that. I'd go even as far to say that the reason they won PMGC, and it's the reason I will always say they won PMGC, is they had little to no pressure on them going into those final days. There was teams at the top during that tournament, like Stalwart, as well as Alpha 7, who had been both desperate for a PMGC
FaZe
win
उधर है,
the
ऐसा ही
longest
उधर
of
भी
times,
है.
that they stopped making
फायर
aggressive
करके
plays
बुला रहा है
towards the
क्या?
end of
ओ फायर
PMGC.
किया.
Whereas IHG, they had nothing to lose.
Try
Nothing
कर
to
रहा
lose,
है.
really. So they kept making risky plays, and
ओ
time and time again,
नहीं.
those risky plays worked out.
Bro.
Not to say they're a bad team, they're
वो
very, very
ट्रिक में फंस
skillful.
गया bro.
But I
FaZe.
think that pressure
Kill and finish.
is
First kill
now
animation is
placed back on
ASI.
them. And they're suffering from the same curse that Stalwart, now Falcons, as well as Alpha 7 have suffered from a long time, which is that case of we should be the best in these
भाई
lobbies.
इतना
And they
टाइम
can't
लगा
quite
भाई,
find the same players
अपडेट
that
बहुत
they
धीरे
had
होता है,
before because sometimes you question some of
काफी
the
स्लो
decisions you
अपडेट हुआ.
make. It's a very mental game. It's a very mental game, is PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of focus required to keep yourself in that winning mindset, right? Especially when you have a couple of rough games coming off of the first 4, needing to pick yourself back up. But Furia are looking to do just that.
Nice.
14th place. That was very cool. I
Furia,
liked it.
Furia.
I think everyone did as well. So style points,
Bro,
but
3 win
unfortunately,
हो गया phase
that
वाले.
doesn't translate into actual points. If it did, they'd be quids in right now, top of the tables.
Yeah, be doing well for themselves. If that did give points, you know, you do a quick nollie on the vehicle. I'd like that. Seen a couple of those happening. Yeah. SIA on our screens. Obviously,
Better भाई
they're
ऐसे
not
ज़्यादा.
getting 70 to 80 points today. But
Can I-
I will say,
Okay,
for
when
ASA,
Zavi-
they have come out and had a fantastic performance. And I think a lot of people expected this kind of breakout coming through from ASA this early on in Group Red. But congratulations to them. They have done phenomenally well to sit here in second place. Nick Galaxy, though, this is something that I did expect
भाई
coming
सच में
into
ऐसा ही
Group
बहुत अच्छा
Red because their tide is on the rise right now. They have only seen improvements as they've gone on. It's very hard to analyze communications and team, and a lot of times, even if you hear the communications, still hard to analyze because a bad comm to me might be a great comm to them. But again, it did definitely feel like they were disconnected in terms of players, and that's as far as I can say on the matter towards the beginning. But they're looking much more like a well-oiled team now, where that teamwork, where they play hand in hand, playing off separate angles, is much more there. I think in the past, they were a lot of times forced to play as just a full 4-man death ball, and it was very obvious that they were kind of playing off the back of instincts alone as players, with a lot of experience under their belt. But now you're seeing a lot more splits, a lot more situations that are tactically set up, and that's how you know this team has flowered a lot more as a team.
TJB, we're on board with them right now, and they are themselves looking to flower. This is the circle to do it, right? They are slap bang in the middle. All of the teams are going to have to push in from that eastern side, fighting off against each other. How many points can TJB get from this lobby? This is
Grenade है.
probably
Okay, अभी देखा
prime
भाई.
real
मैं
estate for
सोचा
them. A little latent nade there, and Tiamba seemed to read that. Nicely spotted there. That was me. I'd be both feet on top of that nade.
Okay.
Not a clue. Immediately taken down, but they're too smart for that. Tiamba, ooh, unfortunately not smart enough to counter the push around the door frame there, and it's working well right now for FaZe, trying to leave on this north side of Picardo.
Yeah, I still think there's a possibility for Tiamba to get their players resituated. Unfortunately, Top's able to.
Oh, long range पड़ गया. Falcon की तरफ से.
Great high ground.
भाई Tiamba के 2 गए and FaZe के कितने गए? FaZe मैंने FaZe कहाँ देखा? नाम.
As they usually do in these matches today as well.
एक बाकी है ना
Up to
solo.
37 points, so very quick rollout from them. I think everyone sort of put this team in their teams to watch coming into day one, and for the right reason as well, is that even though they're under a different banner, this squad has been undeniable in the past. And I joke that they are looking for another second place at Pmgc, and it is a little bit funny at times to say that, but they are one of the most consistent teams in the entire world. I think that getting second place multiple times at internationals is not an easy feat to do. The fact they have been able to reach those heights so many times is crazy. But yeah, they're a very, very strong team. And again, they are a team that, yes, I joke about, but at the same time, I 100% wish them all the best in their games in the future, just because they have been a squad that stayed together for so long and has been seeking success and gaining
भाई
success
कहाँ से knock
for
कर
so
दिया?
long.
Bro, क्या knock
Falcons
किया?
Force previously, of course, playing under
Just
the banner
वहीं पर
of
घूम रहा था
Stalwart,
वो बंदा.
and like you highlighted,
Zero
having
है.
great success, but just pipped to the post. And I think last year, something that was really demonstrated was the presence of Mongolia in PUBG Mobile is undeniable across the board. So something that will be
भाई अब
continuing
fight
to
होगा
look
भाई,
out
अब fight
for
start
from
होगा.
Falcons Force. They are flying that banner.
Yeah,
Even
it's funny. We
under
almost
a
had
new name.
a three slaughter for Mongolia
अब
in the
start
top three
होगा
for
fight ढंग से.
PMGC.
Yeah, it was really close. What was it? Stalwart, was it IHC, and who's the other team?
I can't quite remember the last, but yeah, it was quite amusing because that really, it would have been like, what do we do? They're so strong. But yeah, so it was nice to see that. Yeah, 4-V. So it was good to see at least like one other team breach into that top 3 and make it not a full clean sweep for Mongolia, but they still took the prize and the title of
डाउन
IHC,
किया भाई उसको नावी
which they should be absolutely happy with.
नावी ने
Because
नावी
even if you don't
नावी
have any pressure on you, it's still ridiculous to win a Pmgc in the fashion that they did. They looked unstoppable towards the end of it. But I think it has swung in roundabouts now to the point where IHC maybe getting in their own heads a little bit.
Falcon IC bro डाउन हो जाता है
Too tall of an order.
फर्स्ट है हर बार फर्स्ट टाइम Falcon IC डाउन होता है
This
उसके
one
बाद
back
कोई
up.
टीम में
Falcons,
डाउन
I mean,
होता है
they've held this high ground on the north side of
सबसे
Ricardo
पहले Falcon
for a
IC
while
नॉक हो
now,
जाता
but
है
Na'Vi move in a little bit further and are really troublesome to it. Na'Vi themselves don't have a lot of pressure, but the fact that they're keeping Falcons here exerts pressure to the south side naturally. By stopping Falcons from leaving, they're going to be taking shots and looking out towards that south edge. It's going to slow things around. Na'Vi can control a little bit better to the north side, but they back Falcons into a corner and utilize their pressure across this map. But TJB still in the middle of this one. And all eyes should be on them for a performance this map.
Nice.
Yeah, again, they have a ridiculously strong position over towards that western side. Great high ground control as well as a compound to anchor towards on that north. So a good 2-2 split to start things off. They have been a few times where TJP's been in a strong position in these circles.
उसको cover कर रहा है.
Get too much done off the back of it. Gets a Roy.
Okay.
Don't know how long they'll live out in this area with Rosemary peppering shots down towards him.
Yeah, it's gone. Out
एक
they
kill
go.
हो चुका और एक अभी बाकी है.
Side, already a little bit to the west of Picardo, so have routes through. But Incilio, ASI8, Vengeance as well, all sit ahead of this. So difficult rotate potentially for Alter Ego. If they can get through though, play towards the east side of Montenuevo, there's some open buildings there. If they can crunch in underneath TJB and get that rotation going. But Nick the Galaxy going to contest them for that area, and it's the same rotation that probably a lot of the teams on the south are looking for.
Yeah, I think if you can settle yourself around the southwest compounds, it's actually quite good for you. But
damage पड़ा grenade. Second grenade पहुंच नहीं पाएगा.
They head towards that northeast, in which case a lot of rotations become so much more difficult.
लोग zone भी आ गया.
A lot of high ground that you don't already possess. IHC is going to make a wild gambit over towards Alter Ego as they already find one from the team, and Godless goes down.
क्या बजाया है भाई
rotation?
rotation देख.
Just be one last player remaining for IHC.
Albert
1v1
अभी होगा. The off angle for Alter Ego over towards
Seoul. हो गया sure.
Behind the knoll, and we will
INC बाहर.
That's correct. There's no grass here though.
Does it have to be grassy to be a knoll?
Yeah, grassy knoll.
Does it?
फेस का अकेला बंदा बाकी बगल में TN में कई बंदा अकेले ही है.
I got your meaning.
2 महीना 2 मैच your last 2 महीना.
I will counter you with that. A knoll is a small hill or mound. There you go. No mention of grass.
All right, okay. Respect.
आगे थोड़ा सा भाई वो मार देंगे वो मानता हूँ. ओके जंप किया.
The all seeing eye.
अभी पैराशूट ओपन हो जाता है ना अभी तो टॉप से अगर जंप किया तो.
Yeah, so but interesting project. Again, for Seoul, it just looks like he's had the wind knocked out of the poor guy.
एक बंदा काफी दूर गया भाई ये.
One of the greats.
उसका rotation दे रहे हैं लोग.
It's a shame to see him.
किसने? Oh भाई Roy
again. It's only day one. You can only say so much.
Nice.
From what you're seeing here. Also for Juke to
nice, bye, nice,
like,
bro.
I'm not done yet. I ain't done yet.
Yeah,
still going. Finally put him down.
Still some bite in the old dog, but we'll be gone to seed now.
Okay, भाई 9 की बैठा लिया, 9 की बैठा लिया बग्गी पे.
Just holding on, holding it, clutching his belly. Oh, I feel poorly. Might be a little bit more.
Okay, cover दिया, please. Oh, finish किया.
Yeah, just not stopping for that res to me is a little bit funky.
वो रुका क्यों? I think so पता नहीं. क्या से बग्गी का fuel खत्म हो चुका हो.
You can't really stop anyway to grab it.
Close क्योंकि पहुंच ही गए थे.
You just want to push in, try and get behind cover.
अचानक sudden रोक दिया.
The safest thing they probably could have done for him, whilst also keeping Tanj safe at the same time. Tough one. Here's Nippy Galaxy up against Vengeance. Good nades over the top
बस
already here for
Vengeance
Nippy
damage
Galaxy.
oh damage और ये close एक
Still
और
at 4
knock
players as
हो
well.
गया.
That should be a knock on the nade. Again, this is what I'm talking about. The
I
double nades as
grenade
well. It's like
volley,
they
core
coordinate
Vengeance.
very decently.
दो
The
भाई
point
kill
where
कर
even
रहा
if
है.
one nade doesn't do all the damage, the second should get the knock just off the splash.
Just getting some cover down. Nick Galaxy not going too quickly into this
चलो
one.
Vengeance
No
रिवी
nades
अरे
for
Vengeance
Redox
कर लेंगे
left.
retreat आराम
The
से.
res can come through for Vengeance, and on the northwest side, difficult approach uphill sits ahead of them. The smokes are there. They've bloomed. Vengeance allowed up to the ridge, but an immediate put down for Redox.
Nice.
Onto Noise. Not going to be too noisy anymore. So he looks for more as well. Over towards Lily, going for the challenge.
अभी Vengeance
Takes a little
defeat हो
damage,
गई
doesn't
खत्म
go
बात.
down, but in comes the rest of them. The rear axle on the buggy displayed there as Narvalo launches on over the top, goes for the side
तो
swipe. The
एक
spray
last
down.
man standing
It's
and
dastardly,
last
but
man
Narvalo
standing.
falls for it. And Nick Galaxy actually not looking super strong onto this engagement. I'm not
Last
convinced
man
just yet,
standing.
Blank, but they're still doing pretty well on this lobby. And it should be just Lily to remain. Up through the smoke, neath the challenge, but in the buggy. Not going to find the rotate there.
Nice.
Snowix with the pump action. Trapped in the shack, but can step out into the blue after he gets this heal.
Yeah, for Redox, it's such a shame because he makes such a
TQ.
good play there to open things up for himself.
अभी तक TQ
and the
का
rest of the
उतना कुछ
squad.
खास भी मैच दिखा
And then
नहीं
out of nowhere, you see one of the most insane maneuvers from Narvalo, and he's completely lost in the source. Fumbling around in the smoke there as well to try and find his target with the UMP, and actually falls because of it. And I think Nick Pmgc could have easily been on a full 4-man here. I think that it was a maneuver that they made because they expected Redox to be in danger, but you have to trust him in that situation. As soon as he gets the first knock, it's like Narvalo had that high ground. Should not have been one of the first ones flying in outside the blue. Not by one shot. You got to trust in your teammates. You hold that high ground. That's your job, and you're the backstop. So yeah, I did not like that play from Narvalo whatsoever. For Nick Galaxy, that might hurt them in the long run, but still, in first place, 4 eliminations off the back of it, 3 players to work with. It's not the end of the world, but certainly another game where they could have increased their reputation within Group Red.
VP के भाई
Now is an inflection point in the lobby. We're into stage 5 Blank. We're transitioning out
Any
of
guess
the
कोई
middle
जीतना
game.
कौन
We're gonna be
जीतने वाला
looking towards the late game. It's at this point that TJB need to stand up and start racking in those points. They
क्यों?
desperately need them at this juncture, and with the ground that they hold right now on their split, it's looking like they could have a good impact to it as well. They have so much control. A big wide split for TJB. They're holding a lot of face. A lot of teams are respecting that as well. So we'll see if there's some disrespect waiting in the wings. But right now they've only got one elim. They'll need to start to stay a little bit stronger into it. A nade over towards Virtus Pro's duo, but another of ASI8 falls. 6 elims for them though. And the players from Pakistan going to be pretty happy with this game
कैंसिल
again.
किया उसने.
Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, again, it's not where they wanted to end up, but they are putting up points every single game at least, which is good to see.
भाई मैप क्यों नहीं दिखाते यार ये लोग कभी मैप बहुत कम दिखाते हैं.
That kind of consistency though is a little bit topsy-turvy today because there is a ton of teams all still vying for that control over how the lobby develops in terms of what rotations can we mark down, what can we challenge on.
Try कर रहा है भाई VPIC try कर रहा है.
You will see some of those points being a little bit skewed all over the place. We're not really pulling too far ahead today. IC potentially looking to challenge out versus ASI8, but the size better of it heads back towards his teammate Malloy.
Only Falak left for ASI8.
Grenade cook.
They made a dash for the middle and it's allowed them to survive a moment or two longer. Nades over to Na'Vi, traded back between them and IWNRX right now on the north side of the circle. Swain with another, Lemon cooking one of his own.
भाई ट्रेड किया दोनों ने ट्रेड किया
I feel like that may have been not intentional, but they'll take it nonetheless. It is traded, however. Both teams finding a knock, and that will slow both of them down. Neither in the blue zone right now, but Na'Vi closer
वो
to
रीज
the
जो आई
edge,
थोड़ा
also
सा ना
under
बच गया
more
नहीं सेकंड ये
pressure
भी
from the
नॉक था.
terrain that sits around them.
Wolf knock
Another
था.
knock comes through. That's TJB starting to chime in. A third party on the fight, and this is the impact I've wanted them to have. They need to pick up this point if they want to have a chance to break towards the top of these tables in this match, because now's their chance.
Lemon has always had killer nades, honestly, and these are no less. The fact that he's able to bounce them over that top side and get consistent damage over to IDM and RX just shows the capability of Lemon, because those are not nades that are ever going to knock, but he is ensuring that ever a revive goes through, he's going to get the re-knock off the back of it, just allowing his team to slowly pressure and walk up. But you're right, TJB needs some more off the back of that. They did pick up 2 eliminations on the case, but not much more than that. I think that they're happy to just try and pick themselves up at least a top 3. Chicken dinner would be ideal for them.
Energy 3 man, okay, Navi 4 man.
Should be the case of a chicken dinner you're looking for in this game. A
4
lot of control they're holding right now.
Yeah, TBJ भाई TJB 4 man अभी तक alive bro, wow.
This is where you want to see
मुझे RSG की याद आ गई वैसे तो.
The aggression coming through from TJB on the high ground.
Oh, कवर दे दिया भाई नावी लोग के लिए थोड़ा सा. थर्ड पार्टी में उनको टाइम मिल जाएगा. टाइम बाय क्या?
Icy, low, Lemon, still launching those nades.
Okay.
Overarm, looking for the bounce.
Close था bro, close था.
There, takes a bit of damage. That nade looks like it could
Navi
be dangerous.
Lemon भाई काफी close.
Quite gonna find it, unfortunately. Just falls short of that ridge line, but has another one. Put towards the back.
ये ग्रेंड सही. ओ वो वहाँ पर गड़बड़ हो रहा है थोड़ा और पीछे.
They're playing one crag back of where they're expecting right now. That might see it. No, again, the bounce is just not working. The vehicle.
भाई वो grenade पे.
They might think that they've cleared this. If they get too far forwards, he could get a side swipe. 3 players are there.
कार ही हटी जा रही. उस कार का नाम
भूल रहा. They've moved into position on this one.
Close.
Could potentially be a factor. Furia on the north side of the meantime against, I think that's Pmgc over there.
Long range गया और एक गया knock.
Could be in danger,
knock.
Still yet to conclude. A nade over towards
finish
there from Na'Vi as they continue to fight around this hillside. Pmgc giving a good fight to Furia on the north edge in the meantime, but there's not too many of them left.
TJB wildly split off right now. I think at any
कितना देर से होल्ड कर रखा है भाई वीपी ने. अभी बगल में ग्रेनेड है भाई. अच्छा स्मोक है वो.
Able to take down a lot of Furia there. 2 players. For Na'Vi, this is just a gross misunderstanding of the terrain, sadly. You don't always know every little minute detail of the map. But the fact that they don't know that there's that sharp inlay on the rock, they waste about 6 or 7
भाई TGB को एक बार दिखा दो प्लीज. एक बार दिखा दो भाई. मैं देखना चाहता हूँ कहाँ होल्ड करके रखी है भाई अभी तक.
Cannot throw the grenades around. We have to reapproach this
TQ,
one.
okay.
So yeah, it's unfortunate for Na'Vi that they don't have full insight onto that location. It was made more difficult by the smoke being
okay,
popped
top
up,
side
again,
पे, top पे. उन्हीं के just super side, okay.
To deny that sight line keeps them alive for a whole lot longer, and Na'Vi's cut down to size with 2. But another high elimination game for them, with 8 elims sitting them pretty happy.
क्यों लग रहा है मुझे TGB knock होने वाला है एक बंदा.
TJB have managed to sweep away quite a lot of these eliminations over towards Furia. I think they may have been able to get all 4 and picking up a couple over on the flip side as well.
Nice bro, nice grenade bro, nice. Knock you know लेकिन half HP.
The smoke, the Molotov there will stop his retreat.
और VP knock.
That will be a burn down. Flip picks up the point, so Na'Vi up to 9 now.
और एक और grenade.
Oh, downhill. Just not quite gonna connect.
I think this is almost an impossible game for TJB.
1 second का difference आ गया. 1 second अगर पहले फूट जाता तो भाई. Oh, nice bro, nice.
Flower as well as 676. That will be Pmgc.
Nice TJB, nice TJB, nice.
The high ground they hold.
7 kill किया भाई मेरा मार.
Challenge TJB on this position, especially because they've got a kill squad on the northern side as well, just roaming throughout the map. Incilio's doing their best to sit down towards this western
44,
side,
44, 42.
is being held by TJB, and they've been happy to leave Na'Vi to fend for themselves.
Knock.
Queso.
Oof. Bhai, just 10%
spray, but it's going to slow them down, and it's going to give Triple S an opportunity to drop those nades. The Molotov to burn this one away. TJB defending this high ground area, forcing this fight to come in, and in comes the kill squad. A nade over the top to try and slow them down, but they're already putting the pedal down on the metal. There's that spray into the crag, and Flower gets the last strafe across the forward position for Incilio. 2 of their players cut away, getting trimmed down to size.
Nice baby boy, भाई अभी लगा रखा भाई TBJ वाले ने अभी मारा इस मैच में. कब से? TJB
for
ने
TJB, this is what's right. This is not the end of TJB down
नाइन
towards 16th
भाई
place.
अभी उन्होंने बताया हमारा
Very
एंड
good
नहीं है
team.
ब्रो
You can
अभी
see
आएंगे
here that Flower and
आएंगे
676 played
Nice.
perfectly off the back of one another with the help of Longs as well as Triple S. They have this high ground to work with. It's wonderful. He just locks Incilio into this just really awkward fight. So fantastic stuff. And I think for
जोन
TJB,
में है लेकिन जाएंगे कैसे
there's
लोग
still
अभी
quite a lot of Elins left in the lobby. If we look at it from this angle, there's still 8 Elins
Oof,
remaining.
क्या मारा है
9
उसने?
so far. Make that 10
UM
as they pick up 6.
UMP and M4 ना एमो कितनी है
game.
That's a confusing sentence. Make that 10 as they pick up 6. It's
TQ देखते हैं क्या
always a
होता
fun
है
one.
भाई वो लोग टॉप
are
पे हैं
on that
भाई
10
ये लोग
elimination
नीचे
mark,
हैं
and this is
कौन
what I
कौन
was
मारेगा क्या पता नहीं
looking for from this team to be able to come back, and that's what is a championship mentality, right? To be
वो
able to
आ
have
गया
a bit
भाई
of a
अब
naff
अच्छा ये तो
day,
थोड़ा सा ये
only
तो
5
चढ़
points
सकता है
over the 3 games that they've played already. Sorry, the 4 games that they've played
भाई
already.
सेकंड का है नावी का बंदर नावी का अच्छा
And this is
लास्ट
the
मैन
fifth.
स्टैंड नहीं गया अच्छा हाँ उधर वो डाउन होता ना
With that mindset, we can take this big, bold split on the high ground. We know we've got the power to do it. And now they just need to hold people out. Team Queso, I mean, you can see, I said, is there a chance that they can move around? The time has really gone for
लेकिन
them
वहाँ
to
कोई है ही
move
नहीं
out an ascension up towards
कोई
the
है
top
ही नहीं
here, but the cliff is just so,
भाई
so
आराम से
deadly.
टेक इट
There's so
इजी
little ways to
TGB
get up
प्लीज
this.
टेक इट इजी
It's
आराम से
impossible, you're right.
प्लीज चिकन करना चाहिए
Yeah, it's just the type of game that TJB really needed.
Oh, nice.
Because it absolutely secures
नाइस
you a
भाई
chicken
भाई
dinner play on this
TQ
high
वर्सेस
ground.
INS होने
It's
वाला है
very, very hard
और
to
ये
knock a team that
लास्ट
has held this position for so long. The
Grenade.
circle centers up on it, and it's actually very rare you get a circle center up over towards the position as well, because a lot of it
Khatam.
would be considered
Khatam.
unplayable space by this point
Nice.
in time, because you have to get up
एंड
here
लास्ट
super early on.
भाई बगल में आके
It
गिर
could
गया
go
भाई
to Team Queso and Incilio, taking this opportunity to take the fight between them. If I was Team Queso, there really does become a question of like, do we just deny this now at this point? Maybe we can get some nades over towards the top side. That could be a possibility.
Flowers quite low
Close
here.
नहीं
Does
है
get the heal off. Lands it right on the ledge, but unfortunately
ओके
doesn't quite
नहीं
connect.
बग्गी में निकालेगा
Shots over
अरना
towards
कवर डैमेज है लेकिन
Queso
नहीं
continue to land. And it's
नाइस
just gonna
ओके
be
एक किल
a
सिक्योर है एक
slow
किल
bleed
सिक्योर है
out
भाई
here.
भाई
Flip is up on the high
11
ground
kill.
with TJB. If there's a knock sent their way, if a nade finds its mark, if
Well,
Flower
let's-
accidentally slips off the edge there, could be dangerous. Has to dip
Aye.
back into the blue, so taken low, but that was to confirm that flush. Flip does spot one, and this is what I was talking about. His position now is known. Does have high ground advantage over a lot of TJB here, though. Nade with a little funny bounce there. Doesn't quite go the direction he wanted. Danger still as he forces this healing. A nade up high, but 676 so fast on that first aid and immediately up and ready for the fight.
नहीं
He's chomping at the bit.
Bro.
Nade is there, does not quite find the knock, and Flip does fall.
भाई
That
कितना
leaves
close
TJB
था
up on
वो
the high ground. 12 elims. Let's see if they
ब्रो
can make it 50.
12 eliminations
A
night
25-point
भाई
game.
That's where they circled centers, really. I think for TJB,
In the
do they
middle.
have to move down? Do they have to move down the cliff? The real
I think Team
question.
Queso are right on the edge, right?
अब
Like,
जोन
I
डिपेंड
don't
करता है
think Team
इसमें
Queso can
जोन
move at
जोन
all.
जोन
No,
एक
yeah.
This is
ओ
just gonna
एक
be the
नॉक हो
top round.
चुका है
Flower gonna take the knock. The play zone denial for at least one. The
नहीं
nade drops down for Longs, trying to pick up those points.
कौन
And
जीता?
down goes 6 What? Okay.
ब्रो ब्रो
Okay. I thought that could have been Team Queso.
भाई
for just
लास्ट
a
कैसे
moment.
मिला मेरे को पता
But
नहीं चला
TJB do take those points, and down goes 6 What? For at least one. The nade drops down.
और किसके पास था ओके एक मिनट जस्ट अ सेक मुझे देखना है यार ओके हाँ ये
Drop
ठीक
down.
था
Flower gonna take
प्ले जोन से नॉक हुए दो ठीक है ओके
the knock. The play zone denial.
ऑक से
for at
नॉक
least
किया
one.
ओके
Nade drops down for Longs, trying to pick up those points, and down
प्ले
goes 6
जोन से
What?
डाउन हुआ प्ले जोन से प्ले
Okay. Oh, okay. I
भाई
thought that could
भाई
have been
इतना
TK, so for
इंटेंस
just
क्यों
a
बनाना
moment,
था
the
ब्रो
TJB do take it down, trying to rack up a couple of those points. That gave me a little bit of a shift.
एक टाइम पे लगा भाई मैं खत्म भाई
Right there
टीवीजे
towards the
छोड़
end was
दिया
getting
लास्ट
naturally
टाइम
a
पे
little
से
spoiled,
लगा
especially seeing them flying TJB
लेकिन भाई
players.
खतरनाक
You know
खेला
what?
भाई
They got that
खत्म था
chicken
भाई
dinner.
मजा आ
I was
गया
like watching it. Max and I were just like, okay, yeah. So TJB
भाई
wins.
किल के लिए गए
Who's
वो
coming
लोग
up second, right?
Pretty much.
And,
मुझे
Team
लगा
Queso
चिकन ही दे देंगे भाई
was able to
लगा
clutch
लेकिन
that
नहीं
out. But
दिया
yeah, you mentioned it, Jason. That Oh my gosh, Navi could have snuck it out there for a second. That nade would have been so close.
Navi अच्छा खेल रहा है
Regardless, it's a good
काफी.
game overall for these teams, and it's
Yeah.
good to finally see TJB come back.
I think Flip understood, well, not just Flip, the entirety of Na'Vi understood very early on this game. Okay,
ये तो
this
bro.
was almost an impossible game to win. We're just going to start gunning for first place very quickly. And he found a little somewhat cavernous area, like hidden
6,
spot
7,
that really
6,
get
bro,
intel in.
क्या?
Yeah, I was looking for the word.
Just like, where are you going? Was it the dark cavernous
He was in the
area?
dark alley on the mountain, just trying to survive as long as he could, and luckily enough, he did make it into the top 3 scenario. But look at this replay. I said it as a joke. Imagine they all fall off and they start falling off one by one, like, not
Just
like,
imagine
no, me
the,
next.
the miscommunication that potentially happens there.
Me,
I'm like,
me.
okay, you stay. No, you stay. You don't stay. Okay, we're jumping. And then everyone jumps and they're like, wait, who stayed?
Team Kesso stayed.
But I think what's kind of important with this win is
सच में
on a couple of
भाई
different fronts here. So let's start
होता नहीं कि
things
मैं
off
जा
by
रहा हूँ मैं जा
taking
रहा हूँ
up
मैं जा रहा हूँ
obviously a
just
ton of
sudden
eliminations, right?
उसी में
And
भाई
taking
सब
up
कूद
12,
गए लो
if I
मैं भी
can
चल
remember
रहा हूँ चलो
correctly.
हो गया.
Thinking back to the split they had on top of this little mountain, having two players towards the north-hand side with Flower and I believe that was SSS, they were in a 2-on-2 up against Nigma Galaxy. That if they lost that 2-on-2,
Yeah.
we potentially could have seen Nigma come in, take the high ground away from TJB.
It was actually Flower on 676, but yeah, they were fighting Nigma Galaxy,
Close,
and
close.
close enough.
ये वाला तो
because Longs was checking out Incilio, and then you had SSS who was looking at Virtus
Yeah,
Pro
that's
and
the
also
thing.
Team Kesso. So that means that really Flower and 676, if the fight does not instantly start going their way versus
Bro.
Nigma Galaxy, they don't have the assistance of those two players on top of the mountain, and that was a really big threat for them.
हाँ
this
ये दोनों
game,
जो आए
just
थे
that
ना
if
ये
they
वाला
lose
मिस
those
आउट
two
करता
players,
थोड़ा
do they
सा.
end up winning the game? Losing the game,
Dude,
sorry, because then you have Flip that maybe can take the 1v2. You're not too sure.
ओ
so
मेरा आडो ही पलट
it
गई
was a
भाई
bit
उसमें
risky,
छोड़
but
भी
it worked
दिया
out in the
था.
end.
Yeah, so many different possibilities, but you gotta take those risks. And I think TJB was one of those points where they definitely.
ये
had
तो
to,
भाई
especially with
आगे
their
दो
performance
लेफ्ट एंड
earlier
राइट
on.
दोनों तरफ से
You know,
वो
they
गैंग
were
करने हुआ.
in last place with only what was it? 5 points? Yeah, 5 points. prior to
हॉल्टरिगो
this
ऐसा
match
क्यों
here.
कर
It was
रहा
the
था
second
हॉल्टरिगो
match of the
को
day.
प्लीज यार
After
ऐसा
this
क्यों
win
किया
with this many
सामने से लेके
eliminations,
गया.
Jason, how far up do you think they moved up the leaderboard?
ये क्लासिक मैच है ही नहीं कि
Do
कैसे
you want me
जा
to
रहे.
cheat? Because I already know
No,
where
don't
they
cheat.
are.
Don't cheat. Just guess.
Wait, you read the script?
Very
Without-
far. Very far.
Very
I
far.
mean, considering there was only a couple point difference
खतरनाक
like,
मारते
across
हैं
the
भाई.
entire leaderboards, I'm just going to give like a random guess. So 16th place, I'm gonna
एक
guess
भी
they moved
मौका
up
तुमने
to
दिया बस काम खत्म.
7th or 6th
Okay.
off that
Dang,
one game.
That's
Well, no, that's a
crazy.
little bit high. That's a little bit high. I'll go like around 8th place.
I was going to say
Eighth
8th,
place?
yeah. Middle of the table
Okay.
has to be.
Get out of my head, Max. But what's also, I think, really important for us to mention is that TJB, and you brought this up while we we're watching, Max, is like, how much ammo do they have left? Because they were on top of the mountain, yeah, they would be able to
Oh my
get
gosh, look at
हाँ
eliminations.
ये भी सही
but
बोला
they couldn't
सही बोला.
loot the
एमो
eliminations.
कितना
They
ज्यादा
couldn't loot
उनके
those
पास.
crates that they were getting. And we did see a couple of points here where they did start to run dangerously low on ammo. So I feel like that's also something we can
22
commend them on, of being able
points.
to
Nice baby
be
boy.
very mindful and demure, of course, about how much ammo they're spending.
They were out of ammo, so they became the ammo when they fell off the cliff trying to nade people on Team Kesso. But yeah, they were really struggling. They got lucky. They found themselves a P90 also, which did help them a lot in the end to especially get that 1 versus 1 against Flip. But it worked out great. I think that they just held on to their resources at the end to make sure they had enough to take those final fights. And it resulted in 22 points here this time around, Hot Chicks. We know from PEL, right, that they can initiate a
Last
comeback.
match और
It's a
बात
day
है.
one comeback, so it's very early for them to pull
Yeah,
it off. And
very early. But-
I'm glad to see it that they made a big game happen so early on when they had a rough start of the day.
I mean, yeah, a rough start is an understatement. Yeah, 5 points in that many matches is crazy, but that was a huge comeback for them, and they definitely have, I think, plenty of time here in this tournament to definitely bounce back. And they did it at the right time. They did it at the right time. Earlier, the better, you know? Another team I want to give a little bit of love to that was on the first page was I8. You know, I8, they didn't win the game, but they put some points on the board after a rough rotation. That's something I wanted to see from them, Jason. I didn't want to see another, 0 elimination game, but they were able to go and do it. I like the fact that they did send it to center. They did get taken out early because of that, but regardless, I'd love to see them making those bold decisions.
Yeah, and it's something you guys talk about quite often, right? It's about how the teams measure up when they have bad games. And this was a good bad game. I think is exactly what you said.
Good bad
Right?
game.
Yeah, a very good bad game for them because they still get like the 6 points coming through. They're still continuing to build up a lead against some teams and maintain their position on the leaderboards, whereas other teams, unfortunately, finishing with 0, 1, or maybe even luckily 2.
Yeah, it's not even just them. It's Na'Vi, Enigma Galaxy, IA. They are just getting early eliminations in these matches, and it just keeps them relevant at
8th
the top. I
place.
mean, look
Boom.
at that. First, second, third for those
Wow.
3 teams. And wait, where are they?
8th
And
place,
this is-
TJB.
Yeah,
That's what
there
we
you go.
predicted.
भाई 8 पोजीशन पे आ गई टॉप
more
भाई
team like
लास्ट
this
में
and they could be
16
in,
पे
like,
थी
third
अभी
place. Isn't that
8 पे आ
wild?
गई
2
Just
matches in
8 भाई
That'd be
क्या
wild.
जंप
I
ऑफ किया इन
wanna
लोगों
see
ने
it, honestly, because that would be the most badass comeback I've seen in a hot minute.
Oh, we can see here Na'Vi, the elim leader at the moment with 33
और लास्ट मैच
eliminations.
फिर
The
से
only
मेरा
team in
मार
top
है
three without a chicken
अगर
dinner as
खेल
well,
गई तो
having the
भाई
12
मजा आ
placement
जाएगा
points. But then you look at some other teams like I8, 1 placement point outside of their chicken dinner on Sandhawk earlier on, but they obviously have a lot of eliminations behind this. I wanted to actually ask if you guys had any surprises in the leaderboards over towards the top of the table, if it's gone the way you
Enigma
expected.
Galaxy
As of right now, I would have to say I'm happy with Team Kessa. I wasn't sure what to expect from them going into this game. Sure, they don't have
Same.
a chicken dinner yet. I think there's a chance it could be happening. But I gotta say, they're playing very demure, Jason, to use your words.
Very cutesy.
Yeah, very cutesy, very demure. They've had some really solid rotations, especially on the last wrangle earlier. But this match, they knew very early on, Hodrix, I think it's fair to say, that we're not winning this game. All we have to do is outlive your Incilios, your Virtus Pros, your Navis if we have the chance of doing so, and that's going to result in at least some placement point coming our way because they were rotating from this far southern side, so they knew this is not a win, so they just got the second best thing, which is a second place.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? I'm going to say that my big surprise, honestly, is going to be Enigma Galaxy, right? They're on top with 50 points. Going into this, I didn't think they were going to have such a strong start. You know, a lot of things have been changing for them. Obviously, no more Coops on the roster, right? They're on top, though, with 50 points right now. They're looking like an entirely different squad. They've definitely put in that
Hashtag
homework.
top
and are
4
looking to
strategists
take this
oh
away from
hashtag
everybody else. So it's good to see
Nagan
them on top.
Mavi
Another good one for me is
Falcon
Navi.
and Giro
Honestly, though, with them in 45
smoke
points in
use
second
smoke
place,
use smoke use 106 87 64 61
I think
bro
Ricky acts her coach for a little bit
oh,
longer.
106
It's
Oh,
coaching.
I mean-
106 bro
What do you think, Jason?
I mean, if it's working, why change it?
Can't change it, dude. Right?
Like if your team's in top 3 and is going to get to grand finals, hell, I'll sit, I'll bench. I don't care, man, as long as my
That's
team's
right.
doing well here. But one thing I do want to mention and point out is that we're having a very different play style between Group Yellow and Group Red.
For
Group
sure.
Yellow, we saw a lot of center play where teams will full send it in. That's where we saw Mir and Sejong become so successful. But we're seeing so much edge play here out of all these teams. Obviously, the zones maybe not favoring the ability to full send it center, but there's just so much
Alter
edge
ego.
play that it's kind of insane that it's like working out like this.
Except for this game is a bit different because of how it finished on top of that mountain for TJB. But even the games before this, Jason, and it's very true, which is a lot of teams are going for that sweeping edge playstyle. We saw it come out from Enigma Galaxy. We saw it come
भाई
out from
कैमरामैन
Jimba, also
देखता है
south
भाई
of
मैं हूँ
City
मैं
Line.
हूँ
It is something that is very interesting how this group is different compared to Group Yellow. But what I'm interested to see is how is it going to go heading into survival stage, last chance, or even the grand finals? Because so far, edge, center, it's really different. But the clash of metas that we have in these groups, which is really weird to say, is going to be a very interesting showdown to see happen.
Yeah, the crazy thing, the big difference in my opinion is like we're seeing these edge teams here in this group be so successful, right? We're seeing certain squads be like point sponges, just taking out team after team after team. And in Group Yellow, we didn't see that at all, right? We saw squads that are playing on edge just be forced to just take out each other, and we didn't really see that happen more often than not. But here in day number 1, that's where we're seeing a lot of these teams get majority of their points from, except for now, we saw TJB get like a classical, beautiful center zone. And then they
भाई
just
क्या एक
dominate,
और होगा
but,
टीम
we got one more match left to go. I'm really
TJB
wondering
का
if
focus
TJB is
एक
gonna
और
make an
chicken
even
पे
bigger bounce back for sure.
Well, I think TJB just proved to the lobby. Right now, one good game, that's going to bounce you up in the leaderboards and take you out of the bottom of the table. I mean, you've got Ultra Ego there looking for some movement. We got IHC looking for some movement as well. Obviously, some other teams like Furia. So I feel like it kind of should ideally put in the minds of all these other teams out there like, yeah, you might be down right now, but you're not out. It just takes that one good game. You still have 3 days left to go after this as well.
Yeah.
Just keep that focus and keep on improving, and you can definitely have your chance to move up the leaderboards.
Especially when you look at some of the bottom teams in the bottom 5, especially, you still got some really big names like Ultra Ego, IHC, Furo. Like, we know that these guys can bring some big elimination matches around the corner. So just like we saw with TJB, one game, that is all you need, and you are going to be in a more comfortable position entering into your second day. But one more match is available now before we wrap up the day, and I think that those bottom teams really want to end on a high, especially IHC, right? The current reigning champions of Pmgc since last year. And we had some doubts, Jason, right? They've had a really rough year. How is this Pmgc going to go? As of right now, this is kind of what I expected, which is they are struggling to get in circles. Teams are holding them off so successfully, and they just can't play their typical playstyle. They're really having a bad time.
My question though is like this hard time they're having, whose fault is it, right? And I'm thinking it's more of the fault of their own, because I was looking at this last map feed and we saw them land at Al Azhar, right? The circle wasn't too far away from them. It was kind of like more central towards Pecado, but they stayed on that edge for so long. They were just waiting and waiting so long, as a matter of fact, that they got stuck in the blue zone. I'm not sure if maybe they were kind of hunting down some extra loot or what, but they took forever, and because of that, they ended up going all the way down south and having to face so many different squads. I think it was along the sides of like Tianba or Roy as well.
Yeah.
And they got punished because of that. So I want to see them just get a little pep in their step in this next one.
I do like it. Initially, they were trying to go for really wide rotate, but then the circle started shifting away from them. At that point, I would have just said, Hotrix, just keep wide rotating into a better spot. But but then they started fighting one team, and then the circle shifted away. They keep fighting another team, and the more fights you take, the less players you're going to be having towards the late game. So yeah, I think it's down to rotation paths. Maybe they can change a few things, but if you're forcing yourself to take 3-4 fights in a row, chances are you are not going to be coming out on top.
Well, we're going to find out what team will be able to come out on top here at the end of the day, and of course lead our leaderboards while we finish off our first day of Group Red here at the Pubg Mobile Global Championship League stage for 2024. It's time to head back to our commentators. You know what, Maxman, why don't we change things up? Why don't you throw it to John and Blake?
John and Blank, take it away for our last game of the day.
Hey, thank you very much, Max Man. A nice little shake-up there. I was very, very happy to hear it. We will indeed take it right away from Valle de Mar up towards El Azahar on the eastern side of this plain. Difficult to get up to the north side here. La Cooperaria, potentially a tricky rotate.
Man, that was a good throw from him.
काफी long term नहीं elbows water treatment and
Back himself.
Back himself.
Vela, Tierra Blanca, El Azhar.
An awkward playing path than we've seen over on our previous Miramar.
ऐसा क्यों लगता है वहीं पर side team jump कर गई भाई?
Where it's impossible to get up in the game. So we'll see how all that breaks down as we get our first circle coming in on just shortly after this playing path concludes. But already a lot of teams out here. Na'Vi heading down towards the south side of the map and Valle de Mar, as well as Alter Ego pathing out over towards Partona, but likely should stop pretty short down towards the south side of the map.
See if anyone is going to drop on top of one another. Cilio further out than ASI8 right now. So unlikely that they are going to get embroiled in mischief this early on. Up on the north side, yeah, seems like maybe a little bit of a drop on a vehicle there for Tianba. Could be dangerous, and it's a big north shift on the circle as well, Blank. We are going to be heading up to the north side, away from the finishes that we saw over towards Montenuevo. Not going to be seeing that area again, guaranteed for our second Miramar of the day. And everybody going to be on a wide rotate. That west rotate path through La Cooperaria now very viable for teams like Lima Galaxy,
San Martin.
Yeah, it's a very, very long rotate for some of our teams.
Los Angeles.
Machete play in action. Furia right at the start here. Vengeance getting taken down by one notch. Only 16th place and not having the greatest of time so far. But yeah, a lot of western rotates are available.
Hi, Vengeance के बंदा down भी हो गया. Nice. मैं देख ही नहीं पाया.
Towards El Pozo, then crossing back in through La Cobraria, so you can cut in that way. Yeah, certainly an interesting circle, this one. I'm not always the biggest of fans playing this one myself, but I think for players it's as much of a difficulty because there is so much dead ground in this area, especially towards the center of the circle as well. Where it's quite difficult to play. Further we head over towards the east and further we head over towards the west.
Kill and kill हो गया. भाई ट्रेड मार को भाई ट्रेड कर दिया इन लोगों ने. बढ़िया.
There's more high ground in play over towards the west and east. So it's a very, very difficult circle to play because you have to gamble either west or east here and take control of some of the high ground. And if it does head on the other side of you, you just got to bite that bullet and head on out to the other side.
Furia still just trying to sneak these points away. Let's take a replay.
ओके ये
of
वाला
that
था
initial
ओ फूरिया और उसका
knock and drop. Oh, wow, with the
ओ
machete against the
वाओ
pump action as well. That's
Yeah.
a pretty
उसने वेट किया
decent trade, to be honest. You take those. You take those where you can.
Yeah, flying through the air is pretty awesome, honestly. I was very, very happy to see it.
एक अच्छा
Absolutely.
काफी
We
दूर
need
है
those
भाई
to have.
दोनों
I was told we were
वेंजर्स के
gonna
दो
get to.
बंदे दिख
Not too sure.
दोनों
That
काफी दूर है
might have
काफी
been the
डिफरेंस है
replay
दोनों के बीच में
that was coming in either way. But yeah, Furia pretty happy with the start, but unfortunately losing silence to a little spray down from the off angle makes things a little bit sticky for them. I mean, the Brazilians right now, so far in Group Yellow, they did have an impact with Alpha 7, obviously, being the big headline over in their region. But yeah, it was unfortunate that Loops couldn't quite keep up the pace, and now Furia seems to be suffering the same fate. TJB, off the back of that last game, need conversion, right? 27 points, but if you're just going to be an all-or-nothing team, it's not going to be good enough to get up towards the top 3, and I need my predictions to be right. So for me, they need to pick it up.
Yeah, for sure. I think 27 points, though, is still an incredible result coming down right in 16th place at the start of this one. Should see them very, very happy to pick up a massive amount of eliminations in that last game. One of the biggest games we've seen so far during the group stages in PMGC.
ओ भाई वेट कर रहे हैं लेट्स सी क्या होता है ओके बग
Sorry, we're just getting updated on some info about that interview. Not happening yet.
ओके पुश
Potentially later. Onshore.
Might be in a bit. After the scrap between Vengeance and Furia, Japan versus Brazil. I mean, PMGO certainly provided that arena.
Got wrecked.
Yeah, Brazil lost that
Oh,
one. Are they going to be able to win out?
अच्छा
on
उनका
this
बंदा
little
एक
scrap
ऊपर
here
चढ़
in
गया है
Impala
वाओ
with Virtus Pro potentially third
तो
partying
तू
into
यहाँ
this,
पर भी
the
क्लोज में
massive
2v3
high
वर्स
ground
हो
for
रहा है
Furia as
ओके
well.
नाइस और
'Cause he's going to have
वाओ
to solo face off on this angle, but he goes for one.
वैंस
Looks for
एंड
it in
हील हो रहा
seconds.
है
Okay, no, they're going to just tuck back away. Lily on the background there.
2v2
Can't quite find the response. As Vengeance lose another on the forefront. Not going to go for the res just yet. Look at Kayovsky up in the high ground as well. With that scar, can have an impact.
knock oh
Nade through the backside.
close काफी close
Damn, almost grabs him, but straight up into the Molotov. Very well placed there from Vengeance.
फिनिश कर
Furia
सकता है
sat back into a more precarious situation, and Kayovsky, considering whether his decision
अच्छा
was
नॉक
the
हो
right
गया
one to stay up
एक
on the
नॉक
high
एक नॉक
ground,
है एक
needs
क्लोज
to
कर
have
रहा है
some sort of impact, but can't quite catch any of these players off guard just yet. M24 though.
Virtus Pro, they're crawling up
वाह
behind him.
दो
They've heard
नॉक
the
हो
shots
गए
getting launched earlier.
नाइस
The nades are coming through from Furia,
नाइस
sure, but I'm expecting Virtus Pro to be able to find this one. I think he's figured it out now. Danger up on the high ground. A solo, an isolated position, whereas Virtus Pro have a lot of backup to play around. If they can get closer, this is one dead Kayovsky, and all of a sudden, Gusta is all alone.
Knock,
Spray
nice,
down on
and
the inside,
kill
quite out in
kill
the yard. Doesn't quite have the backup, doesn't have the time to go for it. Oh,
No,
goodness me, Furia in danger,
bro,
taking down Vengeance, but
vengeance.
can they turn things around and keep themselves alive?
Arthur
आराम
with
से
an
easy लिया
incredible
टेक
spray
फाइट
down
इजी फाइट लिया
on the front lines, take down
एंड
two.
अभी वीआईपी आ गई उसके पास भाई
I think that
पूरिया
still
के
sits them
पास
on 2 players alive though, and Kayovsky tucks himself
पूरिया
into
के
a
पास
little
लास्ट में
corner
स्टैंड के पास
now.
भाई अच्छा नहीं नहीं
Koa and the
क्लोज
rest
मुझे
of
लगा
Virtus
भाई
Pro
इतना दूर
starting to make their way down to
दिखा तो
catch
क्लोज ही
whoever
रहा
was
था
left remaining in this area.
वीपी टिक्सी
Backing off a little bit.
बैक
Virtus
ऑफ कर
Pro,
लिया
they may
क्लोज
not
ही
know
था
there's only
हो
one
गया
player.
मैं
It's
बोल रहा
Koa,
ना
actually,
चलो
who
डाउन
spots him clambering
भाई
around the rock
वेंजेंस
face.
डाउन भाई एक बंदा अभी
Should be a
बाकी है
nice,
अच्छा
easy
उसको
flush.
डैमेज दिया लेकिन बच गया
Too
अच्छा
difficult to climb. Tianba with Shan there. Actually, Team Queso should be able to find this knock potentially. Not quite going to go for the sprays. The hop out's just a little slow for Team Queso.
Whole goat here from Team Queso. Looking out, we're trying to take some couple of pot shots. Not finding too much of anything though. Whole goat currently with the highest LM proportion for the team. But a huge amount of central play here. A lot of teams not
भाई
opting to
टाइम भी
head
दिखाता
either
है
on the
उसमें
east or
क्या
the west
कहते हैं
side, but trying to occupy a lot of those compounds that sit
कस्टम रूम्स
around
में
that dead area we
कस्टम्स
talked
में
about earlier.
मेरे
in
को
the
नहीं पता
center
था कि
of
टाइम
this
भी
circle,
दिखाता है
just in case stage 2 is a little bit wonky.
Circle yet to fully close, so teams waiting to fully commit. But again, huge and central cluster Alter Ego pushing in, playing back towards the edge. La Bandita navigating around the east side of things. We'll have to go a little bit closer if they want to be in the middle mix. We are going to take a little stopgap. We do have an interview coming in for you as well, so make sure you pay attention, because we've got all the goodies
with the 7WG. This one's going to be in regards to Alter Ego, currently in 13th place. I got a chance to talk to their coach, and he was telling me that right now the morale, the confidence for their team is really not that high. They're hoping they'll be able to reset after today. So hopefully tomorrow Alter Ego will come back strong.
Definitely needing that mental strength to come on through for Alter Ego. We are hoping that they can pull it out the bag here. Right now, they are down in the doldrums amongst the teams at the bottom that we've been covering so far, Blaine.
ओके भाई
Yeah, I think for
स्टार्टिंग में भाई एक या दो बार मैप दिखाते हैं, उसके बाद भाई एक बार भी मैप नहीं दिखाते
for them. Rosemary's definitely been leading the charge for the team, but even he can't keep everything going at the same time. 22 points.
Last fight में तो
difference
यूज
between
दिखाते
that
नहीं
and
मैप
fourth place. It's realistically 15 points total. It's not a ridiculous jump up to find.
ओ ट्राई किया
by
क्लोज किया
tomorrow at the
फाइट
end
ओ
of the
वाओ
day. FaZe though coming up into the face of the Falcons, who so far are getting the better of them.
और लास्ट मुझे लग रहा है वो भी
Right now,
गलती से
trying to
नॉक
push
ना हो
into
जाए
the
बस
top three, trying to maintain a spot at the top of the tables,
No,
but they have
क्यों
a
बैक
stiff
किया
competition in this
रेड हो
fight with
चुका है
FaZe as one,
दो knock.
two knocks sent back their way. They have managed to find a knock into this fight in response, but
लास्ट में
Falcons are
स्टैंडिंग और
falling here.
बहुत ही
Ice is
प्यारा
the
एक
last to go,
ट्रेड
and FaZe lose one, but gain 4 points.
भाई फैल्कन को डाउन कर दिया ब्रो वाओ
Which is surprising. The start of that fight had looked incredibly in the favor of the Falcons, but fantastic turnaround there from FaZe. So we know they are a scrappy team, love to get up in the face of their opponents. As soon as they were in that compound, it felt like it spelled doom a little bit for Falcons.
ओ वीआईपी को कैच किया
Shot
बीच में
towards Virtus Pro, and Sleo will find themselves Malloy.
वीआईपी लॉल
This is Virtus Pro was trying to extricate themselves out from Impala. It was a good rotate from them up towards that top side, but it feels like they've just stuck around
भाई
a
मेरे
little
को
bit
गाइस
too
टीम
long
का प्लेयर्स का
out in the
उतना नाम
open,
नहीं
not
पता
expecting
सॉरी
any
तो
more
क्या मेरे
rotates
लिए
from the
सॉरी फॉर
season
दैट
side, but realistically, I think you should have been expecting that, considering where the circle has gone up towards Sierra Bronca
दिस
and
बोलूंगा
Cruz de
मैं
Valle.
सॉरी फॉर दिस
Yeah, big open area to the west of Cruz de Valle is still in. A lot of undulations though, so it can contain
फिर से
quite a few
अच्छा
teams.
उस समय
Getso
टीजीवी
Roy
पर
with
चढ़ी थी
a
ओके
compound position, I believe, over on the
वैसे
west
है
side.
कहाँ भाई
and
टीजीवी
Looking for a
27
couple more teams to try and take up
points है उनके
occupancy
पास
there. On the north side, you've got Na'Vi trying to approach, IHC and TJB out on the west, who probably going to have to fight on the east side of Water Treatment Hill. Meanwhile, on the south, where we are with the cameras, we're with Tianba and Alter Ego trying to make their way on in north. Still 4 players for both of them, but I imagine that's about to change because damage is pouring either way, and Rosemary is the first casualty.
Nice,
Albert
bro.
is the second,
Nice
and Tianba
play, nice.
definitely leading in this fight.
Yeah, Tiamba doing quite well here so far. It's on 4 players and a fantastic couple of shots. Looking over towards Alter Ego. I mean, Tiamba want to get further up towards that top side. IHC taking heavy damage.
ब्रो भाई
Spray down for
भाई
TJB.
भाई
Looks
भाई
good.
भाई
Finally
भाई
manages
क्या
to
जिगल
stay
था
up in the
ब्रो
fight. I mean, both of them going wide with the sprays, but TJB keeping 4 of themselves, all 4
ब्रो
of
क्या
themselves
जिगल
alive
था वो
is really important here. The conversion game needs to come through.
लास्ट
The
में
hill on the
स्टैंडिंग
east
को
side of
पलट
water
रही को
treatment really open
हाँ
and
लास्ट में
dangerous.
स्टैंडिंग है अल्ट्री को
Repeatedly, we see teams having a tough time getting
ओके
up there,
नॉक
and
है
so no
फिनिश
wonder
नहीं होगा
that there was a squad wipe. I'm just surprised that TJB keep it clean with all 4.
Yeah, I mean, for TJB, it was kind of interesting towards the end of that fight there with IHC just displaying some of that caliber of team fight that they have going on for them. Very difficult to take down that final moment, but TJB do make it happen. A good catch from them. Right now, it's Tiamba versus Alter Ego, and Alter Ego, final player in you not wanting to allow Tiamba to leave quietly here. It looks like they will get their player back up on his feet, get gone. QZZ though wrapping round to catch him.
XC gets rezzed up by Shan, but this is and
अच्छा
stage
बैक
3
पे एक और
actually,
बंदा है
pretty
टियान का
crucially. So you can actually get that first aid off, meaning
अब
you
उसको
can be
भाई
back in action
dead
and rotatable. Alter Ego down, that is going to be the last out, which means that now Tiamba can try and push in. All 4 of them alive as well, so some really strong conclusions for the Chinese teams right now in our last game of the day, keeping themselves in, getting 4 points and staying as a full squad, which is really important to navigate these Miramars.
Yeah, I think if we're looking over towards Alter Ego, it's an unfortunate end in 22 points, but yeah, Tiamba, fantastic job for them, but a huge amount of space to cover in the coming moments leading up to stage 4. They have to get a quick
बस स्टेज 3 में भाई 102 टीम डेड हो गई नहीं उसकी लास्ट मैच में ऐसा नहीं हुआ था 2 टीम डेड हो 3 टीम डेड हो चुकी है भाई अभी तक एंड फूरिया भी डेड ही ऑलमोस्ट हो ही चुकी है भाई 1 2 3 4 5 टीम ऑलमोस्ट डेड हो गई सिंगल मैन है भाई फूरिया में लेकिन भाई लास्ट मैच में ऐसा नहीं हुआ था लास्ट वही 6 या 5 या 6 में was 5 में start हुआ था मैच fighting
move through that area
fighting में start हुआ था
in the coming moments, in the coming minutes. ASI8 again, another team that has started to impress so far.
ASI8
today's games, and 40 points already on the 5 matches that they found is a great result, a great way to start things out. If they can get 10 points on this game, I think a 50-point day is, in general, pretty huge, right? If you can keep up a 50-point day across all 4 days, you're breaking that 200-point barrier. And in general, that is enough to see you safe into the top 3. So a 10-point game would be lovely for them. However, they are a little bit in the sticks. This shift may help them, however, as it goes out to the west.
Yeah, absolutely. For TJB as well, a little bit of an awkward rotate for them. I mean, a lot of the areas where they want to flow on through are already occupied. I think Ghetto Roy could potentially be a position where they could take up residence in. I think that at this point in time, your team fight potential between them and TJB would firmly go in the hands of TJB. Like I said before, Tiamba making this rollout.
Last man Furia church पे था ना वहाँ पर I think
scout, so they understand more than anyone else that potentially in the future it could be some problematic fights they get themselves into. QZZ stopping early to get a first aid kit off to make sure he's healthy as he comes in and out of the blue, just in case they fly into an immediate fight. Arthurson trying to make his way out over towards VP. The vehicle is smoking. The explosion will not be the thing to take him out.
किससे क्या explosion से क्या और kill किया
but the drop is just too much.
Can't quite make it any further, but ASI8 chime in. Tixi goes down low on the knock, but not going to get flushed away. Not just yet. You've also got Tianba. Remember, they are sending in from the circle. So ASI8 do need to be careful. However, they've got a lot of sightlines out on this south edge. They don't have to worry about the blue zone too much for now, but they'll have to shift up towards the north side out of this one. Maybe use that roadside for cover. Maybe their only option. There's not too many positions that they can take up further. Maybe a shack or a hay bale or two, but getting out of this situation, not as profitable as sticking around and trying to take down
Tiamba. IWNX5 push कर रहे हैं भाई.
Okay. Defend off against a push from IWNRX, but it's looking like it's starting well for IWNRX. They're already in.
Dot है भाई, dot HP पे
yeah, fully in the building. I mean, IWNRX had a great start to this day, and it fell off a little bit. They were still putting up
last
points, which is fantastic. Team Queso playing Quattro down, just Cold Goat remaining.
Nice, very boy, nice.
In the face of 4 players from IWNRX, it is nothing that he can do to keep himself alive in that situation. So IWNRX, they confirm themselves a fairly strong spot within the circle. Tiamba still awkwardly meandering their way through
भाई
these
किसी तरह बस zone पे zone खेल रहे भाई Tiamba.
Next on the chopping block for them.
Literally zone पे zone बस खेल रहे किसी तरह गलती से.
Should be Resable though, and it looks like ASI8. Goodness me, ASI8 are going to be able to pick that one back
health
up. But in
कम
comes
हो
the
रहा है,
party
heal
bus,
कर रही है, zone
bringing
जा
the
रही है,
party
health
to
कम हो
them.
रहा है.
But immediately, it's curfew enacted. Virtus Pro trying to third party. QZ trying to hold off that third party angle. Gets a lot of damage onto Icy. The blue zone may take him down if he doesn't get out fast enough, but he just gets ahead of it. ASI8 take down the remnants of Tiamba, and the crash didn't work out. The third party flex, and it is a confirm onto the position for Virtus Pro. Icy having to get that first aid off allows the cross as well.
Yeah, which is
Fame,
problematic.
where is the
Very,
fame,
very well
bro?
played to
Team
Falak
Freeman.
because he's trying to get ahead of the situation already. Immediately picks up that shot over towards Icy. Koa is able to find the nade over towards Falak, and now it is a 2v3 here for Virtus Pro. They're unable to get the confirm over towards Falak either. I wonder if Koa's got
grenade.
nades, just about two, but there's nades pouring over towards his position already, and that nade will take him down
Why,
from Maki.
bro? Why?
Only one player left remaining now, and a lot of people know his name, but not on
Grenade.
the roster of Virtus Pro. It is Tixi.
Oh,
See if he
नहीं
can find
काफी
these
पीछे
nades.
है.
This response, last player to go for Virtus Pro, doesn't quite find that knock. Koa is going to get flushed away. That is stolen by IWNRX, which means another point over to the Turkish squad over on the north side, quite a distance away. Just Tixi remains. ASI8 can continue to trek forwards into this match. They have two elims, and they're pushing in from the south side. The circle goes a little bit away from them, further up to the north, keeps Getso Roy's compound in, keeps IWNRX in the circle as well, and that south point of Cruz de Valle, where Incelio take up so much ground, is still in also.
ABS तो
It's a curious circle, this one.
भाई अच्छा
A really
ये
front-ending
ASI
point
था
over
वो.
towards the western side of the map, actually, where it's going to be super interesting how teams play this one out, because it's very open ground. Just in terms of the area, no buildings, no nothing, but a fair bit of hard cover to play around with, a lot of bumps and stumbles and little mounds that you can play behind.
30 players
going
stays
further into
5.
the game.
Close
I think it
कितने हो
really
चुके हैं?
will just come down to the
ना, वो
players
church
rather
में
than
ना
the
भी
positioning when we get down to stage 6, stage 7.
At the moment, center of the circle, occupied by TJB in those bumps and divots that you were talking about. And Getso to overwatch it all from the west side. We'll see if they look to try and flex out for Getso Roy. It feels like we've seen Getso Roy in quite a few late game scenarios, Blank, but they are still in 12th place. 25 points, though, is still a very tight tables from 13th down to 3rd. Or, well, yeah, I suppose 3rd down to 13th. It's still jump. It's still a single match jump, right? So after day one, it seems like we're going to be treated to a fairly closely fought set of scores. Certainly pretty tightly packed in the top 3, 50 down to 40, a 10-point drop. So all in all, far from solid. Definitely in flux for these teams at the top.
Yeah, I think that the point scoring is differentiated himself a little bit towards the top side of the lobby, with Nick the Galaxy being able to pick up 50 points, which is a wonderful result for them. So happy. You can tell that there has been a lot of work been put in behind the scenes for this team. And they are desperate to join their brethren, the with T-Spirit, in the grand finals. Alongside with Na'Vi, in fact. Which would be a great turnout for PMSL EMEA.
Oh.
SI8 now. Dangerous on the nade approach there. Spray down and Falak on the off angle. Not going to have the backup needed to suppress phase. They can't stop that not going through, nor the flush either. And the high ground for ASI8 starting to get crunched in. They do have IQ all the way out towards IWNRX. And he's going to be giving them a little bit of info, a little bit of an opportunity to move back up north, but they have to extract from this situation first.
TJB, very central, but being harassed by Nick the Galaxy right now. Snow expects himself up a shack, but that's all he's got at the moment, with Getso Royu starting to chime in on the conversation, and TJB have sort of allowed them to get over towards this spot, giving ground, headed down towards that south side to hopefully hold out versus FaZe.
Those bumps and divots, they keep you safe until someone sees you, and then you're pretty much done for.
Victorious rolling forwards,
may come into contact with TJB. In fact, almost seems like he has to at this point. The rollout is there. Getso Roy again with that slight high ground advantage on the long slope ahead of them. We'll be able to see these nades going back and forth.
2 men alive,
poke your head up too high. Ventoria's in danger, has to wrap back, but he's got the info. They can play off of that. And in the meantime, Getso Roy navigate into a position to take shots.
Yeah, for Getso Roy, you're right. They do get to a lot of late game scenarios. Like I said, it's just some of that team fight potential that they do struggle with at times. Some of their rotates are quite decent, though. They happily keep themselves out of the way a lot of times. FaZe Ventores finding the first shot over towards ASI8.
Okay.
On the other side of the road. Lackluster nade. I think it needs to go a little bit further here, but Ventores makes for a play.
लग रहा था
It's
knock
a
हो जाएगा.
dangerous one. Mela
Cover
does
नहीं
hold
होता ना
his
बिल्कुल तो
angle.
हो गया.
ASA8 trying to rebuff this. Ventura still up and close. The nade there takes him very low. Could be a
Brother.
team nade. Ooh, need to be worried there.
Teammate.
Stay away from that. Danger close. It's a spray towards the high ground. Connects onto Nuki. That is going to be a great pickup, but there is a knock back over towards Venturas. The flush is being picked up by Mela. They want this res as well. ASI8 trying to get back up to 2 if they can, but I don't think that's going to be allowed to happen. No, UZM goes down. It's all up to IQ now to keep them in this one. Protect that third place spot because IWNRX are in a much better position. Can definitely jump on up. IQ picking up that flush. Darting out to the blue. Trying to pick up the buggy. They're going to take a lot of damage for it, but might be able to get a little bit further into this one.
There's Na'Vi that came over from that north side, currently placed in second at the moment with 45 points. Very, very wonderful stuff for them. Played a very difficult game last game over on Miramar. Still were able to pump some points out of that one. Looking to take down Getso Roy. Car in the back line though, very nice spot.
7 teams.
Good backstop, but he needs to have a little bit more impact here. That's already
अभी IWNRX fight 4 man है भाई वो लोग.
They have managed to
And
rebuff one of
INS
those
4
close
man.
players here. Na'Vi landing the nades when it matters, and the nades not quite going long enough here for Getso Roy. Car still on that off angle, spotting Na'Vi, trying to crest the ridgeline. Maybe taking some shots in response. You can see those traces flying overhead, and Khan needs to keep it low profile here. FaZe could crash into the back. In the meantime, they try and push up towards TJB, and it goes their way for the first knock anyway. And Triple S will get flushed out, so it's just 6-7-6 left for them.
No.
Big damage over towards Getso Roy, and TJB take a tumble. 7th place for them.
Yeah, not ideal. They faced off versus Nigma Galaxy, who show them what for. Unfortunately, Nigma Galaxy didn't get too much further in the game because they were taken fairly down a couple of notches.
Last man, oh, bhai, maar
Is that Na'Vi out? I think it was. That's 2 Getso Roy. Now we're just 1 player remaining in car, but
bhai,
full reset if Incilio doesn't come in too
INS
quickly.
3 kill भाई, एक last, एक grenade और 4 man.
And it's over. Disaster potentially, but they're just not finding it. The length on these nades, mistargeted. Incilio don't quite have the information that they're looking for. The reses still need to come through though, Blank. That nade is long, it is high, could potentially tag on damage, but the car protects them from the east side. Still just about weather the storm. Incilio, they pull back, they retreat, where it could all been theirs on the northern edge.
Yeah, this is proper Cilio, to be honest with you, because it should have been a simple push over towards Getso Roy. You know this team is incredibly damaged. I think at that point in time, that you just have to send
Lucky
it.
थे भाई, काफी lucky निकल गए भाई.
I don't know, man. That's
0
frustrating. That really was an easy send, but there's no confidence in the squad right now to make that kind of play.
सही कहा.
Had a full opportunity to clear out.
क्यों kill feed पढ़ते हैं भाई उसमें लोग देखते हैं और भाई 3 kill 4 kill थे भाई
very
total.
isolated
Bro,
from
INS, why bro?
So I think Cilio just sort of had to take the chances on that one. Gets a Roy back up 4 players with 4 HP. It's unacceptable, but it has happened.
IWNRX are taking a knock in the meantime, so questions now need to be asked about.
अभी IWNRX के भाई 2 knock हो गए.
Do something with this. Is this retreat going to be worth it? They took the time to move away from this fight. Now as Redox trying to stand up in this one, doing pretty well, connecting with some of the sprays, but will finally get taken down. Nigma Galaxy with just the 1 player left standing, but the nades are coming on over from them. SnowX on the off angle.
भाई NJX का एक last man standing है.
SnowX gets that knock, that flush. FaZe going to look to crunch in from the south side. Another nade over towards Car, and it is dangerous to move past Nigma Galaxy in their current form. The value that needs to happen now, though, Blank, if they're going to make this retreat worth it for Incilio, is taking down IWNRX and getting control of the center of the circle. If that does not happen, it was all a waste of time.
Onzens tries to get a bit more damage done.
So
far, Getso Roy have been quite lucky with the fact that they've been living off the back of quite a few of these nades coming through that have taken them very, very low.
Zone, bro.
And the Onzens is down, but great game from FaZe. Massive testament to their resistance in this match. 9 eliminations so far is awesome news for them.
You'll take that. Absolutely. Getting anywhere close to double digits is always
INS अभी तो IWRX चिकन IWRX तो चिकन होगा इस बार IWRX तो चिकन होगा कंफर्म चिकन होगा IWRX तुम ही हो प्रो तुम ही हो अश्वत्थामा सब तुम ही हो भाई मार दो सबको
needed to establish and I think that this is probably their end goal, right? Sure, maybe it felt like they just did not know. They didn't have proper scouting. They weren't paying enough attention to know that Getso Roy were so damaged, were so low with only one player active, 3 players down, all in the same place. And now they're going to be able to take those points either way. So, good news. Snowx will fall down as well. That shot
last man standing, Jurois and also dead. Bye. Okay, nice kill.
Roy, but they will be pulled down.
Same players versus
4v4
versus 1.
By staying there, but they will outlast
4v4 versus 1 and मैं कहूँगा भाई IWRX जीतना चाहिए.
Very good stuff. The phase last remaining, but I don't think Mela's long for this world now.
Next zone decide करेगा. वैसे open ही almost तो बन सकता है.
So Encilio versus IWRX.
अब पहले knock on करता है kill कैसे कौन करता है.
Starting the day strong, looking to finish the day strong.
Cover तो है. Okay.
Turkey versus Kazakhstan here for our final battle of the day. A flex out
nice.
Comes through from Encilio. Frozen not going to be able to connect, but the buggy takes a lot of damage.
Go 4v4.
Burning down that vehicle. Going to be dangerous to move forwards now, but IWNRX penned in. You can see that central line across the minimap established by Encilio. Stage 9 going to be breathing down their necks, and Encilio have the middle.
तो एक बंदे ने 5 पूरी वो कर ली ना 4 इसके पास थी नहीं उतने वो नहीं है healings नहीं है heal fight नहीं होगा अभी तो.
Both teams are looking to get this lineup coming through. With Encilio having more of this hard cover that's centered towards the circle.
No भाई नहीं पहुंच पाया.
Slightly easy for them. Nather doesn't find too much of anything. Set over the top here. Hayden has to move out though.
काफी पीछे हो लोग.
Could try and go for an isolate onto one of these positions potentially.
Okay.
Push out. Good couple of shots to start things off.
काफी close था भाई.
Just pushing them back, and Kane's already taken a lot of damage. Molotov on the vehicle, Swain's already shimmied away. Zedwolf takes damage in response. They're not really finding what they're looking for IWNRX. The damage just not there. The healing is coming through.
Knock यार next low opening हुई.
What they were opening with. Frozen over onto Redlick on the sideline. They've isolated that position. The smokes to cover that rotation.
Bro, क्या उतारा इसने?
But a nade up high as Westron responds over towards Swain. And nade over to the rock. They know they're looking for the res.
भाई क्या उतारा
Swain down is really disastrous. Going to leave Kine isolated and alone. Westron finds a second big
वो रीच ऊपर था ना ये थोड़ा नीचे था.
Away from Getso Roy now starting to play out. Redlick not res is gonna get that heal.
वो भी down होगा क्या?
With the shots with the mini
open and last man. Oh, INS bro.
Goes down and Encilio choked out the lobby. It will be the rotation away from Getso that pays out in the end. Criticizable, sure, but they make it
starting में right वाला edge पे ना थोड़ा सा दिख रहा था वो. उतना cover पे नहीं था. Zone भी आ रहा तो जाना पड़ा. Shit bro, smoke भी नहीं थे क्या?
Hands out just with some of those bits of hard cover.
कोई नहीं.
Yeah, it's a good game from Encilio in the end, and a really good hold over towards IWNRX. The fact they're able to get that res off over towards that backline as well is fantastic. Just outside of nade range.
Well, that was an excellent way to close out the last battle of the day. Kazakhstan coming out on top on that one. Let's head back to the desk.
Oof.
Well, TJB showed it. All you need is that one game to really propel yourself up in the leaderboards, and Silu have been extremely quiet throughout this first day, have been able to come up strong. You guys might recognize him as AOR, now rebranded as Encilio, and I mean, this is the team max that we got to cover when it came to the watch parties for CSA. And we know the power this team has. We know the individual strength this team has. But this is going to be a true test to how good of a team they can be here at Pmgc.
This is clearly, for me in this group, Jason, a X-Factor team. They could be a big surprise, like they could have horrible results, but this game here was so well executed. Playing the southern western side of Cruz del Valle, and really I would have to say, Hodges, with how they played, so damn respectful of teams around them, not taking unnecessary fights. Really?
Sit your butts back down. They're like, all right, we're ready to go. Got your backpacks on.
भाई इतना जल्दी बंदा भाई second आया shit bro चलो निकलते हैं यहाँ से.
Very respectful in general of teams around them. And
यार वो trade निकला लेकिन right से वो cover में दिखाओ और bridge में था. ये opening वाला shit यार.
and maybe wrap it up, but we would lose precious time to then play positions in the circle. It's going to leave that fight, go back to
मॉली
the
सही से गया
northern
नहीं,
eastern
वो भी
edge,
इशू था.
and off the back of that, you can see they get these amazing angles. To just
Nice
push
bro, ये
IWNRX
बहुत अच्छा
into
खेला
the
है
zone. So
वुल्फ ने.
they're respectful when they have to be, but these angles at the end were
Damage.
not making
उसने
it
cover
easy
दे
for
दिया.
IWNRX to push forward in the circle.
I love it. I love it. I think that's the perfect word.
बढ़िया खेला
Respectful. They
भाई
were
यार.
just
Nice,
exactly
nice match,
that. I
bro.
mean, they're playing it very, very calculated, very
INS
cautious,
Vestron,
making
INS
sure that they got that chicken dinner. Now,
3TN,
they did
INS
do it
Fetch, INS
with,
Red,
a good solid
Red League.
5 eliminations, and they'll take that for sure. So I think for Incilio, you got to be stoked. You got a chicken dinner. You got plenty of more days left to go. Hopefully, they can kind of just take this energy and this feeling and move it on into future days.
I mean, again, it came down to edge play for them. Like, they had a good position. They were ahead of Na'Vi, and where they were, Na'Vi instead just rotates around, counterclockwise around the zone and run into Roy. And then you saw Incilio just quickly collapse on top of that for the third party edge, fighting. This initial little slash was phenomenal. It was amazing to see.
यहाँ पर तो
but
भाई
again, like another match,
location दे रहा था ना वो
edge
तो
fighting
उसको बता देता.
consistently happen. These third parties as well.
और ये तो
But I do want to focus on like IWNRX's
jump off करके क्यों नहीं मारा पता नहीं.
move they made onto Team Queso. They initially catch them out in the
एक jump off करके मारता तो क्या पता मर जाता और प्लस कवर भी रहता तब भी वो बच जाता.
Oh, Jukes was saying, so I thought he was going to go.
You know what? No, yeah. I mean, it was a beautiful
ये तो
crash.
खतरनाक था.
At the end of the day, though, I'm looking at I was actually looking at the leaderboards right now because I wanted to just kind of get a
भाई जब हम लोग देख रहे होते हैं ना तब ऐसे मिशंस नहीं आती. ये जो नेक्स्ट और कैमरेज या रूम कार्ड्स जो रहते हैं उसके ये क्लिप्स रहती हैं.
Really doing a solid job today, Max. Any other surprises that you
ये
have?
not
I mean,
I
I
live
live
stream
the
के
play
नहीं
of
रहती.
IWNRX, but we have to answer Jason's question here before we go into that a little bit more. But initially, so Team Queso, I believe, lost 2 players to
क्या
IWNRX, and then saw
वेट
well,
किया
what
आराम
players
से
remaining in
आई
compound.
गाड़ी उसके
We can
बाद
crash
उतारा.
it. It is going to be a great position for the late game of this match, which it ended up being fantastic on the southern eastern edge of the circle. But the fact that they fight, especially so early, to sweep the entirety of Team Queso and then take the compound is great because you don't get third party. Teams are too far away from you at that particular point in time.
क्या ये क्या
that
प्यारा
breach.
नॉक था.
The
दो
timing of
कितने
that was
प्यारे
on
नॉक
point,
थे
the
यार.
execution was on point, and then making the cross. I
Shit,
think you even
bro,
mentioned at one
shit.
point, Jason, they kept, I think it was Swain on the back to facilitate that rotation across the road. And then everyone's going to be safely in circle, ready to play out the game. Sure, they don't get the win, but they put the most.
Let's go, guys. Match ranking दिखते. INS 15 points, IWNRX 15 points.
I mean, it guaranteed.
अच्छा kills ज़्यादा थे. इसलिए उनके eliminations कम थे. Kills eliminations ज़्यादा थे. 15 total. 15 kills FaZe ने भी किए. उनके भी eliminations ज़्यादा थे. भाई क्या carry किया placement points.
15 points tied in Silu here, who did get the chicken
And
dinner.
Zero 13 points.
FaZe Clan, who after the floss was
TJ
extremely
4,
quiet on the day,
ASI
with only about
5
points until this last match, where they got another 15
TNE
adds to the
Esports
tally.
4.
So I'm honestly expecting still a lot of movement to happen in this leaderboard.
For sure. I mean, yeah, IWNRX prior to this
Let's
game,
see, guys,
they were,
overall
7th place
standings.
with 30 points, so this 15 should net them 45, and Na'Vi actually had 45 in 2nd place, so they're definitely going to move up. How far? We'll find out here in just a few minutes. But man, yeah, overall today was a pretty crazy day. We saw some good consistency from I8. I don't think they hit their quota that they were really looking to hit here, Max, but they got to be happy for sure, right?
What did they want? They said 70, 80 points or something?
70 points. Yeah, that was
crazy. I'm
very
sorry.
hopeful, right? Let's be real.
Come on now. 70, 80 point on the day in Pmgc, that would be mental if it did happen. But big surprises across the board as we go into the second half of the teams for this game. Bit of a disappointment when it comes to Ultra Ego, your IHG's Falcons not really able to bring too many points on the board.
Bro, भाई last
again, I
में
gotta say,
दो के
just
दो
like
knock
Group
निकाले,
Yellow
दो भी
Jukes, we have
बचे,
some
कोई
teams that
बात
really
नहीं.
didn't know
मजा आया.
what to expect going into this tournament, and boom, massive surprise
Last
going into
standing,
Pmgc
INS
group stage.
Fetch.
So it's good for them, but man, we have so many big upsets happening at the same time.
कितना 624
Yeah, for
damage.
sure. I think it was good to see TJB put something on the board in that last Miramar, but one team in particular that still hasn't done it is IHC. I mean, they had, what, 17 points prior to this match, and they pulled up a goose egg here. Yeah, they're going to definitely have their work cut out for them for the next couple days if they want to make it to the top 3.
I really feel like we're almost in like a Wild West phase in PUBG Mobile Esports. Like thinking back to early days of like really anyone could be at the top, or more as now, I don't really see a team having that dominant run that we had Megatron do back then, or eventually Nova winning 2 Pmgcs back to back. But just to see like the last year PMGC winner.
NGX
They're at the
56
bottom of the
points,
table.
Navi
Also, you go.
47,
They're down towards the bottom of the
ASI 8
table. TJP
45,
were down towards the bottom of the
IWA
table. And we're
NRX
seeing the likes of
45,
Enigma Galaxy, who
INS
underwent some
42,
massive roster
Phase
changes throughout
40,
this year,
Falcon
are
38,
currently leading the
Zero
roster. Navi having
38.
some big changes. I8 even having big changes, as we have to talk
Nice,
about as well.
nice.
Like this is
NGX 5.
such an exciting period, I
अच्छा
think, in
है,
PUBG Mobile
अच्छा
Esports, and it's so also
Eliminations
difficult to
देखें
be an
तो
analyst as
30
well,
इधर
because
okay,
if people ask you, oh, who do you think is going to win? You can't,
सबने
you
chicken
can't give
किया
them an
है
answer that you're really confident
INS
of,
base
because
Falcon
really,
बस kills
realistically,
eliminations
you're
and
probably not going to be
placement
right.
points से difference कर
Yeah.
रहा है
It comes down to who's feeling it. Like, really, who's feeling it? Who's going to be able to make those plays at the right time? I mean, yeah, prior, when it was like the points were really heavy towards like surviving, at that point, it was just like, okay, who got center circles, who would last
And
the
yeah,
longest? But
9
now
to
with the eliminations
15,
being,
bottom
just
5
so
अलग ही
imperative,
दिखा रहा
and not to mention just the level of play across the
है एक ही
entire
मैच है नहीं
across the
sorry
entire
बोला था
scene in
TG
general.
में
I think
एक chicken
everybody
किया
has a
ना
good
80
idea
पॉइंट में
now of
काफी
what
ऊपर
to
आ गए
do,
थे
and we're seeing it just execute.
8 हो गए थे 8
And you know
top
what?
8
I'm
मारे
looking
थे
at the
लेकिन अभी
second
last
page
match
here of the rankings. One team,
Cheers,
because it's
थोड़ा
so
सा
edge focused
बढ़िया
for Group Red, I really thought
ने
Chamba
बढ़िया
would
था
be
मजा
doing
आया
well. Looking at PL, they were the kings of
ना
playing
ना ना ना
on
ना
the edge of these
TQ का
circles.
कुछ खास नहीं
Third-party
था
teams are in bad
एक तो ये
engages, and they would
और
just
एक
sweep so many good positions. And then
वेंजेंस का भी
have
कुछ
50,
खास
60%
नहीं
of the
चलो
circle
नेक्स्ट कल देखेंगे तो मजा
theirs
है
to
कल
own at
कल
that point
लेवल
in
अप
time.
करेंगे
But
भाई
yeah,
देवी तो
it's
डे
not
उनके
quite
पास है
working out for
3
Chamba. I
दिन
think
और है
that the volatility of this
24 matches
entire
है
group is
मजा
making
आएगा
it tough for them to find a sense of consistency. So Chamba, TJB, I mean, the two PL teams, I think we are expecting to get a little bit higher, but again, I don't know what to expect anymore. I feel like I'm an analyst and I just don't know what to say because
Max,
it's all over the place.
so Max, they're at 38
हाँ
points.
ये इसी ने दो
Third
नॉक निकाले
place
थे
is
लास्ट
45
मैच
points.
आईएनएस
Ooh.
वर्सेस में
They're
It's
close.
a 7-point difference. Like, it might show
Okay,
9, 10th, 11th,
437
whatever,
damage,
but they're really
0.7
just
cap
one
resistance,
okay game away from breaking through top
damage
3. So
1.8.
I think it's a little bit misleading the placings.
Player
It's more about
data,
focusing on the
okay,
points and where the
and
teams
the
are. But we are going to
MVG
see
data,
Zwolfu.
okay.
I mean, MVPs is in his blood, man. This guy's always an MVP.
हाँ रख दो रख
OG. Yep, that's what they should change his name to at this point.
Yeah, give this man an M16 and I8's going to be running away in fear. But this guy, I mean, we saw, especially after PMWC, sure, the finals did not quite go the way of his team, but really, the survival stage, he was absolutely cracked. So he's a guy who literally, he is the top contender for Turkey players, in my opinion, to be MVP at this stage. He is the only one I can think of currently that could be taking that title.
Navi 11 10 assist Navi 8
I agree,
assist
dude.
okay top
I agree.
कितने 4
This is
assist
just- I
जिसने
agree.
किए ना
Oh, is it?
Lemon!
Navi
All right,
Tiana and
let's do it, baby. You know what, guys? It's time to
NSG.
do the ad read. Let's talk about PUBG Mobile X Venom, the Last
NXG,
Dance
sorry,
collaboration
NXG and
available now.
IFC.
Experience a unique gameplay adventure. Discover Black Symbiote clusters at Erangel, Sandhawk, Miramar, and Livik to obtain the Black
चलो guys
Symbiote
मिलते हैं कल
arm
की स्ट्रीम
and
पे टेक
encounter
केयर
Black
गुड नाइट एंड
Symbiote
गाइस
war
लाइक करना
horses.
सब्सक्राइब
Equip
करना
the
ओके
Black
कल
Symbiote
मिलते हैं
arm to move rapidly by aiming at fixed targets, pulling mobile targets like flares, airdrops,
2024
launch
लेट्स
yourself,
गो
and
किससे
pushing
बात
shot
करने
rifles.
वाले
Gear up and
हैं
harness fast power, punch you all bomb with the symbiote, becomes the ultimate dual play again, watch the movie, let's take it on over to 7.
ओफ माय गॉड बस कास्टर ऑन जोश बॉयज
And just like that, 6 matches for the first
NSG,
day are done
NGX
for Group
Peko.
Red, and I'm joined by none other than Enigma Galaxy Peko. Coming into this PMGC, I
Acha,
kind of want to go
Enigma
back a little bit
Galaxy.
more, right? July, you guys had a big roster change. You guys were able to perform really, really well in the PMSL EMEA fall split. Coming into this PMGC, what were the expectations?
First of all, the roster change obviously affected us. We lost like really good players, Freak.
चलो गाइस बाय बाय टेक
Troops.
केयर गुड नाइट
I mean,
ओके
it's
मिलते हैं
really
कल की
hard to
स्ट्रीम
find
पे बाय बाय
someone
एंड गाइस
like
लाइक करना
players better than
सब्सक्राइब
them,
करना साथ
obviously.
साथ बाय बाय
But we had to
Bye,
get used to
boys.
it, get used to the new roster and everything. So for every tournament, whenever we enter, we always aim for the top 1. Even in last